All right, all right, all right, all right. We are live. We are live. We are live. It is 9:01, and as promised, we are live for the 2022 LYS-A-Thon. Today is the first. Is today we will be on from 9 a.m. until 5 p.m. Thank y'all so much for joining me today. This today's event is going to be really special. I am the executive director of Lowcountry Youth Services, Rajon Lewis, and we're going to have a lot of fun today. We're going to have a lot of fun today. For those who don't know, the LYS-A-Thon event is a very special event for Lowcountry Youth Services. It's the day that we use to really highlight the importance of mentorship in the Lowcountry, as well as beyond. We're going to have speakers today. We're actually kicking it off with a very special guest speaker at 9:30, our first speaker at 9:30. But just come on in. It's going to give you a little bit of information while we're getting started. First of all, today, one of the main goals of today, like I was saying, is to raise money for Lowcountry Youth Services. Today is our LYS-A-Thon. LYS-A-Thon. And our goal is to raise $50,000. Now, I know that may sound like a lot, and it is. Trust me, I know. But what's going to happen with that is it allows us to maintain and continue to operate our great services that we provide as an organization. And I wanted to start out with letting you all watch a little video about Lowcountry Youth Services and the work that we do. And then from there, like I said, the whole day we'll be talking about mentorship. We'll be talking about the importance of what we do and how you can support the work. But let me make sure I give you the link to donate. The link to donate, which is sorry. You live. There's a page. There we go. The link to donate. So first, let me show you this screen, and then I'll go to the link to donate. Window. All right. So this is what the page looks like right here, and I'll give you the link. Comments. If you go to this link right here, which I put in the comment section, you'll see the link to donate. But the page looks like this. Um, just come over here and you just press the donate button, and you can donate there. In addition to donating on there, you can also go to one of our um, member pages. We actually also have a peer-to-peer campaign that's going right now, where, in fact, let's send you there, where we have 27 people that are currently having their individual campaigns. So you can go there and you can actually pick one to donate to. I'll share this page with you as well. And all of these are going to the same place. So don't feel like, it's a bunch of different places. If you want to donate, it's right here. You can just make a donation right there. So let me share that one. Oh, X. Oh, yeah. Hey, what's going on, TJ? How's it going? Hey, Angel, how's it going? Are you up? Oh, yeah, because it's 9 p.m. your time. But yeah, if you can use this link as well. Andrew, I wish you were behind the scenes right now. It would be really great. But you're off today. So this, as you can see, we started today with $2,225 raised. We have 27 people that are donating, that are fundraising. And you can actually see some of the testimonials of people who have given so far. So if you go and if you want to, you can always go in there, check it out, and let us know, and help us to reach our goals. Just some of our parents, some of our kids, some of our volunteers who have all set up their own pages. So you can actually click on one of their pages, and decide to give to their page if you want. So if there's somebody that you support specifically, you can go to their page and you can make a donation there. But like I said, I want to start out with a little video just to give you guys a little information about LYS. Uh-oh. I think, hold on one second. I didn't turn the sound on. Let me stop it. I didn't turn my sound on. Let me make sure I got it on the right sound. I'm sorry. Audio. Oh, this is playing from the wrong place. Sorry, y'all. Give me 1 second. The joys of live technology, right? Y'all might be able to hear it. I just couldn't hear it. So I'm gonna start it over. Sorry about that. And if y'all can't hear, please let me know. Hopefully y'all can hear. I don't know if y'all can hear it clear enough, but here we go. I'm sorry. I don't think y'all can hear the video. I don't think y'all can hear the video. So let me start it over. Um, sorry about that. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna do that again. I'm gonna share the video again. Sorry. It has given them I'm gonna start the video again. I apologize. I'll make sure that you can hear. Y'all couldn't hear it, but it looked great. All right, cool. All right, I'm gonna start it one more time. We're gonna get this right. So make sure it's right. All right, let me know if you can hear it. Chrome tab. I'm sorry, it's having a little bit of technical difficulties, but that's all right. We'll get it right. Let's do this way. All right. All right, we're gonna try this one. All right. So we're gonna get it. All right. Here we go. For some reason now it's not playing at all. All right, that's all right. We'll get that video taken care of. Don't worry. Sorry about that. Might just be too many devices. I do have multiple devices that are all on the internet at the same time, and I'm pretty sure y'all know how that works. But it's all right. We'll stop sharing for now. But yeah, so it is now 9/11. We'll be on, like I said, between now and 6 p.m. or 5 p.m. Pretty much all day. We have a large slate of events for the day. So I hope you all have some time to spend with us today. Thank you again. My name is Rajon Lewis. I'm the Executive Director of Lowcountry Youth Services. And our goal today is to raise $50,000. Our organization, when we turn the cameras on today, we already had raised $2,200, which is a decent start. Not as much as we would have wanted to start out with. Last year when we did it, we had more, a larger starting place to get to our 25. But that's okay, because whatever we raise is going to be a blessing. It's going to allow us to do what we need to do. But also, a key piece to remember is that, this is a day about talking about mentorship and the importance of mentorship. So please, whatever you can do, whatever you can give, please go to our website, www.lowcountryyouth.org. You can also go to this site here. Go to this site here and make a donation of any size, okay? Any size. We're also live on Facebook as well as YouTube at this time. So you can watch on Facebook, you can watch on YouTube. Also share it out. Let people know we are live and we're raising money. I'm trying to check on this video, see why it's not playing, but that's all right. I don't know if my computer is just deciding that today is the day it's going to cut up. That's all right. And I just want to mention again, this is what the page looks like. It looks like, why is it? My computer's doing some weird stuff right now. I must have too many screens open. Definitely have too many screens open. Okay, let's close this whole thing out. Maybe that'll help me some. No, I forget. Oh, there we go. Boom. All right. So this is what it looks like. Share screen. There we go. So this is the overview. So you can see what it looks like. Preview this right here. But this is where we are right now. Right now, we have $2,225 raised. And we are hoping to get, of course, more so that we can reach our goal, which is $50,000. This is just a few. I want to just shout out a few people who have already made donations. Kenneth Harris, thank you so much, Kenneth Harris. We appreciate your support. Katisha White, thank you so much. That's a mom. We have a comment from a parent that says, DGC has given Tyrell numerous opportunities to explore new experiences. Love Mama and Granny. That I've never seen that pronunciation, that spelling of it. Okay, cool. The Queen's Being Ladies Group has allowed my daughter Zaire to blossom into a confident young lady. I love Mommy and Granny. There, that spelling is again. Thank them so much. That's really cool. We also have some more supporters, and we'll probably do this throughout the day, just thanking people for making donations. Kenneth Harris, Katisha White. We just got that one 6 minutes ago. Oh, thank you, Kenneth Harris. Appreciate it. Tyrell Gadsden, that one. We read that one. Anonymous, thank you for all you do. Yashika Johnson, thank you so much. Sharon Hicks, thank you. Shadiqua Sloss, thank you. Carol Dunlap, your teachers and classmates are proud of you. Keep up the hard work, Miss Dunlap. All right, somebody got a fan. Benjamin Scott, keep up the good work, Benjamin. You're always be the best. Right. Senior Master Sergeant Scott. Thank you, Sergeant Scott. Appreciate it. Keisha Sloss. Ben, I'm so proud of you. Sissy loves you. Keep up the great work. Nice. Way to go, Benjamin. Benjamin's getting a lot of love today. All right. I donated in support of this campaign. That's Avanya Sloss. Thank you. Sherry Alexander. Thank you. Keisha Sloss. Thank you. Lisa Piggott. Thank you. Diana Massey. Thank you. Just all these donations. Diane Massey, thank you. We appreciate it. Herlene Scott, thank you. Sonia W, thank you. Sean Edwards, thank you. We're gonna keep the thank yous going throughout the day. Kristen Perry, all right, Kristen Perry. I think if that's who I think it is, wife of Ricardo Perry. If so, what up? What up? What up? Thank you so much for your donation. Keep it going. Keep it going. Keep going. Yeah, so much support, man. So much support. I love it. I love it. I love it. Douglas Calvin Landers, thank you, sir. Carol Brown, Yvette Lambright, all of these people made these great donations. Thank y'all so much for your support. And throughout the day, like I said, I'll be highlighting the different donations that we've received so far. I'll just sort of put that screen away for now. Stop screen. And we'll come back to it. But yeah, I wanted to make sure that I did highlight that because it's important, right? It's important that we give people thank yous for their willingness to support our work and support our organization. So again, thank you to everyone who's been a blessing and supported the work of Lowcountry Youth Services. I want to share this video here. It's a great video. Let me make sure to play. Let me open it in another screen because I learned from last time. Video URL. Boom. Go there. All right. Videos are just not wanting to play today. And I don't know if it's because I'm live streaming and trying to play a video, but I've never had that problem before. So I'm hoping that this won't be a problem all day long. But that's all right. It's all right. I don't know what it's doing. That's all right. Yeah, thank y'all so much. Again, if you haven't been to our website, it's www.lowcountryyouth.org. And today we are raising money for our Lowcountry Youth Services LYS-A-Thon. We're going to have a series of guests today, just to run y'all through today's schedule. So it is now 9:19, and we had a pretty rigorous schedule today. Rigorous. Just going back. So from 9 we did our opening introduction, and that's what we're doing right now. At 9:30, we're going to have a special speaker. We're actually going to have Mayor John Tecklenburg of Charleston, South Carolina, the mayor of Charleston, the city of Charleston, South Carolina, who's going to be coming on. He was on with us last year when we did it, and he agreed to come back on this year, which I'm really excited about. It's always a pleasure to speak to him and Miss Sandy. Hopefully Miss Sandy will join him as well. And then at 10 a.m., we're going to have a mentor advocacy panel, which is going to have several key members from the community in the world of mentorship. We're going to be coming on. At 11 a.m., we're going to have a mentors panel where we're actually going to have people who serve in Lowcountry Youth Services as mentors who will be joining us to talk about, how that experience has been for them and how it's impacted their lives individually. After that, we're going to have an LYS panel. So we have a members panel at 12 p.m., which is going to have members who are actually currently in the programs and are and have been enjoying the services of Lowcountry Youth Services. At 1 p.m., we're going to have an LYS parent panel, which is going to be facilitated by our program directors, Monica Scott and McKendrick Dunn. And then at 2 p.m., we're going to have a community stakeholders panel. We're going to have people from the community who support the work of Lowcountry Youth Services. At 3 p.m., we're going to have our LYS alumni panel, where we're going to have some members who've actually come through our programming and been beneficiaries of our work. And then from there, I'm going to figure out what we're going to do, because I had something I wanted to do at 4 o'clock, but I can't. We'll probably do our program director panel at that time, where I'll be speaking directly to McKendrick Dunn and Monica Scott about their time as program directors and how it's been for them. And then we'll wrap up at 5 and close out. And hopefully by then we'll have raised $50,000 or somewhere near it. Again, if you'd like to donate, and that link that I was using is a really long link, so let me find a shorter link. I'm gonna refresh that. Videos are just not playing today, and I don't know why. I don't know why. Let me see. Can y'all see? Hopefully y'all can see everything that's going on. And I'll make sure I put every link that I put over here as well. So let me try to share that over here. Not the YouTube. Let's try to share it. The donation link, which is right here. I think I just shared the right one. Yeah, I think I shared the right one. Yeah, if y'all go there, you can actually see. So I put the link in the comment section for you all as well. It looks like that. And my wife said she's going to, I'm going to pin that one so y'all can see it. All right. So you can donate by going to that link right there. My wife's going to shrink it, she said. So thanks. Appreciate it. And I'll text it to her to make sure she got it. But yeah, at 9:30, we're going to have our first guest. If you are someone who's been impacted by Lowcountry Youth Services and want to come on and say a few words about your experience with Lowcountry Youth Services, please feel free to do so. I'll gladly share you the link as well, and you come on. Hey, Latoya Dawes Rivers, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Thank you for joining us. I really appreciate you coming on. Really appreciate you coming on. All right, and let me go ahead and send the link again to Mayor Tecklenburg so he can join us. Copy link. Let me see. All right. So I resent that link to him, so he'll be on. This is Tim. Hey, Tim, what's up, my guy? Hey, Tim, do you want to join us today for some discussions? Let me know if you want to join us, and I'll bring you on as well. We're doing an alumni panel at 3 p.m., but you're welcome to come on before if you're not available at that time. So you just let me know if that's something you want to do. No pressure. Videos are not playing, and I don't know why. I don't know why. And I just shut my computer down. All right. All right. If you let's see who's in the room. If you're in the room, please just put your name and where you're viewing us from this morning, so we can know who's in the space with us today. I always like to know who's with us. And we'll sort of try to keep the tracker on the side so y'all can also know who's made donations so far. Who's in the room? You can use, so I'm Rajon Lewis. I'll just put mine over here. So like I'm Rajon Lewis. I am in Summerville, South Carolina. Like that. All right, we got Latoya, that's my wife, in Summerville. All right, we got me in Summerville. Who else we got? Who else is here? Who else is with us today? Let us know who you are and where you're tuning in from, so we can make sure we know who's in the space with us today. Who else is here? What up, Monica? Monica's here with us. She said, "What up, fam?" Monica's going to be on a little bit later. I'm excited to talk to Monica. Always a pleasure talking to Monica. All right. All right. All right. All right. Let's see what we got here. For some reason, my device is, I might just have too much going on. I need to close these out because it's causing problems. So I'm just gonna close out every other screen I have and just have this one screen. Tim, all right, we got Monica from Latson, South Carolina. All right, we got Tim from Mounts Corner, South Carolina. We got McKendrick Dunn, our program director for DGC. He's going to be on a little bit later. He's watching from YouTube. He's watching on YouTube from an undisclosed location. Let's see. I'm trying to find our text to give number. We have a text to give number as well, but I, for some reason, cannot find it. And that's really annoying, but it's all good. All right. And we're just waiting for Mayor Tecklenburg to come on. Normally right now I'd be playing videos for y'all, but my videos are not working. Yes, I'm using StreamYard. Let me see if I can just watch any video. If I just put on any video, will it go? Let me see. It's no Allegra.
Google Career Certificates.
There's commercials playing. I know that.
For in-demand jobs. Train for jobs in IT support, project management, data analytics, user experience.
All right, this video is playing, so maybe let me try the link to the video now. As I close out a lot of my screens, and let's see if this works. Go back. Oh, you can hear it, but no, it was in the background. It wasn't. I wasn't sharing it. I'm sorry, y'all. We have a little bit of, again, just having a few technical difficulties, but y'all know how that works. You try to do something, you plan, and then you get to the day of, and everything goes haywire. But that's not going to stop us because we are going to be on all day long. Literally, we said 9 until 5. So we will be on. We will be here. We will be on. So get used to us. And we know you can't, probably most of you probably can't stay on all day, so that's not an expectation. But if you could go out, come back, whenever you got a chance, tune in, let us know you're still watching. Jamie's watching from the sewing table. Jamie, I need some pants. Toya said she can do it though, so we're gonna get her to do it. Jamie's our board chair. Jamie's going to be on later today as well. So it's good to see that the LYS family is watching. Looks like we just got another donation just came through. Hooray. Those of you who are with the LYS family, make sure that you are sharing this out so that people can support in the way that they so choose. All right, let's see if this works. All right, it's playing now. Whatever I had going on before, it is over, and now it will let me play. So here we go. Here comes the video, and hopefully when we're done, Mayor Tecklenburg will be in here. Chrome tab. It's a Chrome tab. That's the problem. All right. All right, let's try it now. I think I got it. I think I figured out what's going on. All right, here we go. Let's see what we got.
Diving in while the current's fast. Gotta leave the past, it's in the past. Yeah, I won't look back. Strike a match, watch the flames go higher. We can burn much brighter if we don't look back. What does it take to leave it all behind? We get lost until we're found, darling, here we go. Feel the blood rushing through my veins. Got some brand new wings. No, we won't go back. What does it take to make our dreams collide? The smallest change can make you feel alive. Here we go. Never slowing down, darling, here we go. Get lost until we're found, darling, here we go. What does it take to feel this alive? Every day we're gonna try. What does it take to feel this alive? Chase down our fears till they're forced to hide. What does it take to feel this alive? Every day we're gonna try. Here we go. No, we're never slowing down, darling. Here we go. Never slowing down. No, we're never slowing down. We'll get lost until we're found. No, we're never slowing down, darling. Here we go.
All right, that's just a little video that just talks about who we are as an organization, and what. Sorry. Cool. That's just one video, just sort of highlights some of our big moments over the last few years. For those who don't know, Lowcountry Youth Services was started in 2008 by Officer Ricardo Perry, and it was started as an organization at a school, at Hanahan Middle School. And he saw this situation where there's these young men that continued to have struggles. And with these young men, he realized that the struggle that they mostly had was that they didn't have positive male role models. So he created this organization in 2008 with the vision of building this safe space for young men to not only come in and receive mentorship, but also have the opportunity to grow and become better men. And that was the vision with which this whole thing started in 2008. Since then, I came on board in 2016. My background is in education. I was teaching fourth and fifth grade. I taught fourth and fifth grade in Dorchester District 2 schools, as well as Charleston, Berkeley County School District. And I met with Ricardo and said, hey, I'd love to join your organization and see what we can do to take this thing to the next level. At that point, we took the organization to Somerville, and we started our Distinguished Gentlemen's Club of Somerville program. And from then, it's really been history. Since then, we've actually added on programs. We've added our Queen's Being program, which works with young ladies from 11 to 15 next year. We'll be talking about how to get your kids involved this year in the program. We also added our Young Men Rise in-school mentoring program, which is in 7 schools, which has been in 7 schools this year, and as well as our community pods, which we do with the Charleston Police Department. So we're doing work, man. We're doing work, and that work requires, of course, finance. And that's why we have this event here today, so that we can continue to do the work and do it in a magnificent way. So we're asking for your support today. We are waiting on our 9:30 guest to come in. I'm not sure if he's got some issues going on or whatever, but I'm sure he'll be in soon. Just in case he can't, I'm just going to have some stuff lined up. That you guys can check out. Again, if you would like to come on and talk about your experience with LYS, I see a lot of people in the comment section. So I'm going to put that link right there, and you can actually come in and share your experience. What up, Zach? Zach, I need you at 1 p.m. No, sorry, 12 p.m. But if you want to come on beforehand, you can. If you're interested in coming on and saying a few words about your experience with LYS, please use that link right there. I'll also put it in the Facebook. My Facebook, I don't think my Facebook is showing the comments. So I'll come over here with that. So y'all can see my video. If you want to join us, you can use this link right here. So that's the two links that we got there. So we got the link for you to donate, and then the link for you to. So the link to donate is this link right here, and the link to join us is this link right here. So if you'd like to come on to say a few words about your experience with LYS, feel free to come on. I know some people have scheduled times. Parents, if you're a parent, please come on. If you're a member, please come on. If you're someone who just supports us and just wants to say, why you support us, we'd love to have you do that as well. The mentor panel is at 11, Tim, 11. But the alumni panel is at 3. So you can come on either one, Tim. All right. If the mayor can't make it for that slot, which we completely understand because a mayor's schedule is very busy, we definitely will have. We definitely don't have any issue with moving on to the next session, which will be our mentor advocacy panel, which is going to take place at 10 p.m. 10 a.m. And we're going to have Mr. Anjane Davis, Mr. Eric Jackson, and Mr. Larry Thomas, who will be joining us for that panel as well. Let me make sure I double check with them, make sure they're good to go. And while I do that, I'm going to play y'all another video. I got mad videos, and that's the one thing I do have lots of. It's videos. So give me 1 second. Let me pull this video up. Media videos. Let's see what we got here. Nope. That's not doing away. Last year we actually did we had a LYS-A-Thon. During our LYS-A-Thon, we actually had a series of testimonials that were made by people from the community who wanted to let us know what they thought about the organization. I want to share that video with y'all, and that'll buy me a little bit of time. So give me 1 second, and then we will have our 10 o'clock discussion with the advocacy panel. So give me 1 second. LYS testimonials. Boom. And let me know if y'all can hear it, okay?
Hi, my name is Kenya Dunn, and I wanted to tell you why I support Lowcountry Youth Services. I support Lowcountry Youth Services because they stand for one simple thing, and that is ensuring that every child wins. And they do that by providing the tools and resources needed.
And while many are doing the very best they know how, oftentimes they don't find the system and resources needed to point very well.
It lost sound.
That is where Lowcountry Youth Services intersects the young person's life. There are 3 key roles in mentoring, often referred to as the 3 C's: consultant, counselor, and cheerleader. Children are our future, and the youth of today are exposed to so many people, ideas, and temptations.
You can hear
Growing
it?
up through productive
It's low?
citizens is not an miserable outcome. Children are our future. Mentors provide mentees with an experienced friend who is there to help in any number of situations. Mentoring connects a young person to personal growth and development and social and economic opportunity. Mentors help you believe that they can create a positive future. Young people who meet regularly with their mentors are 46% less likely than their peers to start using illegal drugs,
All right.
27% less likely to stop drinking, and 52% less likely to skip school. Mentoring improves the outcomes across behavioral, social, emotional, and academic areas. I have been around Lowcountry Youth Services and their mentoring program long enough to know youth who have become police officers, armed forces members, business people, and incredible friends, neighbors, and community volunteers. 52% of mentors work full time, but see the outcome is much bigger than the few hours a month they spend mentoring. It is both a gift to the mentee and the mentor, resulting in a bond that lasts a lifetime. I love the mission of Lowcountry Youth Services, and I'll always be an ardent supporter.
Hey everybody, Troy McClain here. I wanted to get on and say personally that I support mentors and mentorship programs. The essence of who we are is not based on what we do, rather what we inspire others to do after us. Lowcountry Youth Services has been around for quite some time. I personally know some of the mentors, and I fully support them in everything that they have done and everything that they are doing and everything that I know that they will do in futures to come. Support, support, support. Lastly, support. We need your help.
Zandrina Dunning here from the ZD Experience, Pure Concert Series, and Pure Festival. With the statistics rapidly growing for teen suicide, substance abuse, gang-related violence, bullying, and countless other effects of negative environmental and social influences, it's so important for today's youth to have mentors walking beside them, motivating, influencing, and helping to mold the decision makers of tomorrow that we so desperately need. Mentorship is helping to create a brighter and stronger tomorrow filled with confident educators, entrepreneurs, artists, lawyers, doctors, and so much more. Thank you to the Lowcountry Youth Services and Distinguished Gentlemen's Club for helping to ignite the fire inside the minds and the hearts of our youth, and for showing them by example what it means to strive for greatness and to think, grow, and live to their fullest potential.
Been in education for 20 years, working with students with disabilities and as an administrator, and now I work with 8 different schools in the Lowcountry, and what I know is that we can't do it alone, and we need support from mentorship programs. And the Lowcountry Youth Services is a great program to help support the social and emotional learning of our youth today. It's of vital importance right now that not only do kids get their academic support and the support that their teachers in the schools can give them, but our youth need the extra support that mentorship programs can provide. So please help support these programs, because with the experience that Mr. Lewis has from being an educator himself, he can really impact our students, our future leaders in such an important way. Please support.
Greetings and salutations. My name is Dexter D. White, community organizer, volunteer, educator, corporate trainer, and more importantly, mentor. And I say more importantly because one of the biggest lessons I've ever learned in life is you don't know what you don't know. Mentors really help you with knowledge and experience and wisdom you never would have known you needed unless you had a mentor. Literally, it's like a parent to have your back, to be your coach, to be your advocate, to really tell you when you're wrong, that accountability partner when you need it. Really a developer to help you get through life, really a guide to help you through life. It's needed. One of the biggest, proudest moments of my life is being a mentor and having mentees to look up to me. That means the world. They actually help me stay motivated and keep on the grind. So if you can, be a mentor and pick up one.
So in our community, we have a diverse mix of cultures and backgrounds, which is a great thing, right? But one thing that plagues us all equally is the lack of positive male role models. Male mentoring is such a huge thing for our community that we all need to get involved in. I personally have been involved at a local elementary school with 12 other men. The impact that we've seen in the classrooms has already been increasingly successful. Matter of fact, there's a waiting list. So we need, as responsible male adults, to get involved in our community, to get involved with our children, and set an example of what it means to be a man, a positive man in the community, and impact change. One of the organizations doing that right now is the Lowcountry Youth Service. They have an area in Hanahan that kids can go converge and be among men that would be a prime example of what it's like to be a positive male. They also have a component of it that gets involved in community service. So if it's in your heart and you feel the need, and I'm asking you as another father and positive male lead to please get involved and consider male mentoring, because these are the future generations. The young males that are growing up around us are the men that are going to inherit our community, and we need to make sure we leave it better than we found it.
Hi, this is Susie Torres with Lowcountry Elite Group with Carolina One Real Estate, a local broker associate here in Summerville, South Carolina. Just wanted to talk a little bit today about the Lowcountry Youth Services, an organization, and why I support it so much here in the community. This is a great program and mentorship for young children to learn social aspects, to learn how to dress, how to act, to maintain and get career goals, do better in school. I think through this program, it helps them with their social interaction, which is extremely important with everything that's been going on with COVID lately. Just how to appear and dress in a more professional manner and prep them for the future, as well as getting ready for college. I think that, in this program, it not only helps them learn how to verbally speak better and present themselves better, but I think going through this program as well, and the importance of the mentorship of it is, this is going to help them find career goals. This is going to achieve getting a better attendance rate at school. It's going to give them goals and motivation and people that are looking out for them, and not just their parents, but other folks, other mentors, that they want to make sure that they keep happy. And so they're going to get better grades. They're going to do better in school. They're going to look for those colleges to apply to achieve, the goal of what they're looking to do in their lives. So I think it's a wonderful program. I fully support it. I hope that everyone else is familiar with it and that you will love and support it as well, because I think it makes a huge difference in these children's lives.
Hi, my name is Mav McIntosh, and I'm a high school English teacher at North Charleston High School. The value of mentorship, especially for my students, is incredibly important, and we have many folks in the Lowcountry who are really working to help uplift our youth. Lowcountry Youth Services is a wonderful organization that works really hard to support students in mentorship and to help give them a leg up in life. I've seen the work that the gentlemen through Lowcountry Youth Services have done for our students, for our community. And what's most remarkable is that the gentlemen who lead Lowcountry Youth Services and the mentors who work to support our children are products of the Lowcountry, and they really love and care about our kids, our communities, and their futures. And so that's why I believe, as a teacher, as an educator, that Lowcountry Youth Services is the #1 organization in the Lowcountry that we need to work to support, both financially and with our time and energy, because we have many children in our communities that need a reliable, trustworthy adult in their lives to learn and grow from.
An important factor of mentorship is being that access point of knowledge and or experience in a situation that someone new has not went through before. This could be financial goals, relationships, even DIY projects around the house. So I always tell kids and young adults to actively seek out as many mentors as you can, because everyone will have a different perspective on life or a process that you're trying to go through. Now, when it comes to these youth services and programs like this, I love to think of it as a worldview rather than just my low country community. I'll take a quote loosely from Frederick Douglass that says, "It is easier to build strong children than it is to repair broken adults." Now, what that means to me is these programs like this are actually building good kids to become great adults that will eventually make this world a better place in the future. So that's my dream of this, and I hope these programs like this will continue to live on.
Yeah, so I just wanted to, yeah, that was just, I mean, that video literally is about 52 minutes long, and that was only the first 12 minutes. It's every time I get an opportunity to see it, it always gives me chills, just with the idea of so many people that support the importance of mentorship. And today is all about it. And we got a young man that just joined in. I'm so glad that he was able to make some time. I know he's a very busy man. And I wanted to bring him in today. He is the mayor of the city of Charleston, Mayor John Tecklenburg. Thank you so much for joining me, sir.
Thank you, Rayshawn. Congratulations on the effort this morning and all you do and that Lowcountry Youth Services does for our community.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for having us. First of all, I got to start out by saying, tell Miss Sandy I said hello. I know she's somewhere nearby.
She's not. She went to the farmer's market. She's supporting our local farmers this morning. I thought she'd be back by now, but she's not back.
No problem. We know where Miss Sandy stands in terms of support. She's definitely a ride or die for Lowcountry Youth Services. So thank you so much.
Shop local and support our local farmers, everyone.
Absolutely. Definitely shop local and support local farmers and small businesses.
That's right. Absolutely.
But I know you have limited time, so we're going to get right to it. So can you, first of all, talk about how mentorship has impacted your life?
Well, Rayshawn, it's so needed in our community today. I, like many folks, benefited from having mentors when I was growing up. I mean, much more so than my parents, although they were great mentors. My teachers, I remember specific coaches and teachers along the way who helped shape me and help build these values that I like to think they instilled in me. And so you think about youth in our community today, sometimes we need to provide that leadership, that direction. And that's what mentorship does. That one-on-one relationship makes all the difference in the world. And so that's why I and the city and groups like Lowcountry Youth Services are really trying to pull together and move all folks that are doing mentoring in the same direction. So we increase the number of mentors, and we're able to provide that assist, that help, that instill those values in our young people today.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You mentioned the Mentors Consortium. So can you talk the Mayor's Mentor Consortium? Can you sort of talk about how that got started and what's the aim for that?
Well, we put it together last year, and it's building as we go. But we called all the groups such as Lowcountry Youth Services, and y'all have been a leader to form a coalition so that we as a city can support those organizations that are doing mentoring in our community. It doesn't matter what city you're in, just anybody in the Lowcountry, and be it fundraising or some technical or professional assistance. Sometimes it's just good to know what everybody's doing, who's on first and who's on second, who's focusing on various demographics, if you will, of youth or certain areas, and how we can support each other, because it's so important. So we've gotten off to a good start. We're going to continue work. We had a 2 now to date mentor fairs. You hear about job fairs where people come find out about jobs. We had mentor fairs where citizens could come and find out what Lowcountry Youth Services and other organizations in our community were doing, and think about who they would like to volunteer with, who they would like to mentor with. And they've been quite successful, I think, but we're getting the word out. We got a great lift last year from Joint Base Charleston. We had a mentor fair out there, which was remarkable. Hundreds of servicemen and women came. They make wonderful mentors. So anyway, we're just spreading the word.
Absolutely. And I remember that mentor fair at Joint Base Charleston. It was really cool to see how many people were really invested in it. And I look forward to more opportunities like that. And just to piggyback on the point that you made about the second one, which was held downtown Charleston at the Arthur Christopher Center in January. And I really enjoyed being a part of the Mayor's Consortium. And I also want to applaud you on your very intentional efforts to expand mentorship in the Charleston area. Can you talk about why that's so important to you that we expand the mission of mentorship in the Lowcountry?
Well, I hate that sometimes tragic examples wake us up, give us a wake up call to ongoing needs in our community. But I remember a few years ago, there was a West Ashley tragic occurrence where two young men, I think teenagers, they were 14 and 15, were having a dispute on the basketball court.
Mm-hmm.
And I think one of them owed the other one $5 or $10 or something like that. And they couldn't resolve the issue at hand.
Right.
And very simply, one of the kids pulled out a gun and shot the other guy. And what kind of place are we if life is so cheap that over a $10 dispute, somebody, a kid, pulls out a gun and kills someone? Y'all, we got to do better than that. We got to support these kids. We've got to help instill the values in them so they respect one another and respect life. And you from time to time keep reading stories like that in the newspaper, and it just drives me crazy. And that personally led me, Rayshawn, to those kinds of stories led me to say anything that we can do to support those who are mentoring, who are instilling good values for good citizens long term. We need to get behind it and help them. So I don't know who might be listening today, but please be a mentor if you can be. But if you can't, support Lowcountry Youth Services and other mentoring groups financially. This year is really important, and let's get behind LYS and all these groups and really make a difference in our community with youth this year. Recreation programs, maybe you want to be a coach if you don't want to do a one-on-one, but let's get involved and help lead our kids along. I use this expression every now and again, Rayshawn. As mayor, I think about all these things like building a bike ped bridge or a drainage pump system or something like that. And you get this thought, oh, you're leaving a better world for our children. But, it's really more important in life to leave better children for our world.
Yes, sir.
And that's what you do. And that's what Lowcountry Youth Services does. So let's leave better children for our world. That's how we make this world a better place.
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. I also wanted to thank you for your role in this year's Empowering Mentors Fellowship Banquet, which took place at the Secret Club down at Riley Stadium. Can you talk a little bit about what that experience was like for you?
Well, that was a great experience because some of the young men and women that you've been mentoring were there. And they hit it out of the park. They were incredible, so well-spoken, so passionate. Those are the leaders of tomorrow. And if you experience that kind of impact that these young people can have now and in the future, it's inspiring. It's really inspiring. So I had a great time. I'm sorry you were a little under the weather that day.
I had COVID.
Had to get past that.
Yeah, for sure. But it was an amazing event. And I speaking of amazing events, you have an amazing event coming up. I know you didn't come on here to plug, but I want to give you an opportunity to talk about your event that you have coming up. Is it tonight? Or tomorrow?
Oh, it's tomorrow. I got a little gig. Y'all know Zandrina Dunning. She's amazing vocalist, and she put this band together. I got a music gig tomorrow evening at 5:00 at the Charleston Library Society. The musicians are getting paid, so there's a little ticket fee of $25. I'm donating my time, but it should be a lot of fun. And I'm kind of going back to some of my roots of blues and some rock and roll, but some jazz as well, and some stories along the way. So it's going to be about an hour and a half of really good music. She put together an incredible band, great musicians. So 5 o'clock, if you're not watching the UNC St. Peter's game, come on down to the Charleston Library Society at 5 o'clock down on Lower King Street tomorrow on Sunday. It should be fun.
Yeah, absolutely, Mayor Tecklenburg. Thank you so much. I appreciate you coming on. I appreciate your time. I'm not going to hold you because we're going to get to the next group. Again, thank you and Miss Sandy for all your support. We, of course, this is a fundraiser, so we're hoping that at some point today, if you have an opportunity, you make a donation to the drive so that we can reach our goal. I don't know if you know, but last year we were able to take 36 young men to Washington D.C. Based on what we were able to raise last year. Pretty much with all expenses paid, and it was an amazing opportunity. And it started right here with the Lowcountry Youth Services LYS-A-Thon. So thank you for your support. Tell Ms. Sandy I said hello. Did you have any closing thoughts before you left out?
Best of luck. I'm going to get online right now and make a donation. And if you do another trip to DC, do let me know, and I'll try to line up an extra tour or two. My brother works on Capitol Hill.
Sounds great. I love it. Thank you so much.
See y'all.
Thank you, Mayor Tecklenburg.
Have a great weekend, everyone. Thanks.
Yes, God bless you. Have a great day. All right, we're going to take him out. Thank you so much for Mayor Tecklenburg coming in. Mayor of Charleston. It's great to see elected officials so involved in what's going on in their communities. Mayor Tecklenburg has been a friend to Lowcountry Youth Services through and through, and I count it a personal honor to have him come in and take a part in today's festivities. Again, just to remind you, I got the thing on the bottom, and I guess I'll do a little ticker as well. I need to put a ticker just so we'll know where we're at. We are currently at $2,268, so $2,268. We just received a donation. Why is it moving? I don't like when it moves. But we just received a donation from somebody. I don't know who, but we're up to $2,268. And our goal again is to get to $50,000. I know that's a big goal, but I'm crazy enough to believe that we can make it. Now, our next panel is gonna be dope. It's gonna be super dope. I'm really excited about this one. These gentlemen, and I don't think we have any ladies, but if there are any ladies in the mentorship community that would like to take part in this conversation, let me know so I can send you the link. I will shoot you the link. You can join us as well, because I do want to make sure we have our ladies represented. I just wasn't able to get anyone lined up. But today I have some friends of mine from the mentorship community. They are no strangers to the LYS-A-Thon. They're no strangers to being in these spaces. They're not strangers to the work that's so important. And we're going to be having a conversation about the importance of mentorship, and why they got involved. I'm gonna go ahead and bring them on the screen. These young men are amazing, and just pillars of the community, people that I know, trust, and love. I'm going to start with my good friend Eric. I'm going this way. Eric Jackson of R3. I'm sorry, R3 Mentoring Real Results. He can explain it. Eric, introduce yourself, man.
All right, Eric Jackson. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Eric Jackson is Real Talk, Real Action, Real Results, R3 Inc. We've been established since 2011, working in the city of the Charleston area. And it's just a pleasure to be here.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Eric. Appreciate you, man. We'll go to AJ, his partner in crime. Go ahead.
AJ Davis, right now, Lowcountry Black Parents Association, established for the support and mentorship of parents and helping them realize the potential that they have in supporting their kids and getting a quality education.
Amen. Thank you so much, AJ, for joining me. And then we have Mr. Larry Thomas of TMLA, all the way out of Durham, North Carolina.
Hey, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Again, Larry E. Thomas. I'm the founder and CEO at Thomas Mentor Leadership Academy out of the Bull City of Durham, North Carolina, where we mentor young boys between the ages of 9 and 18 who are being raised by a single parent, single legal guardian, or they're being raised by their grandparents. And I'm glad to be here this morning.
Thank you so much, man. I count it a blessing just to be in these spaces. And to be able to call, you all colleagues and friends and brothers in this work. So let's get right to it, man. First of all, you are in Durham, which we have to make sure with NCAA, tournament time, home of the Duke Blue Devils,
That's right.
five-time national champion, Duke Blue Devils. Just want to go ahead and put that out there in case y'all wonder who they are. AJ, I see you. Are you a Duke fan?
I'm in the middle, man.
You're in the middle. What is the middle?
Yeah, I'm in the middle, man. Whoever can give me some tickets, man.
Okay. I'm mad at that. I'm not mad at that. Okay, cool.
But I love North Carolina Central University.
Okay. Go Eagles.
Yeah, go Eagles. I cheer for them, man.
Yeah, I'm not mad at that. That's a good middle ground right there. Go with HBCU. I love it. Yeah. All right, so let's talk about mentorship, man. This conversation is about mentorship and mentor advocacy. And I'm gonna throw it out there, and then we can sort of kick it around. But what made mentorship so important to you? Like, what made it so important to you? And anybody can start it off.
Well, I'll go first. Mentorship. Because I was raised by a single parent until my stepfather came into our lives. But I was raised by a single parent, and the men in my community, my uncles, the men in our church, not only the men, but the women in our community, in our church, and the schools. My parents knew the school. My mom knew the school teachers because she went to church with them. They see them in the local grocery store, and so me giving so much from my community, it's just in me to give back to the same boys that I was.
Yeah. AJ, Eric?
My mentoring is just to fill a void. I saw a lot of people were focused on sports and a lot of extracurricular activities and not too much on the education aspect of growing up. So we really started in the after-school space just to make sure that the kids were completing their homework and being successful in the school place. That evolved. We got to economic development, and the reason that I'm motivated right now in the space is because with the rise in the youth and drugs, youth and guns, youth and gangs, we got to pave another path. We don't talk about it a lot, but these kids are dealing with a lot of peer pressure and a lot of things that is negative in the surrounding area. So we have to present them a positive path, and that's what's motivating me now.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah. And so like these two gentlemen have said, I saw that the youth arena definitely had its individuals filling those gaps, as Eric said. But I found that in interacting and talking with parents of kids in the programs that I ran, there was a need there that wasn't being met. And we oftentimes make the erroneous assumption that mentoring is an age-specific thing. And there were a lot of parents and guardians and grandparents who needed some guidance and support. And unfortunately, we think as adults, once you get to be an adult, you know it all, you got it all, you got the tools, you can do whatever. But I found that especially when we have parents who become parents young, or they may not have had the best example in how to be a parent. They may have not seen what a nurturing, loving, supportive environment looked like. And we complain about, lack of parent, engagement or parent support, but we never ask the question as to the real why. we try to, put our particular assertions as to why parents aren't doing what they're doing. And I say, well, why not ask them? Why not engage with them? Why not see what we can do to support that, so that the mentoring that our youth get can also be supported at home? So that was my motivation, especially being a parent, and especially hearing stories of parents who were really like, I need something to help me help my child. So
yeah, similar for me. When I was, I always think back to like when I was coaching. When my son, I remember when I wasn't teaching. When my kids, like my son turned 4. I remember my son turned 4. I was waiting to like until I had a son. I had 3 daughters and I didn't have any sons. And I said, when I have a son, I'm going to play sports. I want to coach sport. My son's going to play sports. And when RJ turned 4 years old, we put him in every sport we could find. And the first thing that I noticed was, and I'm pretty sure Eric and all of you could probably get attest to this, you sign your kids up for sports thinking, okay, my kids are going to play sports. And the first thing that I noticed was every time I signed my kid up for a sport, they needed a coach. There were no, like they always asked Mr. Lewis, we have a shortage of coaches. If we don't have, parents to sign up to coach, then, we're going to have to cut the team. And so I said, okay, well, I'll coach. I coach soccer. I never played soccer. I never watched soccer. I knew nothing about soccer. So I told my team, I said, yeah, I'll coach, but understand, I don't know anything. I told them, I said, I'm going to coach you guys. And what we're going to work on is just developing ourselves, as opposed to, we're going to develop our skills. Yeah, but I'm going to be learning. I promise you, when we leave this practice, I'm going to go home and I'm going to start studying what soccer is about. And I'm going to need y'all to, when y'all come, you bring everything with you. And that was really, for me, probably the beginning to understand what the mentorship thing was, because I was in college at the time getting my elementary ed degree. Just understanding that there was this gap, there's this void of just men that can step in and fill that void, to that point that you made, Eric, like that needed to be there. So I started with coaching, then I hit the classroom, realizing that these kids, have real needs. Like the kids that are getting in trouble aren't getting in trouble because they just woke up in the morning deciding, hey, I'm gonna go cause some trouble today. No, they're dealing with real stuff and they don't have anybody that they trust to give it to and to trust with that. So from that is really where everything came from. Everything that came after is really derivative of those moments and seeing those spaces where nobody was filling the gaps. And then you have to ask yourself, if not me, then who? If not me, then who? I can't continue to wait for the next person to step in and fill that gap. So everything that y'all said is dead on. Like it's all about, filling this void, filling this gap for these young people. I want to ask this question.
Hey, Mr. Lewis, could I jump in
ahead.
right quick?
Yeah, please.
I want to just piggyback on something the brother, I think it's gentleman Eric said, and just to piggyback, what I've seen is too many programs, organizations put the programs together, but leave the parents out. And I am a believer that nothing will work. I don't care what you have in the school system. This is just my opinion. In the school system, mentoring programs, football team, youth football team, if you don't have an avenue for you to connect with the parents and the parents are involved, and those kids have an advocate and a cheerleader outside of you, somebody at home that you can connect with when this kid is not showing up, when this kid is doing things, that somebody in that home who loves that kid is going to advocate for that kid, I don't think none of this stuff is going to work. And another thing is, I witnessed it firsthand what he's talking about. We had a session for our young men. And I guess after the session, the young on the ride home, mom picked him up and they had this conversation, and about what we were talking about that day. I get a call from mom and she said, hey, I think I need that class. I need it. So what we did, we put together a parent empowerment group and we began to bring in resources to help our moms, single moms with these boys, but also help our moms deal with some of the issues that our boys were dealing with. Daddy abandonment. They didn't have, some of the parents didn't have relationships with their fathers. So I'm glad gentleman brought that up. That's all I want.
Yeah, no, great point. You had something? I thought
No, go ahead.
No. So I guess, so that's a great point that you just made about that. I want to pivot a little bit and I want to talk a little bit about this idea that there's only one style of mentorship. I know on this call, we have four different styles of programs that exist. And I sort of would like for you all to talk about your organization's approach to mentorship. And I want to start with Eric, because I know Eric, they incorporate sports, but they also incorporate like real life skills. So I want to start with Eric.
Right. So we do group mentoring. We do a lot of our mentoring is based on groups to where we have speakers come in. We have real talk sessions is what we call them. And if we have a topic, say if we have time management, we will bring in somebody from the business world to talk about the importance of being to work on time, turning in the application on time. And we kind of do it in the after school setting, so we can kind of our kids buy into getting our real talk session and our homework done before they can go to the extracurricular activities. We do have some one-on-one sessions to where we have to dive deep, but very seldom do we do that. So what we do is we try to put them in some real life situations. So when we are doing, like right now, we're doing some programming for the artisan program. So when we have 4 or 5 kids at a time, we're showing them how to be producers of artisans, but also how to sell it, how to market it. And it is a great experience because they get to bounce all ideas off of their young minds. And we also use our teens to be like junior counselors because they right there to the age that we serving. So we also provide jobs to our teens during the summer. So we try to keep that full circle of parent, child, young sibling to all work together. As a 100%, I don't say mandatory because I don't think we should have to make parents be involved, but we have 100% parent participation. Our parents buy into what we're doing. They give back. They support in any way that they can, and I think that's very important. So it's just different. We do group sessions with the parent, child, siblings, and the community. So that's our approach to the space.
Thank you for that, Eric. AJ, I know your program, the Lowcountry Black Parents Association really is forming a model that sort of is going to help mentor parents into the policy process. Can you sort of talk a little about that?
Yeah. So, we have the idea behind our approach is to help parents understand what we like to call their role and responsibility. And we use this thing now, we're kind of, shaping it out, the 3 R's: role, responsibility, and rights, right? Because just like in education, we always heard reading, writing, arithmetic, even though writing is a W. But the reality of it is, especially now, and especially with what's happening in public education and in other segments of our society, parent voice, especially those of Black and marginalized parents, is ever more important. And so one of the things that we found is a lot of times parents don't even understand what their role is. They don't understand how much power their voices carry, and they don't understand why it's important for their kids to see them actively engaged and involved beyond a sports environment. It's as someone who works in the public school system, it gets to be frustrating when we're trying to improve educational or academic outcomes, and it requires that we have parent and community buy-in, but we don't see them. And so what happens is a lot of parents, from my experience, have felt intimidated. A lot of them have felt as though they did not understand exactly what it is that they were being asked to do. And so what we do is take a lot of the technical jargon that goes into programming or education, and we break it down in a way that's relatable to parents and say, okay, here's what it is that this means. For a lot of parents, they may not understand the importance of an IEP or what that means, a 504 or what that means. They may not understand, especially in a state like South Carolina, why it's important for your child's 8th grade year for you to sit in the meeting for their IGP, their individualized graduation plan, and how that helps propel them later on down the line for opportunities. But what we also do is we also build parent capacity, because for a lot of our parents, we found that they're kind of on this treadmill where they're working, they're trying to make ends meet, and they oftentimes have very little for themselves, let alone their children. They do try to give. And so what we try to do, and the goal is to create support networks where other parents can help parents, kind of a peer-to-peer mentor type deal, where parents who understand and who are better equipped at navigating some of those complexities in education and academics can then take other parents and say, okay, here, let me show you how we can do this. Tag teaming. So if you're not able to attend a PTA meeting or a meeting at the school, this person will attend and then make sure that everybody in the cohort knows what's going on. Those are some of the simple things that we try to do. And as far as the policy piece, we as an organization are involved at the state level now with some of these anti-CRT bills that are coming out or being proposed, and their detrimental impacts to communities of color. And so right now we're pulling that information down so that we can use that to help train parents in an even more in-depth way how to be policy advocates, because they may not even believe that that's a role that they have. So I'll stop right there.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that, AJ. I really appreciate it. Larry,
Man.
Mr. Thomas, so the TMLA up there in Durham, North Carolina, what's the approach? What are the outcomes?
Yes, this is great listening to the other gentlemen explain what they do. We do group mentoring, but we have them broke down within age and grades specifics, and we have 2 mentors assigned to maybe 8 to 10 boys. But within the group mentoring, we also have individual mentoring where the individual mentors connect with the boys for deeper issues that they don't want to share in the group settings. So we still have the group mentoring piece for that. We use a curriculum called Dare to Be a King by David Miller, and it deals with surviving racism, poverty, apathy, community violence, peer pressure, police brutality, self-image, daddy rage, and decision making. And like I said, we work with these boys 9 to 18, but they must come into the program between 9 and 14. We try to catch them before they start getting into high school, but we really want them at elementary level, because as you see now, we can no longer wait to middle school, man. We have to catch these boys early. I mean, early. And just imagine, we have these boys in our program that come in at 9 years old. Just imagine the consistency of having a positive male in their lives who's going to check on them, encourage them, call them out on their mess, and continue to support the parents. And then that kid's with you from 9 to 18 years old. Just imagine that. You're part of this kid a life for 9 years. And you see the outcome on the other end, to where they've never been involved with law enforcement. Their grades are continually up in school. They go through the peaks and valleys, but you got to help get them back on track. But most of all, is connecting and making sure that the parents have support. The parents have support to be able to continue to uplift this kid, to make sure the kid shows up for events, because it doesn't make sense. And I guess it does in some instances with certain people, for us to be pouring into this young man, and we got to send him back home. We got to send him back home. And if we don't help that area, what are we doing? The home base, what are we doing? And so we focus on those areas right there. And we have a student-led board where they help us with policy. They know about things, man. They hear about stuff in school, dealing with drugs, cigarettes, smoke, different things. They keep us abreast upon. And we have a student board. They help make decisions and all the things that we do, because we truly believe at TMLA that it literally, it literally takes a village, and we're going to help the home base, everything stuff. We're going to help that home base, because it's easy to blame the parents, right? It's easy to blame people, but did anybody take the time to spend with them to educate them on those things? We have a parent group that, same as the gentleman mentioned, that goes to school board meetings, goes to these different events in the community. And, you know, if our parents are at different levels, you know, parents are going to help each other with this information. We attend, before COVID, we attended all parent teacher workshops. We attended the parent teacher meetings they had with the students. We have a confidentiality agreement. If something happened at school and mom can't leave work, one of our mentors can go to the school and be an advocate. We don't make decisions, but we just collect information and make sure we give it back to the parents, right? And I'll say this, last thing is that contrary to popular belief, a lot of our parents don't feel welcome going into the school. When they go to meet with the administrator, a lot of them don't feel welcome. So that's why we have to help bridge that.
I can piggyback on that right quick, right, John, before you go. Our program is designed for the kids 9 and 18. So when my first group of kids graduated high school, we kind of expanded because they still needed a little bit of guidance when they went to college. So we actually developed a program to help our graduates to go into the workforce, the military, and to college, just on the aspect that some of our kids still needed to be supported a little bit further. So as you grow with these kids, man, and these changing, some of the services that you provide will change also.
Absolutely. And that's the key piece, right? That's the key piece, is understanding that maybe you start in this one place and you think just doing this is enough. But if you're evaluative, if you're constantly like thinking, how can I be maximally effective, you're going to see that there's a hole even in what I do. And that's one of the things that people don't understand about this whole thing about mentorship. People think, oh, mentorship is just, I go to an event and I talk to a group of kids and that's mentorship. No, that's public speaking. And you know, no more their mentor than Eric Thomas was my mentor when he came to Charleston and he spoke at this event, which I attended and I enjoyed. I was inspired. But I can't pick up the phone and call Eric Thomas and say, you know, hey, Mr. Thomas, I'm having a really bad day. I just need somebody to listen to me and care. I can't call Mr. Thomas and say, you know, me and my mom had an argument and I'm just trying to navigate how to talk to her. Like, it's great. And I'm not, again, that's not when I say stuff like that, it's not to shade anybody who does specific things. But it's important to me that we draw a line between what's mentorship, what's youth development, and what is just an event. They're not the same thing. So when we talk about the work that Lowcountry Youth Services does, you know, we try to throw all of it into this pot and do the work. Like, you know, we have our 4 programs. We have the community-based Distinguished Gentlemen's Club mentoring program, which works for young men from 8 to 18, guides into the transitions of manhood. And then we have our sister program, the Queen's Being program, which you're going to hear a lot about later on during those panels. Works with young ladies from 11 to 15 starting next year. This year is 11 to 14. We're adding on years as the program expands because this is the first year of it. But those programs have monthly engagements, 3 monthly engagements, where we have trainings that are specific on our core competencies: college and career readiness, leadership, healthy relationships. And then we have those monthly engagements. Also, we have our parents advisory committee. What happens, which we actually have speakers that come in to talk to the parents as well during our club meeting times. That's facilitated by our wonderful volunteer staff, as well as our program directors. We have those programs cumulatively have about 80 kids that we serve on an annual basis this year. And next year, that's going to expand. We have our Young Men Rise initiative, which we actually is an in-school 10-week program, youth development program, where we push into schools. That program's in 7 schools this year, which has allowed us to work with 140 kids in the Charleston and Berkeley County school districts. And then we have our community pods that we created in partnership with the Charleston Police Department. And shout out to Chief Reynolds for allowing us to come into the Gaston Green community and create programming that allows us to work with the young men and sometimes the young women in that community. And like you guys said, it takes a multifaceted approach to do this. There's no one way, there's no silver bullet to solve the problems that exist. I want to ask y'all this question. What is the biggest misconception about mentorship that you all have seen in your time in this work?
I don't know if the other gentlemen feel the same way. I'm going to say this, and this may run counter to what some people may want to hear, but it's that everybody can and should be a mentor. I think that sometimes we can do more harm than good. One of the things, and I'll do a shameless plug for LYS and DGC, is that when you put infrastructure into training your mentors and you make sure that they understand what they're coming into and what it means to be that, it's a whole different animal. And I think that sometimes people think that, oh, well, you know, I believe kids should be, you know, better. And you may have good intentions. You honestly may have good intentions. But if you aren't someone that has the background and training, I'll use R3 as an example. You know, Eric makes sure that when he steps in front of kids and the people in his organization step in front of kids, they understand that there's a language, there's a culture, there's things. Credibility is key. And we like to think that kids, you know, don't see certain things, but they do. They pick up on when you're not authentic. They pick up on when you're talking out of your league. They pick up on when you really can't connect or relate to them and that you're just talking and oftentimes using them as a platform, you know. So I think that's probably the one misconception I see in mentoring. And I'll stop there.
My take over the last 5 years is mentors does not replace parenting. We are partners. We don't become the parent just because we're mentoring the child. That's why it's so important to have parents participate, because at the end of the day, ultimately, the parents has to make the decision for their children. In the past years, I have both great relationships with my parents, but I always refer the kids that I'm working with back to their parents. So that's why when you working with me, I have a great relationship with the mothers, the fathers, the schools, because I don't want the kid to think, well, Mr. Jackson is the end all be all. So that's, I think, was one of the big misconceptions is they think that mentors replace parenting.
Yes, I agree. Mr. Thomas.
Yeah, for me, it's and I just agree with them, and I want to piggyback on what they've been saying is, and I'll be like I said, I don't know how this is going to go over, but mentoring is not for everyone. Number one is you have to be able to love being with these boys. I'm gonna speak to the boys because that's what we're. You got to be able to be with them. So the first thing is they have to know that you love and care about them, right? And that you have to show up. You have to be consistent with them, right? And it's mentoring, training, and interviewing at the very beginning, letting this person know that here's what you're coming into, right? They have to know, because too many times we just need somebody to come in. No, but this is hard work, man. This is tough, getting calls from parents to help deal with these kids in certain ways, right? And also, I tell our mentors, when we do this work, you got to come in to love these boys, good or bad. You got to stick with them. And here's the piece. You're coming in to mentor the boys, not to mentor the mama to get into a relationship.
Ooh.
Okay. So you're not getting close to these boys to get close to mama. You are coming in here. So if that's the case, we don't want you. And like you said earlier, these kids know they will sniff you out if they know that you're not real. They will sniff you out. So that's why this mentoring is not easy. And the myth is that anybody can be not anybody can be a mentor. Right. So I'm piggybacking right off of that, man.
Yeah, and you nailed it. And I think put y'all's 2 points together. Everyone should mentor, but not everyone can mentor. Right. It's not the same thing. We all have something to offer.
But, and you know what Eric said was so true, because, and that's one of the reasons why we emphasize parent empowerment. And I love hearing that, especially from the gentleman from Durham, because too often there are organizations who they almost erase the parent role, you know, and then over time that the message that gets sent to kids, especially Black kids, is that your family unit is not supporting of you. They're not going to support you. And that's something, whether it's intentional or unintentional. I like to err on the side that may be unintentional, but mentoring is a holistic endeavor. It is a holistic endeavor. We're not here to replace parents and guardians. You know, we're here to support them. And to me, the most effective and beneficial mentoring programs make that clear from the beginning. They make that clear by letting parents know we're here to help you and not replace you.
Yeah. It's a supplement for sure, man. I definitely can attest to times where I thank God that I am a part of a child's village. You know, I got this shirt, we are a village, we are the village, which is one of our mottos as an organization. Because there's been times where a mom or a dad has called me and said, I'm calling you instead of the police. And that is an amazing opportunity to be there. Back to that point about meeting people where they're at. People assume that kids don't have problems. People assume that kids don't have struggles and that, you know, their life is so good, so why would they have any? No, they're dealing with real stuff. They're dealing with the world that we would not have been prepared for at their age. A lot of stuff that they're exposed to at 9, 10, 11 years old, we didn't become aware of until we were at least 13, 14, 15, for those of us who were grown, and some of us who were not as grown, 17, 18, 19, 20, right? So when that's the case, you know, and these kids are going through these things, like sometimes you're going to be called in when it's not, you know, sometimes it's show up to my game, just show up to my game and just cheer me on. Like, that's a great thing. But then sometimes it's mama's about to call the police because homeboy just broke something or he just assaulted somebody.
They sneaking out the house.
He's doing drugs.
Yep.
These are things that come up. And so you have to have the capacity to be able to help somebody in that situation. And help isn't always knowing what to say. Sometimes help, in the words of Ricardo Perry, is just being there, showing up, being willing to listen, and just not be a non-judgmental person in the space. Because when you can be a non-judgmental person in the space, that opens the door to being able to provide redirection for a child. Because I'm there when they're at their worst and I'm not judging them. Those times when I do have something to say, they listen because they know how much I care. Maya Angelou, people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. They don't care. I think I saw some of y'all wanting to come in, so I'm gonna break.
Oh yeah, so I think that a very important part of this mentoring space is also having relationships and collaborations with other organizations. Just like you said, Rizan, you might have that kid who might be experimenting with drugs. You know what I mean? So we got partnerships with MUSC Health for that kid to have somebody to talk to. I have great relationships with almost every basketball team, football team in my area, because I think sports is a good outlet. But I don't only just send the kids there. I am willing to be that academic component to make sure that they doing their work, doing the after school chores for the parents, what they want done. So that's the type of relationship that we have to build. We have to be able to collaborate, give the kids a lot of what they want, but we provide what they need. And that's a lot of economic development, social emotional development, and then we bring organizations to partner with that. So, everybody say it takes a village, and they think that that's cliche-ish or whatever the case may be. And I'm a big fan of that. But I also said it takes a qualified village. You just can't put anybody around kids. You know what I'm saying? So I'm a big fan of that. That's why I try to be certified in almost everything that I do. And that's just something personal, because I want these kids to know that when I'm speaking to them on a specific topic, I have knowledge in that area. So I'll close with that.
No, that's beautiful.
Yeah, but I agree. The collaboration with community, we have to shift from jealousy, competition to shift to collaboration. Because one program can't do it. I can't do everything.
Nope.
And why should I take on? And what I see sometimes is our programs are addicted to grants. Well, you're not tutoring. You know, the brother down the street has a program to provide tutoring, but you see a grant for tutoring, you're going to go after that grant and you're going to start a tutoring program, right? Why not partner with that brother? Get the grant of that organization, get the grant for tutoring, and send your kids to his or her organization for the tutoring, instead of us trying to get everything under our umbrella to where we can't do it all. We're going to have collaboration. And then, because there's no need for jealousy and competition, because there's too many kids in our communities and parents that need help from our organizations, and we have to be able to provide resources to them. There's no way we should tell a kid or a parent that calls me that I cannot help you. Your kid is aged out, but here I do know another program that would be able to assist your kid.
Yep, absolutely. Right. I love that. And that's sort of a great place for me to plug someone who, if he was not dealing with his son's birthday today, would definitely have been able to key right into that area right there about collaboration. Mr. Samuel Bellamy, the dot connector in the state of South Carolina, and it looks like to be in the state of North Carolina now as well, in terms of youth development and youth empowerment. He's the person that's really making it his personal mission to make sure that people not only know what opportunities exist in terms of mentorship, but creating a network within the state of South Carolina and the state of North Carolina where people can identify those spaces. So I want to make sure that I do take this time to just give flowers to my bro, Samuel Bellamy, for doing that work. About connecting organizations. And I love the fact that the gentlemen on this call all come from different organizations, because that speaks to our level of collaboration. I've worked individually with each of these individuals on events, on workshops. Larry spoke with our keynote speaker at our Empowering the Next Mentor Fellowship Banquet in January. Did a phenomenal job, Larry. The kids were like raving about you, and like it's that's what it takes. It takes us being intentional. I wanted to pivot back to that point about misconception about mentorship really quickly before we move into the next question. My misconception that bothers me the most is when a parent calls me and says, my child is bad, they need a mentor. That bothers me. My first response is always, every child needs a mentor. Every person needs a mentor. I'm 40 years old. I'm a homeowner. I pay my own bills. I live a pretty decent life, and I still have about 3 or 4 mentors that I reach out to almost daily, just because they're my checks. They're my checks and balances. They keep me on point. We got to get out of this mindset that mentorship is for bad kids. One,
Right.
it brings down the field. It brings down the field. And it limits our ability to be effective.
Let me say this. If there was a way I could amplify this 1,000,000 times, because that's what I think all of us have seen. We make it something, again, whether it's intentional or unintentional, it devalues mentoring. It becomes this thing. Mentored kids are the kids nobody else wants to deal with. And there's this misconception that people need to understand that just because a kid is in a 2-person household where the parents are, middle class or upper middle class, and from the outside world, they look like everything is fine. They don't need anything because, again, they have what we on the outside think is all the tools. Instead, we make it about the at-risk, the kids who have the single parents. And whether we understand it or not, we label from a deficit perspective. And so those kids internalize that. And arguably some of the people who work with them internalize that. So we've got to change our language and how we approach this, because again, when I talk to parents, I'm like, you know who you are? You're the greatest teacher your child will ever have, because nothing I will ever do, or anybody else for your child will supersede you. So your child sees you, and we need to frame that. We also need to frame that circumstances are not always permanent. That circumstances can change. It may take work, but we've got to stop with the labeling and putting people into these boxes that they didn't ask to be put in.
Yeah.
Okay, a child born into poverty did not ask to be. Their parents more than likely did not ask to be. And so what we've got to stop doing is using that as a means of, if we don't do this for them. And no, we have to, in the mentor space, and specifically folks who look like us, we are agents of healing, in my opinion. We have to learn that there's a lot of hurt in our communities. And the way to fix that hurt is to help in a healthy and meaningful way. And I'll stop there.
No,
right, man. So you nailed it, and it's just quite simple. That's why our whole message is for all students. We empower all students, and just everybody in the community. Like the people, we service kids from C students to A students, and all of them bring something to the table. You see what I'm saying? We deal with kids that's below the poverty line, and then people who are in the upper class living right now. But they all bring something to the table. So we have to, I feel like if we don't let the kids have the space to work with each other and learn from each other, it's going to make our job harder, because they learn so much from each other.
Yep.
So we just got to create the safe space for those kids.
Yeah, but we got to also look at why we speak in the language that we speak in this sector. And this is an issue for the larger nonprofit sector that we could really, that if we had time, we could really get into, which is that in order to compete for funding, you got to tell them how awful the people are that you're serving.
Right.
Come on.
I have to, y'all, listen, y'all, let me tell you about these poor black boys.
Right.
They don't got no daddy. They don't even got a mama. Everybody's on drugs. I gotta be out there, y'all. Let me tell you how poor these. Like, listen, this is something that has permeated the nonprofit sector, and it as we in the mentorship sphere begin to organize more and understand the importance of it. But those kids that are reading what's on your website don't understand that you're trying to get money to support them. I always tell my parents, if you go to our website, you will not see words like disadvantaged. You're not going to see underserved communities. You're not going to see it. And if that takes me out of the running for certain funding streams, I'm cool with that. Why? Because I want my parents to understand. I want my kids to understand that you're not in here because you're a problem I'm trying to solve. You're not a problem I'm trying to solve.
Say that again. Say that again.
Love, respect, and support. And if I give you love, respect, and support, everything else that you need, you're going to get, because you're going to buy into this process. And I love that every organization represented here, you guys do that with intentionality, you do it with purpose, and you do it with consistency, and you do it in excellence. You do it in excellence. So I want to encourage y'all in that, man. I'm sorry, now I got my soapbox a little bit, but that for me,
no, man, no.
Bad kids need a mentor. Like every kid needs a mentor, fam.
One of the problems are exactly one of the biggest things is we make a mistake to come into this with a savior mentality. With that savior mentality. No. What about assist, help, support, show some empathy, show some love, instead of this whole savior man. If I don't do it, they're gonna do this. If I don't do it, they're gonna do that. No, come in with and stop running. Stop running behind the grants. But then when you do get them, do they go back into the kids you just talked about, who gonna go do all this and that because you need the money? Now that you got the money, do you put it back in towards the kids? You see, and that other thing that we also about changing the language is changing the narrative is that I personally don't believe in at-risk youth. It's at-risk behaviors, because I know grant talk when I see it.
Yep.
I know it, and when I hear it, it's at risk for me. It's at-risk behaviors because we all are at risk from something, man. So when we label our kids. And if you label someone negativity long enough, you're going to eliminate them.
Yeah.
You label them long enough, you're going to come with reasons to eliminate them.
Yep.
And now they're going to be an afterthought.
Yep.
So, yeah.
I love it. Eric, I saw you.
Oh, no, man. I'm going to have to jump off in a minute. We got a free laundry event at the laundromat. But this is the type of conversation that's going to be continued because Rajon, we in the field. We doing this work. It's only right for us to speak up because we got to get people to understand that the narrative is changing. We know what we're doing. and basically, we all have something to learn, and we got to do it together because the funders have to understand and respect the people that's doing it on the ground. So this is good conversation.
All right. I appreciate you, my guy. Thank you so much. I appreciate you for joining me.
Have
a good day. How can they get in touch with you? How can they find your organization?
I was about to just ask you, Rashawn, can you share our contact information amongst us?
Yeah, yes, I got you.
Most definitely. It's my website is www.THER3INC.org. And what I'll do, Rajon, is I'll make sure I send you all the information. So as you're going through the day, you can just put it out. And so the people can reach out to me.
You said THER3.org?
INC.org. R3inc.org.
All
right. And Rashawn, can I make this last thing before I jump off?
Oh, please do.
Yeah, I want to just tell everybody that's out there listening, right? If you can't mentor, you don't have the time to mentor, right? And that's respectable. But find a way to support the organization in your community, right? You can donate to them. You can say, hey, man, you know what? If you need water or some type of food for an event, whatever you need, let me know. I can reach out to you. But good organizations like our brother, Mr. Lewis, is running Lowcountry Youth Services. Donate to them in many ways, and they would be very appreciated. I have enjoyed this time with you, my brother. Thank you for this opportunity, and definitely we'll be in contact.
Pat, thank you so much, Mr. Larry.
Let's call me Larry.
Larry. What is your website so you can find information about your site?
Website is tmlacademy.org. tmlacademy.org, and we're on Facebook at TML Academy, Twitter at TML Academy, and we're at Instagram at official TMLE.
Man, listen, I appreciate you, Mr. Larry. This has been a great conversation. I definitely want to also plug what you and Sam are doing with y'all's Mentor Connect conversations. Can you talk a little bit about that before you jump off?
Yeah, every third Tuesday of the month at 8 p.m., Brother Sam and I, the connector, we host just a live chat with organizations who's mentoring, whether you're selling books, you're authors. This is for men, women, youth, anyone who want to jump on that call. And I'll get with Sam and we'll put out some information through the social media channels. But just to come on and have a conversation, how do we serve and give back to our community? Because at the end of the day, this is not about us. And I like that something I think I heard on here earlier that I think the mayor said it's about helping these programs and correct me if I'm wrong, Rashawn, how you said it, about making the kids better instead of the program better. I caught the last.
Leaving our better children for our world. Instead of leaving a better world for our children, leaving better children for our world.
I like that. So that's where we at, and support the organizations and jump on that call and more information to come out.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. And I'll definitely send you Eric and AJ's information. That's part of the squad. So we're always in connect. We're always in cahoots.
All right, man. Well, thank you so much. And you have a great day in your fundraiser, and God bless you.
God bless you. Thank you so much, Mr. Larry. Be good, man.
Have a good day. All right. Take care.
Yes, sir. You too. All right, man. Listen, this is what we're doing all day long. This is what we are doing all day long. Let me put my little banner back up. Thank y'all so much again for joining us today. This banner is just a little bit wrong, but I'll fix it while we're in the break. But yeah, so today is the LYS-A-Thon. We are currently sitting at $2,318 raised. I want to thank Eric Jackson, Mr. Larry Thomas, and Anjanae Davis for being a part of this discussion today. It was great to hear that discussion. I saw a lot of comments. I want to make sure that I do go back to the comments. Well, I want to know what you guys' thoughts were about the conversation. Put your comments in the comment section, and I'll be glad to share them. What were your thoughts? What were your takeaways? I just want to go back through just any takeaways that you may have from that conversation. One, they wanted to know how to get in touch with the program. Anjanae's program was the Lowcountry Black Parents Association. I want to say it's lbpa.org. And he's also on Facebook under Lowcountry Black Parents Association. Eric was R3 program. You can find them at, he said, the r3inc.org. R3 program. They also do the 2020 program that they do with the at the North Charleston Recreation Center. And then Mr. Larry Thomas is with TMLA, the Thomas Mentor Leadership Academy. I want to say that's what it is. But go check them out, tmla.org. Just tmlacademy.org. Check them out as well. Just a few more comments I'll read through. And again, if you have any comments that you've got for these previous sections, please feel free to add them. Amazing men and amazing programs, absolutely. Yes, we need to connect and see them in action, absolutely. Everyone should be a mentor. That was a point that was made by Anjanae Davis. Thank you so much. Great conversation. Charvis Wood, he's going to be on our next panel, so we'll hear from him in a second. Meet them where they are. Definitely mentoring is meeting kids where they are. Very, very, very good. Partnerships and networking bring us all together. We got to do this together. We cannot do it alone or in a vacuum. So absolutely. Good point. Such a valid point. So apparently we're making valid points. Dignity from Latoya Lewis. Thank you so much to my beautiful wife for making that comment. She'll be on the next panel as well. Let's see. Our board chair, Jamie Beards, who will be on a little bit later. She says, I love how those men focused on the parents and giving them the tools to really building them to be their child's best advocate. That's the best thing we can do, Jamie, is to make sure we're providing these tools so that they can be their child's best advocate. So great point. Great point. All right. It is now 11, which means we're moving into our next session. Before we go into that session, we're going to watch another video while we're waiting on a couple more people to come in. Give me 1 second while I pull that video up. But that's not the video I want right there. I want, sorry, pulling it up. Lowcountry Youth Services, youth.org. Let's go to lowcountryyouth.org. Pulling up the video, and I see people coming in the background. Thank y'all. Y'all are dope. Love you. Appreciate you. This is the one I wanted. Oh, this me. All right. Let's go here. I see Ken in the background. I see Rich. I see y'all. Thank y'all for joining us. I'm gonna do a quick video, and then we're gonna go into Chinatown. Lowcountry Youth Services. I want this link. Give me the link. Paste and go. That's the one I wanted. No. All right. Sorry, y'all. I'm bugging. All right. Here we go. And you're gonna see some familiar faces once we get started. So here we go. Start over. Lowcountry Youth Services is a unique place. We are an organization that's Black founded, Black led, and Black serving, and we have been since our founding in 2008. One thing that we take pride in is the fact that we don't stigmatize our members. We bring every child in that possibly can be a part of our organization, and we do everything we can to give them individually what they need to be successful.
The positive effect that has happened on my son with this program, I decided I want to be a lot more involved. And now we are officially out here. Queens Being is ready to rock and roll. And I'm just excited to be able to lead under my executive director and be able to put something out here in this community.
My favorite thing is when you connect with a person and something that people would look at as minor or trivial turns out to be something that really is monumental. It's just really the connection. Once you connect with that person, then everything else just falls, it's easier to deal with, easier to do.
We focus on positivity, being that positive role model in the youth's lives.
Being a part of Lowcountry Youth Services has given my children a sense of security. It has given them a place where they can come to. It's given them a place where they can gain knowledge and grow from.
I've seen kids graduate and start families, go off to college, join the military. Just seeing the influence that we have had on their lives that could have definitely went in a different direction brings warmth to my heart, just to know that I am impacting them by surrounding them with love, surrounding them with patience, surrounding them with consistency that has really allowed them to flourish and succeed.
It's one thing to have people that you can go to, but it's another thing to have people that that you can trust to go to, people that are there for you, no doubt. And that is without a doubt what this program has been for me, what it has shown, what it's done for me, and I love it.
We take pride in surrounding every young person with a positive village. The village is not just the kids, it's not just the mentors, it's not a one-to-one thing. It's an all of us thing. It's an all-in, it's a family thing. And so if you want to have that opportunity to be exposed to that positive relationship with positive adults, positive children, positive families, Lowcountry Youth Services is the place for you. All right, so that was just a little video montage about what we do here at Lowcountry Youth Services, how we serve the community. And this next panel, actually, so I'm gonna be handing over hosting responsibilities to my aces, my people who keep me in check. Monica Scott, who's our program director for the Queens Being Initiative, as well as Mr. McKendrick Dunn, who's our program director for the Distinguished Gentlemen's Club. I'll be here behind the scenes, just making sure that things still run smoothly, but they're going to be taking it for the next few hours. So hope y'all enjoying it. We will be doing our checks. We'll be letting y'all know we are currently at, let me double check. We are at, oh dang, I had it all figured out. All right, boom. We are at $2,348. We got another donation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So we are, again, pushing towards our goal of $50,000, and y'all can help us get there. Please share this video. If you're watching, we know you can't watch all 90 hours of this, however long this thing's gonna last, but whatever you can offer, please donate, watch what you can, share, let people know about this. We will be on until at least 5 p.m. Maybe I get to 5 p.m. and realize I got a little extra boost of energy and do some more time because we're getting close to the goal. But we'll see. But I'm going to go ahead and just first I'm going to bring on McKendrick Dunn, who is our program director for DGC, and Monica Scott, our program director for Queens Being. And first of all, how are y'all doing? Y'all good?
Oh, yeah. Doing great this morning.
I am awesome. Awesome sauce.
All right. All right. Are y'all ready to take over?
We got it, Rez. We got it.
We got it. Let's
Bravo.
do it.
All right. So with that being said, I'm going to hand it over to them, and then they're going to take it from here for our next panel discussion, which is going to be for LYS mentors. Enjoy.
Hey.
What's up?
Monica, how you doing this morning?
I'm great, man. It's beautiful outside. Today is LYS-A-Thon. What else can you ask for?
Yes, absolutely agree. Last year's event was a super successful one. I expect this one to be the exact same. I'm feeling real good today. Feeling real good. So how about this? How good do you feel? Like if you had to express how you felt in a song or express the organization in a song or something, do you have a song that is that's just been motivating you and pushing you or just in your head?
You know what? I got a perfect song. Hold on 1 second. Let me let you hear it. Hold on.
Okay, I want to hear what you got.
Because we winning, baby.
We winning.
We win. Because we winning over here at LYS.
Hey.
Let me stop before I start getting myself in. I'm sorry.
Woo.
I'm sorry.
Hey,
That's
I know
why
how
I'm
it is.
because we winning. But I digress because I was about to get in for a second. What song you got over there? Because that's how I'm feeling over here. Is we winning.
We winning, let me think. So I went back. I thought about a song that came across my mind when I think about LYS. And rest in peace with my buddy Nate Dogg. Nobody does it better. Nobody does it better than us.
Come on, kids.
They can come close. Original, they
never
would be. Hey, listen, we're gonna be from coast to coast before you know it.
Come on,
listen, they ain't ready. They ain't ready.
Stop.
They ain't ready.
Stop.
Nobody does it better.
Who you? Woo. Boy, you trying to take us there,
hey,
boy.
I had to dig in the crates for that one.
Calm down. Let's calm.
For that one. Nobody does it better.
You did that, man. You did that.
All right. So what we got going on today? We have who we have first? Our mentors.
Our mentors. Yes.
All right. So we want to bring our mentors in that are part of the panel discussion.
Yes. Today. Come on in, my lovely mentors. Hey, what up,
hey.
You already know how we do. We get live.
We get live. Loving it. Woo! All right, so we're gonna let the ladies go first. Monica, you want to allow your folks to introduce themselves?
Yes, mentors of Queens Being. You go ahead and introduce your lovely selves.
I'm sure.
Anyone can start.
Hi everyone. I am mentor. My name is Tanika, but I go by T.
Hey, T.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Latoya Lewis. I'm also a mentor and the PAC coordinator for LYS.
What up, Toya?
Good morning. My name is Tanisha, and I'm also one of the, let's see, can you see my shirt?
Yeah, show that shirt.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. Now passing it to the fellas. Gentlemen, please introduce yourselves. Go for it.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Richard Gibson. A lot of guys call me Mr. Rich. I'm the middle school grade coordinator for DGC, and we get live. That's what we do.
Get live. All right. Next
Hello,
up.
everyone. Good morning, everybody. My name is Tamarick Footman. I'm a junior mentor for the LYS, and it's a great honor to be here.
Yes, sir. Glad to have you on.
My name is Jarvis Wood. I'm one of the mentors with the elementary school grade level.
Outstanding. Glad to have you on board.
Glad to be here.
So we got, just a nice little conversation. Everybody's relaxed. We're going to have a little fun. But we just want to pick y'all brain just a little bit as mentors because, again, without our mentors, we're not able to reach or impact the kids that we have. So I just want you all to be able to put your 2 cents in and let people know what it is about when it comes to Queens being DGC. So I'm gonna start with one of my ladies, I said Miss Latoya, because Miss Latoya, you're the OG, triple OG. So you've been around for a minute. So I just want to know from your standpoint, how is mentoring impacted not only from your point of view, the kids or the girls, but as well as your own family, your own life? Because I know your family has been, again, OGs, a part of this organization for a minute. So give me your input on that.
Oh my gosh, that's a really good question. So I would say I'll start with the family first. Our family, I think, has been impacted by growing by numbers. Like we said so many times already this morning, like LYS is a family. We've grown. Our children have grown. My husband has always said like he wanted more than one boy, and now we have, I can't even count how many at this point, by family members as far as like, mentors. My sisters with Queens Being, I feel like we've been impacted by growing and having people to be able to bounce things off of, whether that's, parental advice or, how we're struggling, as parents with our children or whatever it might be. Is being able to have like a listening board and a sounding board, not just, with your immediate family or immediate friends, but with other people. And I would say as far as like my kids are concerned, the same thing. They have people that they can, look to for protection or, to talk to if it's not my husband and I. And I'm grateful for that. So they have, more people to talk to and more opportunities to be able to get things out that they may not have been able to before.
Awesome. You, like I said, it's awesome how when you go into something, especially those who don't know, I came out as a parent first, but when you start going into the mentoring room, because it's a little different, because now you're looking from a standpoint of you're guiding a young woman or man or a young man, and you're able to impact them in a different realm versus just being a parent. Now you're mentoring. So Tanisha, I'm gonna just ask you kind of the same question, but you also coming from as a parent first, but now you're mentoring young ladies. How does mentoring for you impacted you in your life when it comes to mentoring our girls? And what have you seen in some of the girls that we mentoring, how that has mentoring impacted them from your standpoint?
Thank you for having me. So thank you while I soak this in and think. And so, yes, as you had stated, I came on first as that parent and then jumped right into the mentoring. So I did it all. I'm doing it all. And like you said, that guiding aspect of mentoring and doing that. And so just, I know with the last session that I presented for the girls, the opening up, the talking, the family. And as we do that more often, you will start to feel that family connection with everyone, the share, and just the warm feeling that it brings me as a mentor, because it's like the work is being done. You kind of like stir up the pot and let everybody else do the rest and go here, and and it all works out well. And so you guide as you need to. And so the outings that I've been on with the girls, they open up more, share more. I'm learning their world, technology and TikTok and all that. And so it's kind of like, hey, tell me what your favorite song is, or, whatever. So I can inundate myself with their world to see their perspective and then be able to move with them through their world, that guiding. Look, my world was good. It's gone, but really learning who they are, immerse with them, for them to trust me and get to know me, and for me to be able to guide them as needed. So it's great. I love my experience so far.
Awesome. I don't want to take over, Ken. You
no.
We can go in now. We can go in.
Oh, but I do want to kind of pass that similar question to one of my OGs, Mr. Charvis Wood, to talk about the good old days, man, when we first started out and how you got involved. And man, we talking about, going back to the early 2010, 12 days, man. So tell me how you got involved. Talk to the people.
Oh man, wow, you went there. Me and OP Officer Perry at the time, we just had a particular vision, and for me, mine initially was a little I don't want to say underhanded, but I looked at the young. I had a daughter. I was a single father, and I wanted to have an impact initially on the type of man that she would meet when she gets older. And my thought was, if I can begin to impact young men now at that age, you just never know. But as we began continuing to grow the organization, the program, it became much bigger than that. So when Toya, Ms. Lewis, mentions the family aspect of it and all of that, like I totally feel that, because it really is, like, once you're in, you're in. Like there's no one. It's really a village. It's a family. Everyone's cousins and brothers, sisters, and that feel that you get, you take it home with you. They call you, you call them. It's really a super big family. And years later, we're still growing it. We're still a family. And as you mentioned, as people, our young men, our young brothers and sisters, they grow up and begin to have families and careers. They stay in and they reach back and do the same thing. So it's just, yeah.
So you were part of like one of the very first meetings back in the day, right?
Yeah, the very first one over at Daddy Jones. It was actually back in 2008. Yeah.
That's awesome. So how do you fast forward? Now you have a son.
Yes. I have a son, a junior. And the awesome thing was he's in the program. And I remember when we started getting like shirts for the organization, Ricardo and I was able to get him. They were like 1 year old, not even a year old, our sons. And I was able to get them shirts. And I told Ricardo, I said, listen, I said, our sons are going to be in this program and they're going to be able to be a part of it and not just be our sons, but our brothers in this work. And this past year, I was able to not only allow my son to be in the program, but help him see him be inducted. And that was a tearjerker for me. So it was awesome, man. It's beautiful.
It's amazing to hear the stories behind why people got into mentoring and what has kept them in for as long as they've been a part of this family. Because I had a similar experience as Charvis. I joined in 2010, really because my son found out about the program at school, brought it home, asked more questions about it. I went and met OP, Ricardo Perry, and we partnered up, and and here we are, almost 12 years later. still engaged, still doing it, and still pushing this program forward. So Rich, similar question for you. What got you hooked into mentoring?
Hey, thanks for having me, and it's always a pleasure to be with the team, the village. What got me hooked into mentor was two things. One, growing up in a broken family. Well, it started off in a family home where my parents were together. Then all of a sudden, around age of 9, my parents got divorced. So my only father figure at the time was my father, and then once that disappeared, it was like hard for me to connect with any guy. And I went through a whole bunch of emotions trying to figure out what kind of guy I am, what kind of man I was supposed to be. So it's just been like a whole turbulent type deal for me at an early age, trying to filter through my mom's going through divorce, her feelings, and my brothers and sisters. So it was a lot going on. So I met one guy, and he got me hooked at just identifying who I was and just knowing who I was becoming. And he told me that no matter what, you are special, no matter what, you are valued. So when I got to Charleston, South Carolina, I worked for Department of Defense, and I met Shonda Johnson, and she was telling me about DGC, and she was telling me, hey, there's a great. He was talking about my brother's keeper, and she was like, DGC is a great opportunity for you to connect with other guys that you can share your story with. So once I got connected with her, she told me to meet with Rez, sit down, talk with Rez. And I don't know if Rez remember this, but I met Rez at Starbucks on University Boulevard, and we sat down, we chatted up, and from then it was like connection. So it's been a pleasure just to be able to get connected with these guys, and it's been humbling because every kid has a different story, every kid has a different mindset, every kid has a uniqueness about themselves, and being able to learn from them and connect with the village, it's been a blessing. It's been eye-opening. So I've been with DGC now with 4 years now. This is crazy. Years going by fast, but man, it's just been a blessing being able to watch these kids grow, these young men, these young women growing from challenges into conquering these challenges, and watching the mentors around you building that bond, brother sisterhood. It's just been a blessing. I'm humbled to be a part of it.
Awesome. Tim, are you good on that end, man? You got your sound right?
I'm good.
All right. You may need to get a little bit closer to the mic. Make sure we hear you okay.
You can hear me now?
Okay. Yeah, you're good. You're good. All right. So, Tim, you're one of our junior mentors. You were a member in the organization for several years. So tell us about your experience.
My experience was amazing. I got to hang out with some of the members that are here, or there, excuse me. But something told me that I wanted a mentor. After I graduated, I said maybe I want to come back to the DGC, because me as that I was a member. I got to hang out, go on the retreats. And it just dawned on me after I graduated. I mean, something like really told me what would make me a better person, a better young person as I am, is to want to mentor other young men at my age, or not my age, but I'm saying younger than me, or below me. Like I as I was growing up, I was in like situations that I couldn't really think that I had trouble in. Basically, if nobody knows me, I have a history that no one knows about, but I'm actually special needs. But over the years, it's been hard for me to decide what I wanted to do in life. So I had to embrace it. I had to embrace that I am, me. I can, do anything in life. So what told me is that yeah, sure, I want to mentor. I want to teach and learn from the best, like from Mr. Dunn or Mr. Richard or Mr. Jerome, like any of those like before me. I want to learn from the best, and those who I said mentioned like they're my influencers. People that I can trust. So as I sit here before you, it's good that I want to influence and be a part of this program still to this day. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Tim. That
You're
is,
welcome.
we appreciate your honesty. We definitely enjoy having you around. You're definitely a joy, a blessing to us, and you're always fun, man. We're gonna keep pulling you in too, and making sure you ride our coattails until you become mentor of the year.
Okay, I would love to.
Yes.
So from there, so Monica, we can talk a little bit about our background. So I'll let you start if you would like, just to talk to the people about why you got involved in mentoring and how it all started for you.
Yeah. So for me, I started out as a parent, being a parent volunteer. My son, who is currently still a mentee for DGC, Mr. Dwight Hayward, who should be looking and watching my baby. Shout out to my boy.
Put him on blast.
Shout out to our boy. But we both came in together. And to be honest, like I told a couple of mentors, my plan was I wanted him to have a mentor in his life. As a single parent, you want to make sure that, as women, we can't be a man. We can't show them how to be a man. We can do our best to raise our boys the best way we can as women, but it's important to have a male role model in their life. So that was my intentions, was to make sure that I cover that base of making sure he had a male role model in his life and that he can actually develop relationships with other young men his age. So that was the mindset. However, when you mess around
with people like
you see LYS people, you tend to get caught up in the work itself. And I've always had a heart for helping people and to I guess mentor people. I've always wanted to help people and build people up, but I never thought I would do it in this type of village. So with the love that we have, which is unconditional, with the passion that we have in developing and creating activities and opportunities for these kids to grow and to be molded. I love that stuff. I love it. And it gets contagious enough where you just be like, yo, what can I do? Yo, I want to do that. Okay, what you want me? You get caught up like that. And I got caught up in the whirlwind somehow to the point that now I am program director of our girls program, Queens Being, who shout out to my girls at QB. If you're on here, I love you and I miss you. But you should be able to see a few of them in a little minute. So stay tuned. But I got caught up in that way because, again, when you start recognizing that this is more about them and not about you, it's rewarding. So I pretty much that's how I got caught up in all of this. And I don't regret none of it. I am blessed to have an extended family. This is my second family. This is my peoples that, I'll ride or die for. And I love my kids. I love my boys because, again, first, before it was QB, it was my boys. Shout out to my boys at DGC. I love y'all. But But yeah, that's pretty much, like I said, I come from a background of being a case manager for Molina Healthcare, but which I'm currently full-time there working with senior citizens. But when it comes to mentoring, it started here right at LYS. I've grown, and it's developed me into a woman that wants to give more to our community, especially to our young women of the Lowcountry. So I think I answered your question, right, Ken?
Yeah, you did.
Answer your question.
A little bit of history. Oh, okay. I mean, I can answer as well. When I think about mentoring and how I got involved, I actually think that mine started years ago. So when I first started my professional career, a young lady took a chance on me because I got out of college, didn't have any experience at anything. She took a chance, hired me, started the job, and also asked me to be more involved with the community. So I joined an organization back then called Junior Achievement. Junior Achievement provided like economic guidance for middle and high school kids. So they gave us time during work to go into classroom settings and do lessons. And I didn't realize how much I enjoyed it, but I did that for years. And then I actually, at the same time, excuse me, got more involved in my church. And my father was the director for our Rural Ambassadors program at Baptist Church in Augusta, Georgia. He brought me on, he stepped down, groomed me until I became the director of Rural Ambassadors, which again was all about the young males in the church, giving them structure, giving them guidance, leading them. And I did both of those things until I moved to Charleston. And when I came here, I felt the void. And when Akil, my son, came home waving this paper talking about DGC something, 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 I said, well, let me find out more about it. And I met Ricardo Perry, I met Charvis, and I've just been involved ever since. I've actually served in capacities from being on the board, being the treasurer. I mean, literally from, one position to the other, bouncing back and forth, but never losing touch with the connection to the kids. That's where the work happens. That's where the influence happens. We've always embraced this tagline that, time equals influence. And we've always tried to commit as much time to these young men as possible because we know that they were going to be influenced by something. So why not us? So I stayed involved. My son stayed in until he graduated. He's graduating from college this year. And it's just been an amazing journey to see the young men that have been in this program and all the things, that they're doing with their lives, today. So, and that's what keeps me in, like seeing these things happen, seeing them grow, seeing them become adults. So I guess that would kind of be my next question for the panel. What motivates you? What makes you want to stay engaged with the program? So let's start with Rich.
Well, real quick. Sorry, Rich.
Sorry.
It's okay, Rich. Can Tanika answer first and then you answer next? Let me get her in.
Hey, you all. What keep me involved or motivated with the children is because being a single parent and my son, needing that guidance and that direction, I'm like, maybe it's this young female that need the same thing. So when I meet with the girls and I see as they develop and they grow and we connect as family, that motivates me to become a better person as well for them so that I can show them the path and then guide them on the correct path of life.
I like that. Go ahead, Rich. You can piggyback.
Man, how can you answer or follow that? Like, she's past the offering plate. Golly, she just ministered. Yeah. What keeps motivating me is just, it's humbling just to be around those who are like-minded and want to see growth in our youth. Just to watch the eyes of the kids when they're struggling and they hit that light bulb and they're like, oh, I'm getting it now. Like that energy, that drive, that motivation in them to want to grow and want to be better. It challenges you to want to be better. It challenges you to want to take the next step into being, the best version of you. Also, you're not alone. You're not alone. So when we're operating in our meetings, we're operating in our, our get-togethers and trips. Somebody, you may have a little struggle in that the kid may have feel it, and they might even minister to you. You just never know. It's just a big family. And we have our ups, we have our downs, but we're doing it together where, society wants you to be a part. Where this organization, this village is like, no matter what, we're gonna figure this out together, and we still are able to be who we are called to be, and we are able to, just enjoy life. So this is what keeps me motivated. The mentors keep pushing me. It's like a give pull, give pull, give pull. So I love it. That keeps me going. It helps me learn.
Awesome.
Me personally, if I had to think about it, I've been mentoring for a minute, and there's moments you get burnt out. And if I'm being transparent in this moment, when I look at our current leader, Rajon, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I mean no disrespect when I say this. I don't know how he does it, but he does it, and he do it really well. And when you see that, it's hard not to keep going, right? When you have that kind of hands-on leadership that's actually doing, not just saying, like you want to be, connected to that still, and you want to go the extra mile when you can. So stuff like that also, it just helps me go forward after all this done.
Awesome. Interesting story. When Rajon came on board, I was like, who is this guy with all this energy who need to sit down somewhere? That was my response. I pulled OP to the side and said, hey, I don't know about this guy.
It was so contagious. It's so contagious. You can't like, what are you on? Like, settle down for real.
But it was interesting, right? Because, one thing about my relationship with Ricardo Perry was I was never that guy who would just sit back and be like, yes, that's great. Yes, let's do this. Yes, that sounds perfect. I'd be the first one to say, nope, that sounds like a terrible idea. And these are reasons why. And unless you got a plan, I ain't supporting it. I'm not a yes man. I carry that same energy to Rajon because don't get me wrong, said all the right things, but it was how are we going to get there? So for me, I'm always going to challenge the mentors, my leadership, to make sure that when we are going to produce a product, it's going to be a good product, right? It's going to be representative of who we are and what we do. So I didn't have a problem with challenging Rez. He didn't have a problem, kind of accepting who I was and making sure that because I was a little bit protective of the brand from its beginning because I was with Ricardo since 2010. And then here comes Rez 2016, 2017. Like, man, this dude has all this energy. Tone it down a little bit, buddy. But the reality is it just needed to be channeled, right? And we needed to understand each other. And since then, it's a great relationship. And I don't doubt him. When he says he's going to do something, he has a plan behind it. He has a vision behind it. And this is how we've gotten to where we are today. So it was always meant to be that we would be in this place right here. Like, we have grown in ways that I would have never thought or seen. And I know as a parent, as a member, a mentor, program director, I'm proud. I'm proud to be part of the program. I'm proud of the leadership we have with Rajon, Jamie, our board chair, all the family, the mentors. It is definitely rewarding. But my next question, or Monica, you had another question, I believe.
Oh, you give me the mic now, Ken? I had the mic because you were just going, I was nice enough to say, hey, Ken, I'm just messing with you.
Oh, behave. Behave. Come on now.
This our family.
We do this all the time. We do it all the time. And I guess I got a quick story. I got a quick story, and then I'm going to ask my question.
Okay.
Those who know, DGC is predominantly, LYS started just as DGC. So it's predominantly male. So when I come up in the scene, talk about Queen Bee about to be in here too. They were loving. Don't get me wrong. Everybody was loving. Everybody. I guess that was kind of like the part for me that was kind of nerve-wracking for me because I wasn't sure how I was going to come in. Even though these are my brothers and we have, developed relationships over the years because of me volunteering and working with them. But it's a little different when you come in and you're developing a girls program now amongst a predominantly male organization. So with me and Ken, I've always been cool with Ken, but now that we're both program directors working together, there has been some funny moments, which I ain't gonna go too much in it. but I will say over the time working with him as well as Rajon, because they're like my brothers, so it can be a little different trying to develop a program with two males by you. Kind of, they know what you can do. They know what you can do. They know you're capable of doing it. But it's you having to see that as well. So I will say just not really going too much into any stories, but just the fact that over this year itself, how my brothers have really helped me to develop my identity in this process, as well as help me to be assertive in bringing out Queens being in the low country, as well as being able to speak that is to speak those things of this organization or of this program to others in the community. They have really pushed me and helped me to verbalize those things and just help me to not be afraid to stand where I am. So I love Ken. I love Rajon. Like I said, they push me hard, y'all. So if you see me sometimes, I put a smile on my face, but sometimes I be crying. I'm just kidding. No, but they're really cool people. And I just want to let y'all know, whenever anyone comes into this organization, you're going to be loved, but you're also going to be pushed in a direction that we know you're capable of going into. And I just want to give kudos to everyone that has been a part of my life as well as my son's life. And those who, like I said, my son, he is evolving in such a way because of this organization that I am fully indebted into this organization. So my question would be going out to my ladies first, because again, y'all parents too, that started out first before you became mentors or any distinctive position. So how would you say, or if you could give me a word that will explain what relationship looks like here at LYS? If you could just give me a word, or if you want to explain it, totally up to you. Anybody, Tanisha or Latoya?
You said what relationship looks like.
What does relationship look like at LYS? Is there a particular word?
There's many words. I mean, first and foremost, like we said, it's family. Being able to correct people and then being able to take that criticism because of the relationship we have with the kids, with the family members. We are a community. We are the village. So it's the village. That's my word, the village, the family.
Yes. Tanisha.
I would say or a feeling that I have, where has this been on my life? This is home, right? This is home. The relationship that, I've been looking for this for a long time, probably for myself and for my child, because I can't do it all. And female perspective with 4 males in the house, including daddy, over. So, okay, I need somebody else who's going to be able to say the same things from a male perspective for my 13-year-old son, and to have that. I can be as supportive as much as I can as a mom, as a female, pull myself out and try to be the social worker to my son. Can't do that. Can't do that to your own kids, and it's this is where that village comes in. So, I'm home, the feeling of home. Home is not always perfect. When you gather with family, you're going to have ups and downs and challenges, but they make you grow. They should make you reflect and think. They should push you. Because Monica, you are gently pushing me a little bit. I'm so good to give to others, help others, and push them, support them. But when it comes to myself, it's not there. So I see you, Monica, doing that and giving me that sisterhood that I have an older brother. I don't have a sister, and that bond that I've never really had, growing up. And so family, I'm at home. I'm home, and we're here to help each other through everything. And it doesn't matter. You still love each other, even though you hate each other, dislike each other, but you're home, your family, and just that connection, that relationships. It's all about relationships. And if we can do it together, then those we are mentoring can see it happen as well. And it just makes it that much more powerful, because it is this, and it will be this. But that's okay, because we're humans. But it's all about the relationships and coming back and what we do with that.
Gotcha.
So with that said, my question is, why is it important for you to show up? Like, why is it important for you to show up for these young men and young women in the program? Jarvis, what do you say?
Man, so it's important because that's the first thing, one of the first keys that's going to allow you to even form that relationship, being their consistency, right? Them seeing that, because sometimes, all kids don't come from a troubled background or different things like that, but there are certain things that are universal, and just showing up and just allowing someone to be silent, even though you're talking to them or whatever the case may be, like that matters.
Okay. Rich, anything to add?
Yeah, I'd like to add on to that. It's powerful. To the point to you just never know if we all like to go by if you're in the right place or where you right where you need to be is the key to anybody's success. You never know who is struggling, who may need a smile, who may just need you to be, just like Charles says, be right next to them, because we struggle through so many things. We go through so many different challenges, and you never want to feel alone. So it's important to show up, because when you show up and you consistently show up, the kids like you building that trust. You building something that they've been longing for, may have been longing for a while, and they just need somebody to lean on. So yeah, I think it's important just to build trust.
So, quick question, Rich. What would we consider like a favorite moment or a favorite time that you had with the boys that you would like to, let the people know of your experience? Like, give us your favorite time or interaction that you had with the boys.
Oh man. So being very transparent, my favorite moment is when DGC went to Washington DC. We had that trip, and the plan was to go to African American Museum, to go to the Monument Mall. There was so many things that we had to do, and just a moment of controversy, just to enlighten everybody. We had an incident with one of the guys, some of the guys, and they didn't see eye to eye. There was a lot of, as boys do, they have their bickers, they have their fights, and what was so powerful about it, the night before, we had a real talk. We had a real talk where we got in this small conference room. Now, mind you, we had about how many kids? About 75 boys, maybe overshooting the number. But we had a lot of boys, and we got in this one conference room. And the boys were surrounded, the mentors surrounded, blocking the door. To me, that's signifying right there, where your mentors are blocking the door and also guarding the door as a sense of protection. We sat down, we just started asking some questions. One question were, tell me how you feeling. Tell me how you're feeling about, where you are in life. Are you hurting? Do you feel like your parents are here? And do you feel like anybody's there to respond to you? With one guy starting off where he was with his mom or with his current living, it opened up so many doors for the kids to just start pouring out the hearts, to where there was tears in their eyes. Mentors had tears. There was it was a sense of connection that was like, it was powerful. It was like we were reaching each other. Despite being this big city, we had, a little altercation. From that moment on, from that altercation with the boys, it went to a whole nother level. By the end of the trip, everybody was like super brothers, like best friends, to where they were laughing, they're joking, they can, talk about anything that was bothering them. And then even after the fact, let me back up a little bit more. Once we had the issue, we came together as men to say, all right, you know what? We're not going to allow this to happen to our boys. And we sat down, we talked to each and every boy that was having problems or having an issue, and we got a story. We came up with a solution, and we said, hey, at the end of the day, we're here for you. Where it's so much in society where if there was a trouble, it's easy to cast them out to the world and say, you know what? You're the problem, and we're not going to deal with you anymore. So it was so powerful just to sit there and listen to these guys, air out their grievances, and then come back to each other and say, you know what, I love you, and still be able to hang out with each other. I think that was more powerful to me, even watching the growth from our mentor. Like, I believe our mentorship, our mentors got closer together, and not only the boys got closer to us, the mentors got closer. It was just an overall powerful trip from going from just visiting different powerful places to building a powerful relationship, carrying us over. Like, I have a huge respect for a lot of the boys in there of DGC.
Awesome. That question is open to anyone, especially if you have any stories or any special moments that you would like to expound upon. QB, I know it's our first year, and I know we already have some great moments already that we have created with our girls. So please, anyone can answer that question.
I would highlight one of our earlier outings. Initially, in the beginning, we used to always take the boys to Myrtle Beach every year. And we started this thing called the treatment. And don't laugh, kid. We did pranks on each other. And one of the pranks, it was on the edge. And one of the mentors got a hold of the boys, and this particular mentor, he's in the military. I think he was a drill sergeant or something like that. And he said, "Okay, y'all got a lot of energy, huh? So I got something for y'all." So I came back from the store, and I had to get Ken's turkey burgers. And I'm looking, and I see a line of boys running around the pond like consistently. And I'm like, it's hot. Are y'all gonna stop? What's going on? And it was like, no, Mr. Aaron said we can't stop until he gets tired. And I'm looking at him, and he's sitting back inside the reclining chair on the patio, just looking at the kids sipping on some water. I'm like, oh, he's gonna get tired. No time soon. So I remember stuff like that, man. And it's just beautiful.
Yep, those moments end up being moments that bonds are created, relationships are formed. Because we look and reflect back on those times, and just it was we go from one extreme to the other, but they all are a part of building relationships and creating this village that we have now. And it's just interesting because again, these are things that keep us involved. So my next question is, so why don't you think more people mentor? Like, why aren't more people doing this? I mean, not that we don't have, a good solid group, but I mean, there's a whole lot more people out there that we could reach if we had more mentors. So why don't you think more people mentor?
I can jump in on that one. Just based off of my experience, things that don't affect people, they don't recognize. So if someone hasn't come from a place where most of us have, where we needed a mentor, or we've had like family experiences that have made us want to impact the way other children are raised, they won't necessarily see that as a need. And that's why, I got into being a mentor, because I wanted to be able to affect the change and be that person I needed when I was younger. So, like I said, if they don't experience the need for it, they don't know that there's a need.
Yeah. Oh, go
I'll,
ahead.
I'll add to that and say that I think that if if we remember back in the day, it was a village, right? You did something, the teacher got on you, the community person got on you, and then mom and daddy got on you. And then as time progressed, things has changed. And I think that there's a stigma attached towards mentoring where people now, I don't want to say it like they just mind their own business, but if it doesn't affect them and it's not right in front of them, they don't pay it no mind until something's knocking on their doorstep. So it's easy for them to just ignore what needs to be done because it's not affecting them in that moment. So they're just not, they haven't a clue.
Yeah, I like to piggyback off of Woods and Toya. It's the perspective of what a mentor looks like. Um, I think a lot of times when somebody hear the title or hear a title or hear a name to something to associate with anything that you can be involved in, it may scare somebody. It may scare the person as to what all is it entitled as being a mentor. Is it I got to go to that person's house all day? Is it I'm trying to coach them up when it's sometimes it could just really be as simple as just being there, like we said earlier, just being there and being an ear, and not trying to go over the top and feel like you have to change the person or try to change the situation, but other than just be there and just come down to that person level. So I think it's more of a perspective of what does a mentor look like and how much a lot of times we so busy, it's time. So it's like how much time is this gonna how much of this is going to be required of me. But that was one of the reasons why I became a mentor again, is just to, just give more of myself to just to be a servant versus just trying to, take on the things on my own, because I got a village of people. You just rely on others to help you out, and it becomes that much easier. It becomes that much simpler. So yeah, that's what I think.
Okay. I want to circle back real quick to Tim. Just wanted to ask him about kind of the relationship part. How do you feel about the relationships that have been formed since you've been in the program?
When I think about the relationship part, I think about getting to know the member of the that's being introduced into the or being brought in into the organization. When I was a member, I used to be shy. I used to be very shy. Um, I used to ask the boys, what's your favorite things, what's your favorite things to do, or what's your what do you like, stuff like that. But in the relationship, for me as a mentor now, it's just to support them, in anything they do in the program, um, help them out if they have any struggles, inside and outside, the organization. I would be, there to, um, see them through, ask them what's going on, or just, build their confidence if they, they're low self-esteem, if they're very shy, like I was in the program, or soft spoken. I would just show them how to uplift themselves. Um, that's how I would bring that to their attention when it comes down to the relationship.
And do you think that the program has helped you? Have you been able to take things from the program and add them to your personal life? Like, how much influence has DGC had on you from going to a club meeting, now going to school, and how you interact with people?
Can you say that question again?
So you're a mentor now, right?
Mm-hmm.
So just thinking about those relationships and what you have learned, how has that helped you become a good mentor like you are now?
It has helped me. I can remember, like Mr. Richards said about Washington, when we were in that conference room. That actually brought me to tears inside. really brought me to tears. Like hearing everybody's life story or kind of like a testimony or like what they've been through. That has actually helped me in life to, better myself, like get my self-esteem. Because when I, like I said, I had a history, like I was very, at a young age, over birth, basically. I had a tube in my system, and when I got older, this is a testimony, but my tube has actually disconnected from my head to my stomach area, and how that helped me in life, that helped me in life to say that, oh, I'm not, I'm not just able to do anything. I'm like able to do this and do that in life. And, so when I go to these club meetings, every day, or every Saturday or 2 Saturdays, it helps me in life to, say that, oh, I could be a better young man, or be a gentleman to this person and that person. Because I'm very respectful, I can listen. I listen very closely to what people are saying. I apply certain things to my life. Like one time when me and Mr. Dunn, I think you remember, but when we went to the Clemson Summit, was it that? Yeah, it was probably like the years before that. I learned something from there. Like everything that we do in the program, I take that and apply it to my life. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Yep. Awesome. Monica, you had something?
No, go ahead. Keep cooking.
So I was going to ask, so how important do you think parent involvement is when it comes to mentoring? So let's start with the ladies. Toya?
I think parent involvement is very important. We talk about the buy-in that we need to have from the kids and how we want people to have skin in the game, but I think it starts with the parent. It starts with the head. If the parent doesn't believe in the organization, the parent doesn't believe in what we do, they're not going to bring their children. They're not going to want their children to be a part of the organization. So I think it's important, very important for us to be able to have things and be able to bring them along as well. So we don't have a situation where we're continuing to have to like reprogram, the child and the parent. So as we're teaching the children, we should also be teaching the parent.
Okay.
Tanisha, you got any thoughts on that?
Yes. As a parent, I always want to be at the table. I want to know what's going on. I want to know what my child's hearing, and twofold. So I want to know what he's being taught. Because if he comes home and tells me something and I was like, oh, hold up, where'd you get that from? Like, who's telling you that? So if we are involved as parents and we're at the table, we know what's going on, because then we can take what they've heard here and reflect and practice at home. I'm a firm believer of consistency. If they hear it one place, we bring it home and we talk about it at home. Like if there's a practice somewhere, we bring it home, we practice, we work on it so we understand what this means. And then this way you're able to go back and, if my son is asked, how was your week? What'd you do? Did you learn from this? An action step that we may give these kids as mentors. I want him to be prepared too, to understand why they're asking you to do this, put it into practice, and then come back and give that reflection on it. So I am one of those parents. I'm going to be everywhere. If I can be, I got eyes everywhere. You don't know, but they're there. I'm going to be there because I want to know. I always want to know, because then I can help others too. And then also I can be that advocate for the parents that are out there that may not know how to advocate. So having firsthand experience, being immersed into something, then I can take that to another parent and say, you know what? You can too. It's okay. You can too. Growing up in the work that I've always done in social services, I have a degree in social work. I've always worked with kids who had emotional and behavioral disorders, those labeled at-risk kids. And our kids are not at risk. It's the behaviors that they're exhibiting, and behaviors is communication. They are telling us something. But me as a single person, no children, I was always so nervous to either suggest something or this is what I see, because I'm not a parent. I don't know where it's coming from. So I need the parent to be a part of, because I'm not taking that role from you. What do you want to see happen? What are you hoping to gain? How can we do it together? Because it is that village. It's always been that village. And maybe our village, because in the previous panel discussion, not all village members can mentor, but they can bring something. Maybe their skill is, I don't know, carving or something that I can't do. Everybody in the village can do something. So it takes a village to pick up the slack where somebody doesn't have it. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. I didn't specify in that area, so I'm going to refer you to them who can. But yes, parents have to be at the seat to know what's going on, because mentorship is not, we are not their parent. We're not taking over. We're not raising them. You have to have a seat at the table as that parent, and rightfully so. And we need you all. We need everybody.
I agree. I mean, I think we have the seats there, but not every parent is engaged, right? So I think that it still becomes a problem at times when parents aren't involved. But what do you do? So because everyone isn't going to be. So what do you do when parents aren't involved like you expect them to be?
I would hope that we could reach out. Look, I am a little sucker for surveys or questionnaires and things like that to pull them in. We're reaching out to them. We pulled them in. As it was said earlier, time, or what does it look like? What I want to know, what does that look like? I have a child, my middle child's on the spectrum. Our therapies are telling us to do this, but you've got to tell me what that looks like. Because if I don't know what it looks like, I think it's too hard. I don't have the time. I don't have the self-confidence. I can't do it. And then when you tell me, it's really as simple as reading a book to them, whether it's in the tub, whether it's at the dinner table, whether it's in the car. And it was like, oh, I could do that. That's easy. So breaking down the barriers that as why they don't understand. We have to break it down. We have to change the language even so that they can understand why we need you. You are important. You do matter just as much as your child. And you know what? When we're children and we needed that mentor as a child and never had it, we still grow up the same. We grow up the same. And so maybe some of those parents need that adult mentorship to come along too. You can do it.
Okay, perfect. Anybody else Sharvish has something to add to that?
Yeah, I would say, can you hear me? Because my mic is acting up. Can you hear me?
Yep.
I would say that it's very important to have a hand-glove relationship with the parents. But I think the biggest part or the biggest piece is just meeting people where they're at. Because everybody ain't where everybody is. And sometimes your behavior to someone can bring them along without, I guess, preaching or teaching to them. Because some people just don't know, and it's a generational thing. They haven't been exposed to this or that. And so meeting people where they're at and then allowing that relationship, that village, that consistency to cultivate the relationship to where they want to be influenced by what they're seeing or what they're being around, which is going to inspire them to do better things or higher heights. So it's because sometimes it can be intimidating if you're in a room with a bunch of college graduates that have these high paying jobs, and I'm on Section 8, I'm on food stamps, I ain't got no car, I'm on Medicaid, I got holes in my clothes and my shoes, and y'all, so sometimes that can be intimidating. But again, just meeting folks where they're at and allowing the natural progression of life to kind of just help the situation. I think that's a key component too. getting more parents involved in this work.
So let me ask a quick question. It just came to my mind, and I'm trying to make sure I ask it right, because what you all pretty much saying is it's important that our parents understand that they are a part of this work and that they're needed to help get this work going for not only for their kids, but for other kids that come into the program. So how important it is for all mentors within this organization, how important it is for us to work together as mentors. Because as you know, we're more of a cohort type of organization where we're all working together for the good of the good of the kids. So can you expound a little bit more how important it is as mentors that we work together and build our sister and brotherhood?
I think it's vital because everyone, like the sister mentioned, she may not specialize in one particular area, but when you got a village of people, you're able to pass the person this way to get the help. But if you don't have that relationship to know, um, what this person is good at or what their strengths are, what their weaknesses are, to identify them, then you're really not being the best asset that you can be to the organization as a whole. Because it doesn't matter if it's the women's side, the girl side, the boy side. The mission is the mission, and if we are mission focused, then that should always be the goal, and then it should force us or make us want to work together to get to that mission.
And also that also give the parents the ability to see how we work together, because a lot of them may not have never seen this type of environment before. I know I never, I've had a good family and a good support, but as far as mentoring as a whole, I've never been in anything like this. So, I totally agree about what you're saying, that it is very much important for mentors on both sides to be able to work together to build that type of sister and brotherhood. And please, anyone else that has any thought about that question, because as mentors, people may not know, we do things together as well. We do things with the kids, but as brothers and sisters, we have our own outings together and build that relationship, because we believe that we have to be an example first. So, I mean, just going back to the young ladies, you tell me, because we've done a couple of things together, and as I told you all before in the past, like, relationship is big to me because they have to see what relationship look like first from us. So you tell me, what does it look like for you as mentors working together and building that bond and actually being an example to show not only the kids but our parents of how we work together?
It definitely shows the connection that we have, that we are continuing to build by knowing one another. For me coming into this, I didn't know anybody, and so to do those outings was a very good idea, so that I could get to know y'all, your thinking, how you work, problem solve, because that's everything that we do within the program. I do have to come back and say real quick that I think my second outing was skating. Y'all, I haven't skated in a long time, but I did not fall. But I think I had some aches and pains from, okay, I got this. But it was great. It was great. Brought back wonderful memories. And those are the things that you remember and pull back on when times get tough. And if there are disagreements, within, and there very well shouldn't be, but those are the things that you can rely on to move forward with all of that. And so, look, I've forgot my question that I was supposed to answer. My bad. The skating just got me.
Yeah, I think having those opportunities to have those conversations, get to know each other, allows us to be able to build on our connection, and then other people will be able to see that. We'll be able to pick up on what other people's strengths are by having those opportunities to be able to do that. Of course, if we never have those conversations, we're not going to know that, Tanisha, can sew. We're not going to know, all these other things that we like to do if we don't have those conversations, and be able to pull on those strengths when it comes to, member meetings or whatever it might be.
Awesome. Ken, I mean, I know for even DGC, y'all have your own men cave type of conversations, and y'all have y'all mentoring. Matter of fact, y'all mentor each other. Like, we're not just mentoring the kids, we're mentoring each other. So, Ken, I'm gonna pass it over to you.
Absolutely. We absolutely are. And that's how we grow and get to know each other, learning strengths, weaknesses. It takes time to get to that level of vulnerability. But I think it helps overall as we grow and continue to do this work. My question is, but do you think there's a wrong reason to get into this mentoring work? Is there a wrong reason? Like, is there someone walks through the door and they want to mentor? Is there a reason that they can say they want to get in that would be wrong, that would be frowned upon, that would be disliked, that would be unpopular? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think they're agree. If like if they say that they are doing it to fill a job mandate or something like that, it can go both ways. It could blossom into something beautiful, but then it's going to take a little while because the heart isn't in it initially for the right purposes.
But do you still let them in the door?
I mean, that's tricky. I mean, it's tricky because, I mean, you want all hands on deck doing this work to affect change. But so I guess in a sense you can, and you can just shadow them to see, how it progress, and then, be that conduit that's going to actually show them all the good benefits of mentoring, and then that heart and that love can be developed and be turned into something beautiful.
Yeah, I'd like to piggyback off of Woods. It's not only an attention of, where that person's attention is, but they go back to the previous question, like, how do mentors operate? How do we run as an organization? Because really, we're the ambassadors of the brand. So it comes down to what are we showing them, and if they're interested, there's something in that, even though they may not have all the answers, they may not have all, the right ways, but, just being able to go outside, sit down, have a conversation with them. We're pulling them into, one of our meetings, or probably even just letting them come to observe. Like, I think we have done plenty of times before, like letting some women or some of the men or even parents just come sit in, offering them, just come sit in and just take a look at the meeting. And any questions, leaving the door open to say, hey, we want to, if you're interested, come chat with us. So let's sit down and talk. Let's see what's your thoughts or where you come from. Just getting the chance to personally build some kind of rapport with the person, or building a heart connection with them to see, hey, this is some things that can help you out, or if there's bouncing. I guess I'm saying just to bounce their thoughts off of each other. So I don't think there's you can't, but there's always a door, if that makes sense. Opportunity, I should say.
Okay.
I believe too, there's no reason why we cannot vet someone. There is a brand that we that has been established, a strong one. You want it to continue on. And so, there is no reason why we cannot vet someone. And then everything else that was said, from shadowing, asking questions to really get to the heart of the matter, in such a way, or observing, coming back. I mean, especially if you have an idea that we need to vet some more, because our children are our future, and they watch us when we're doing whatever else. They watch everything, and they will be able to sniff out an imposter. They will be able to sniff it out before we will, because we want to give somebody that chance maybe, or give them that opportunity as adults, but those kids already have it pegged. They already have it pegged. And it does not hurt to listen to them either and get feedback from them on having this person, looking in, interacting. Y'all kids, what do you think? But there is not a problem with vetting to keep your brand pure. Not at all.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think, as they say in church, protocol has been established. We have rules and guidelines that we go by as an organization. And I think that's important to make sure that we continue to put that out in the forefront when we're looking for people. Like, everybody has said, we have our way of doing things, and our mentors have our way of how we're expected to work with children and how we're, expected to behave. And so as long as we're doing what we're supposed to do, people who are coming in will be able to see that as, a standard and level up to that. Now, as far as people who want to help and want to do things, I think, we continue to do what we do the background checks, but somebody who's just coming in, whose intentions are ill, like Tanisha said, the kids will be able to spot it. We also will be able to spot it. If you're just, trying to come in and just check off a box, no, I don't think you should, come in and be a mentor. You can help with other things. And we can, as we learn who you are and what your actual intentions are, be able to figure out maybe what would be a better fit for you. But I think the standard is what's going to weed a lot of people out.
Agree. And I think we have a good high standard for what we expect, how we operate. So is there anything that would turn you away? I see me connected to this thing for more than 10 years now. I don't know how or what would happen that would, pull this away from my life. But what's your commitment level to just being a mentor within this organization?
Mm-hmm. As long as you will have me, I will stay. Unless I'm acting a fool and I've really lost my mind and my bonkers and whatnot. But I definitely, I got 3 children total and would love to see them all go through, would love to see the Queens Bean grow even more. I wish I had something like this when I was growing up. I didn't have that. And so, I'm here to stay.
And to be honest with you, if you know this kind of village that you have, I don't even think, let's give an example, right? Let's say you go missing about a month. I guarantee, not even a month. Let's go miss about a few days or a week. I guarantee you're going to get a phone call from either Ken, Monica, or Rez saying, "What's up, bro? What's going on? You all right? Nothing happened." There's no possible, once you in, you in. I'm sorry. It's just that level of relationship that you have with being here. It's like everybody's so concerned about everybody's, from my opinion, from what I have learned, just been involved with, everybody's so concerned about their well-being, of not just being a part of the organization, but outside the organization, just personal life, to where, hey man, are you good? Like, we so integrated with, we done had issues with our, health issues, we done had battles with, everything outside of the organization that is just a part of life. So I don't see how you just walk away, up and leave. Like, it's like up and leaving $1 million that's sitting right there in front of your table and say, I'll be all right. And it's like, no. You're like, dang, I regret leaving that $1 million on the table. What am I thinking about?
Right.
So no, I don't see me personally leaving. And I don't even see my mentors, my brothers and my sister letting me walk out the house saying I'm crazy and not to come back into this house. Letting me go. So I don't think it's possible. I'm just saying.
As long as you know, Rich. No, as long as you know now. Act like you know.
See what I mean?
Awesome. Well, look, we are down to the last 5 minutes, so we'll really let everyone kind of give, closing comments on, whatever you want as, from being a mentor in the organization. So, ladies first.
Yes, yes. And let me thank y'all too for coming on with us. We appreciate y'all taking the time to, talk with us and get your input and thoughts on mentoring, because you all are in the work. And I was just, if someone was to come to you and say, look here, I've heard about LYS Quiz being DGC, but you tell me as a mentor, why are you a part of that organization? And you only got 20 or 30 seconds. Everybody gonna answer this question because we need to know. People need to know why LYS. Anybody can start.
Love.
I say support, and like he said, love, and it's all about family.
Man, one, I had a feeling that was coming. God, I love y'all so much. Jeez. Oh man. If somebody was to walk up to me and say, what is it about LYS? I would ask them, what is it that you are looking for? Like, what is it that you're missing? What is something that will attract you? Because if you're walking up to me, something about me has attracted you. So what is it that we can connect on? That when we connect, you're going to connect with the mentors, you're going to connect with the kids. Because I will turn it back on them and say, hey, you're the brand, you're the light, you're also the person that's going to be able to affect somebody's life around you. Maybe you recognize it or not. You have a leadership in you, you have that quality in you. So why not bring it out?
Nice. I like that. Tanisha, Latoya.
I would just say that we meet the needs, man. Like whatever it is that you need, whatever it is that your family is looking for. Like Richard said, if it's something that you're looking for yourself specifically, you're gonna get it. I mean, you're gonna get pulled in. We're gonna pull you in. Just how we are.
Yes, yes.
I believe all kids have a voice. All kids have a story. All kids have to be able to validate all of that. And I get excited when we present something to kids. They get it. They're excited. They're motivated. They're growing. They're challenging themselves. I do it for the kids, to give them that opportunity to have that voice and to know that they matter, that they can advocate for themselves, that no one can tell them no. Yeah, they matter, and I grow from it. But I don't come in there to grow. I come to guide, but I end up growing and then want to pour back in. I want to pour back into them, to all of y'all. That's why LYS.
Awesome. I'll say for me, I've always had this quote that I've used all the time, and I feel like my quote found a home in DGC and LYS. And that quote is, if your presence doesn't make a impact, then your absence won't make a difference, right? And it's like the work that y'all do and the support that y'all give is very impactful to the young men and women that we serve. So I just want to appreciate each of you for the work that you do, for your contribution of your time, your energy to help make LYS and our programs successful. A lot of times we'll see things on the news that aren't great, but then there's also times that the work that you're doing is changing lives. It is impacting kids. It is reaching more than just the one or two stories that you see on the news. So thank you for your work. Thank you for your contribution. Thank you for being on the mentor panel this morning. Thank you, my co-host, Monica. I think we did a good job. We are at our time.
We always do a great job, Ken. Cut it out.
God, I love y'all.
Much love to everyone. Much love. All right, so that concludes the mentor panel portion for the day. Tim, I appreciate you as well. I'll let y'all go back to your Saturday lives, and until next time. So, Monica, I think we did a good job. LYS-A-Thon is moving on, doing great things.
Here's the boss man.
Nah, I was just telling y'all not done. Y'all got 2 more panels. So so I hear you trying to wrap up there, buddy. But
Whoa.
nah, it's a real back to the real, yeah, a little more dip on your chip, nigga. Too much dip on your chip there, buddy. No, great discussion. I love that discussion. I just want to share some of the comments that we got in the comments section. Shadow King says good vibes. Thank you, Shadow King. Did I send RJ? RJ, did I send you the link? Oh, still loading. Okay. We have our next panel is going to be the current members panel. So I sent the links out to DGC boys that agreed to be on. And I know you have some young ladies, Monica, coming.
Yes.
Did you send them the link?
I did.
Cool. Yeah, but great discussion. I just wanted to sort of chime in a little bit. Great discussion about, the ways that they all impact and the things that they've experienced. There were so many parts where I was just like, yeah, like hearing Tim talk about, his experience with the being in the during our man talk in DC last year, which was such a profound conversation. Hearing Rich talk about that and his perspective on that. And one thing that I know we can't get but so far into is like the way we sort of show up for one another in our lives. I think when I talk to people about why LYS, I always think about that aspect of it. How, I remember my father passed and the mentors and the mentees showed up at my dad's funeral. Like that meant so much to me. And so like when I think about what LYS is, like that to me was like I remember just crying. Like I was trying to be all right. And then I saw y'all and I was gone. It was like, oh no, I'm gone. But it's just those are the types of things that keep people, ingrained in your work. So thank y'all for what y'all do. Y'all are killing it as hosts. And Ken, I also remember the time when I showed up at the board meeting and you were like, so how are you going to do all this?
Right.
Where's the money going to come from? And I was like, we'll figure that part out. But we've come a long way, man. And I've told you privately, and I'll definitely tell you publicly how much I love and respect you for the stances and your consistency as a man. So thank you so much, for being who you are, Monica. I don't got to tell you how I feel about you. You already know. You family, and that's just that. So
I'm here anyway. I'm just kidding.
I just said your family, and that's just that. I just made a statement. And that brings us. So with that, we're gonna bring in our next panel. Our next panel. We got the kids coming in. So we got Isis is here. I need y'all to turn your cameras on so I know y'all ready. Isis is here.
All right, let me be right back.
All right.
Hey, boo.
Do you want me to play a video before we go to the next one?
Yeah, go ahead and do this.
All right, cool. So as they're coming in, I'm gonna move you out, Isis. So before we go into the next section, I'm gonna play another video. I got one lined up over here. Dwight needs to disconnect and reconnect. It looks like he's having some issues over there. I'm gonna play this video that shout out to Angel. I don't know if she's still watching. I know she was watching earlier, but she actually put this video together. I'm trying to find it now, of course, because why would I be prepared? I tried to be prepared. I promise you I tried. Let's see. Let me share. She had, oh man. Let me see where I'm picking up from. Let's pick it up. Let's do this one. Share screen. That one.
But I'm afraid I want to be with you every step of the way. Statements like these can define a life, but they are moments that make a mentor. Oprah Winfrey tells us that mentors help us must see a glimpse into the hope that's inside of each of us. Iron sharpens iron. We all need a supportive network to encourage us, to help us to navigate our path to our destiny, to our future. The Lowcountry Youth Services, they are champions at doing just that. They have programs and facilities that help young people make good choices that lead to positive outcomes. That's why I support them. That's why you should too. Lowcountry Youth Services. With us, every child wins. And when our children win, we all win.
LYS has impacted me in many ways. It gives me hope for our future leaders and our change makers, and it also gives me a purpose to be able to help mold and change our future leaders and change makers. LYS has impacted me because it is family, community-based, and that's awesome.
Yeah, I don't know where the sound went, but it's okay because we are back. Just information. We are back. We're back. And let me get this green off of here. Remove. All right, there we go. We're back, and we are going to be getting started with our next panel. Once again, hosted by McKendrick Dunn and Monica Scott, and we're going to start off with bringing on Isis Lewis. And I'm going to get my son straight.
Hey.
We back.
We back.
I'm alone. I thought there was more people.
You're all alone, Isis. It's all about you.
And no, Jojo, please, Jojo, you got on yet? So you're not alone. Jojo's coming on. But you got us all to yourself for right now. How you doing today, Isis?
I'm good. How are you?
I am good. I'm even greater since I see my girl on with me. So it's gonna I think that's RJ. Hey,
RJ.
So it's gonna be real informal. We're just sitting here talking, and we just want to get your input and your thoughts about the program itself, okay? All right. So I'm gonna go ahead. I'm trying to see. Joe, do you need help? Okay, Joe is getting on. So while he get on, we're gonna go ahead and start. I'm gonna start with just first thanking you all for coming on. I know it's a Saturday. It's beautiful outside. And you probably wanted to do some other things as well, but you didn't see it any robbery at all to come along and talk with these old folks. Let me stop, because y'all, for some reason, y'all think we old. I don't know why y'all think, but I come against that right now. but we appreciate y'all taking the time to talk with us, and we just want to, like I said, just talk and see your thoughts and just ask you a few questions. First of all, Isis, you have been around LYS for quite some time with your brother, because your brother is a part of DGC. So when you heard about Queen's Being coming along, like, what were you thinking? Like, how did you feel? What was you thinking? What was the excitement level? All that. Tell me all that.
I was 100% excited. I was excited because I kept yelling at my dad about how we needed to have something for girls and not boys. And when we finally got that, I was really excited. Also excited to bond with the other girls and create friendships and sisterhood.
Awesome. Yes. So sisterhood coming around August of last year. You was fussing because I've heard about it. Your dad was saying how you kept asking about QB. So now you have been able to be a part of this program for the last over 6 months now. What has been your thought about the program itself thus far? Like, what do you like? What are your dislikes? What what new experience you were able to go ahead.
Before we go that deep, let's just make sure that the people know who they are.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yes, Isis, please. Y'all go ahead and introduce yourself. I'm so sorry. I'm all excited, ready to talk.
I'm Isis Lewis, and I'm in QB. I'm in 8th grade, and I'm 14.
And what school do you go to?
I go to Rawlings School of the Arts.
Rawlings School of the Arts. Awesome. All right, RJ.
My name is Rajon Lewis. I go to DuBose Middle School. I'm 14, and I'm in the 8th grade.
8th grade. All right.
Boy.
All right, back to your question, Monica.
Yes, I'm sorry, y'all. Got excited. So, yes, do you remember the question, Isis? Do you want me to ask you again? All right. So,
please.
Yes. So, now that you're in the program, what are your thoughts about it so far? Like, what have you experienced, or what is your feelings about it? Is it everything that you thought it would be?
Okay. Now that I'm in the program of QB, I really enjoy it. I like talking to the mentors and getting to know the mentees. Well, really the other girls, and I talk to some of the mentors about things like what I talk to you about, like that I can't talk to my other family about. So I have good bonds with them. Like when we go on like cleaning up places or go to places after we've done, I can't remember, like good things, we bond more, and I think it's really fun. And it's also fun going to hang out with them more since it's virtual and stuff. We can't see each other face to face more often, but it's fun when we can. If that answers your question.
Yes, that does. So what is mentoring to you?
Can I get a mint on that?
Yeah.
And while you think about that, we had another person join. Is that Lenore?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Can you introduce yourself to the people?
My name is Laura Stinson. I've been in DGC for 6 years. And I go to Austin Middle. So, yeah.
All right. And one other person has joined. Please introduce yourself.
I'm Dwight Ewart. I go to South Carolina Connections Academy. I've been in DGC for 4 years. 4 years, I think.
Since 2017.
All right. So tell me, what do you like about being part of this program? Lauren.
What I like being about this program is that like we look out for each other. Like my mentor once said, like it's a band of brothers. So like we care for each other and we're there for each other whenever somebody needs us. So, yeah.
How often do you see your brothers outside of the club meeting?
I see some of my brothers like at school. Some of them go to my school, so pretty often. Yeah.
Okay. Dwight, what about you? What do you like about the program?
I like about the program that we teach a lot of things that will get us ready for our future, and also it's more family based. So like, it's more of like everybody is like cooperating with each other and being able to build a bond with each other.
Okay. RJ, what about you?
I feel that oh wait, what's the question again? Sorry, I forgot.
What do you like best about being in the program?
I like how the people in the group actually try to care for each other, inside and outside of the group. Like sometimes they like hang out with each other at their houses or at different places with each other.
Okay.
And try to hang out just like during the club meetings.
Do you like the so we of course are mentoring throughout the entire Lowcountry, so we allow kids to participate as long as they can get to the meeting. So you've been able to meet people from schools all over Charleston. How has that been to, be able to meet other kids that you probably would have never met anywhere else? What do you think about that, RJ?
It feels like it's all a community, because if I wasn't in here, then I wouldn't know about the people from outside of DGC, and probably would have never met them, and I probably wouldn't have these bonds with these people.
Okay. Dwight, what about you? You've met people from other schools that you probably wouldn't have ever met. How does that feel?
It feels actually good because like I'm friends with some of the people that I actually like that I've met.
Uh-oh. I lost you for a second. Now you're back.
Oh, you want me to say that again?
Yeah, sorry. You disappeared for a second.
I said it feels really good because like I'm friends with people that I probably wouldn't know if I wasn't in the program. So it's actually really good because I'm building a strong relationship with them.
All right, good deal. We had someone new join the panel discussion. Can you introduce yourself?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi. I'm Natasha Lewis. I'm junior mentor for Queens Beings. Yeah.
What school do you go to?
Oh, I'm a senior at Somerville High School.
Awesome. So the question that was set onto the panel was in regards to what you liked about the program so far. Again, you've been around LYS for a while because, again, DGC with your brother, but now that QB is around and you're actually amongst those that has started the program this first year, what do you like so far about QB or Queens Being?
I like the community, the fact that you have people to talk to if you need to. I think that's really important, especially for I'm a senior, so it would have been really helpful if I had that a while ago. But yeah, that's what I like about it.
Got you. So, Isis, I'm gonna go back to you. How important it is to have someone to talk to when it comes to mentoring and anything in general when in a program like this. How important it is to have someone to talk to about what's going on and your thoughts and all that good stuff.
I think it's very important. It's important because there could be stuff going on around you or things that's going on with you that you don't know how to tell your family about, but you have mentors to talk to help you resolve that.
Yes, I got you. Fellas, same thing for you all. I mean, how important it is to have someone to talk to. Either one can choose. Yeah.
It's wonder how someone talk to you, like there's different things like what Isis said that are going on in your life. So like you got people to look out for you if something's going on in your house. And like their response, like your mentor to like a different part of the family, like they look out for you.
Okay, RJ.
I feel it's important to have somebody that you can talk to, because you might have something that went really bad with something happened in your family that was really bad, and you can't talk to somebody in your family. So you have somebody to talk to from inside the club that you trust. So I think that's a good reason to have someone to talk to.
Okay, so I think of the program in 4 very distinct elements: community service, lessons, outings, and trips. Which one of those is most important to you, and why? Lauren?
Community service, because like as a DGC, we gotta get back to the community, and we gotta look out for where we live and look out for our community, basically.
Okay, who agrees? All right. What would be number 2 then? Dwight, what do you say? Community service, lessons, outings, and trips.
Lessons.
Lessons. Why do you say lessons?
Because that's basically the things that those lessons are the things that teach you how to grow up and evolve from with the person you was to now and improve.
Okay. RJ, what are your thoughts?
It's the same question, right?
Yeah.
I feel, yeah, what Dwight said, I do agree that lessons is the second one, because if you did something bad and you didn't learn a lesson, then you're probably going to do it again. So yeah. That's
okay. Now, how different do you feel the lessons are that we give versus like being in school, right? Because we're actually keeping you in a session for another hour on a Saturday afternoon to teach you about a lesson. How different do they feel within our program versus just being in school?
As like with school, they're mostly teaching us about like how to have a job. Also, they're teaching us about that in DGC. At the same time, they're teaching us about like about in the real world, like how to take care of your family, like things you shouldn't do in the real world, and what can happen for a cause of that.
Okay. What about the ladies? Tasha?
No, I think she's frozen.
Oh, it looks like it.
Yeah.
All right. What about you, Isis?
Could you please repeat the question?
The lessons that you learn in Queen's Being are very different, or how different are the lessons between Queen's Being and lessons that you get like when you're in school?
Well, Queen's Being is like something like that's going to help you. I guess school would help you in the future too, but whatever. Queen's Being, it's like things that's going to help you more, like with your like passion. Like we learned that at the first month of Queen's Being, like with our passion of what we want to do when we grow up. Like school is like learning like mathematics and like grammar, but Queen's Being is like it's something to help you more in life, I guess.
Okay.
Tasha, you back with us? I think she's good.
I don't even know.
You are. You're back with us. You look good.
Okay.
Are you? Do you want to answer that question?
I don't know the question, but
okay. If you could tell it.
Yeah, I was just asking about the differences between the lessons that you get in school compared to the lessons that you get from our monthly club meetings for Queen's Being and DGC. How different are they to you?
Fairly different, I guess. I mean, I guess with school, the lessons are chosen by, I don't even know who, but you have to follow a certain curriculum and all that jazz. But with, I mean, as someone who has watched people come up with lessons for QB and for DGC, it's more so based on what they believe the children need, based on other than like just what, I don't really know how to say what I'm trying to say, but yeah.
Take your time. I pretty much from what I got gathered from everyone, and y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, QB and DGC teaches more about your being, building relationships, everything outside of the technical aspect of school. So you learn math, so studies, things of that nature, but we tend to look at you as a person, how we can help develop you as a young lady and as a young man. Am I correct about that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, cool. So yes, I totally understood what you were saying, Natasha. How important it is to have a brotherhood and a sisterhood, do you think? How important is it just being in the program yourself? Because you all have fostered or created and developed friendship throughout this whole program over years and even this year. So tell me your own way how important it is to have a brotherhood and a sisterhood. Go ahead, RJ.
I feel it's very important because if you don't have any like brothers and sisters of your own, then you could use the people of Queens being in DGC as family to help you out if you're having problems.
Yes, I like that, RJ. That's true.
Yeah, like Audrey said too. But what I'm trying to say is that like they look out for you when you're down. If you don't have of course you have parents in the family, but if you don't have a brother like since they're a kid, like during that kid stage, they have some of the same experiences going through your life at that time.
Absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Anyone else? Dwight, you're the only child, right? So you tell me, what's your thoughts? Because you came in as the only child, and now you got a bunch of brothers. So you tell me how important it is for you to have a brotherhood.
It's important because you have people of your age that can relate to the things that you want to be related to with them. So like when you with your parents they relate to you a little bit, but like they don't relate to you as a whole as being a teenager right now. I mean, they relate to you a good bit because they were a teenager, but like it's just like when you talk to people of your age, it's like it's basically you with your twin, honestly. But like not as your like twin, your actual twin, but it's like you're the person that really is able to like really listen to you and understand you.
Awesome. Any of the queens want to answer that? Sisterhood, from the sister. Go ahead.
All right. I agree with that, but also it goes beyond like being an only child, beyond having that parental figure or not, because as someone who has, sorry, I had to count in my head real quick. Like 6, 7 siblings. I'm not really sure anymore. I have 7 siblings. Sorry. It's not the same as having that sisterhood or that brotherhood. Because even with DGC, like I wasn't a part of DGC, but I still made friends with a lot of people in there because it was people who could understand what I was going through, not only on that age level, but that the mentality of the way you process things as well. And sometimes, it's hard for siblings to understand that because you go through the same thing. So you think, yeah, you should be able to, like, if I can get through this, you can get through this. But not everyone processes things the same way.
Totally understand that. Thank you.
Absolutely. So what has been your favorite memory within the program so far? So RJ, let's start with you. What's been one of your favorite memories?
You can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay. So one of my favorite memories is I think it's one of the outings. The one where not the one before this one, I think. Yeah. Wait. No, I remember now. Okay. So my favorite memory was when we were at the clubhouse and there was there's like a lot of boys in the corner and we were all talking about relatable things, and one of the boys shared being one of the boys shared about being bullied, and everybody was listening to them, and I was that just made me think about that, and that made me remember that, because that means that they trusted everybody in the group enough to tell everybody what happened to them. So that's one of my favorite memories.
Okay. All right. Lauren, what about you?
One of them was like whenever we went to hang out like at a park. Like why I say that because it was like a family like coming together just to have fun, and not just having fun but talking about our feelings. So yeah.
All right. And have you grown in a way that you're able to express your feelings more now within the program?
Yes, sir. What I mean by saying that is because a while back, like a couple of years ago, like with me, like I used to like shut down, or like whenever I don't like what somebody says, you shut down and not say anything. And I used to not say anything, but now through being in DGC, it taught me like where I can talk to people without people thinking something bad of me. So.
Okay. Thank you for your answer. Thank you for your honesty. Dwight, what about you? What has been one of your best memories within the program?
I'll say Dream Sparkle Shine. Basically because we was coming there to serve a woman, and I just feel like that was a way to show that we is able to work together and be able to do something for the better for women.
Okay. Awesome. So you're thinking about or looking at the community service aspect of giving back, and that was one of your best memories?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good deal. What about the ladies? You have a favorite or best memory so far?
I'll go. So I have two, if that's all right.
Yeah, sure.
So one of my first ones was when we went to Logan's and then we went to the movie theaters. I like that one because when we went to Logan's, like us and the girls and mentors were talking and we got to know each other a little more. And I like getting to know people and like bonding. And also we watched the movie together and that was really fun. And then my second place was when we were making the, oh my goodness,
take your time.
What's it called? With the paper, and we had to draw like, I don't remember what it's called. What is it called? Do you remember?
Are you talking about when we made the poster?
I guess I'll just say the latest Dream Sparkle Shine thing, because even though we weren't all with the girls, I still got to talk to some of the mentors, and the Dream Sparkle Shine virtual thing was really encouraging and inspiring. So I guess those two were my favorite two for now.
You talking about the mind mapping?
That's what it was.
Mm-hmm. You want to, just so you want to try to explain why that you would like that part of it, the mind mapping?
Well, that was like when we were like all together in the classroom, and that's like, I mean, that was like that was the beginning of QB, and that was like a really like time memory. Well, a really good memory. So I'm never gonna forget that, because that was like when we just like, that's when QB started, and I think that's a good like start to like where we are and where we are now, and where we are going to become.
Got you. I appreciate you. Appreciate that from you and Isis. Tasha, any memorable moment? Oh, wait a minute. I think she's frozen. We'll come back to Tasha. We will come back. All right. Go ahead, Ken. I'm sorry.
Oh, so I was just going to ask, from being in the program, what have you learned about yourself? Like from the engagement with other people of the same age, from doing the community service projects, from the lessons. What have you learned about yourself throughout this process? So we'll start with RJ. What do you feel like you've learned about yourself in the last few years?
I've learned that it's okay to cry around other men, because before I joined this group, I didn't think I don't think I thought that it was okay to cry around other men, but now because I've been in this group, I know now that it's okay to cry around other men.
Okay.
Wow.
Dwight, what about you?
I would say there's a lot of things. I would probably say being prepared for my future. And also just being able to I would say being prepared for my future, and also I don't got nothing else than that, but like being prepared for my future. Also like talking, it's okay to talk about your feelings. And also on the respective side, not reacting to things that you don't need to react to, and also respecting the people that respect you, because that's what you want. You want respect, and that's also a good deed to do. And I feel like those four things is really like the main components of you being improving as a man, or into a young man to a man.
Okay. And do you think, has there been any moment that was more important than another that has helped you in your journey to being an adult? Like, is there anything that stands out?
No, not honestly. It's really all those really like they go hand in hand. So it's really like, if you mentally, you have to be there to be prepared for anything that comes in your way. So
okay. What about you, Laura?
Like what Dwight said, there's gonna be people like here to listen to you, whatever. To hear people to listen to you, um, and with me, like I said before, like I used to shut down there, but also there's also willing to listen to you no matter what, no matter what. So, basically, yeah.
Okay.
Got you. So, if there was someone that you knew, like, because I'm sure you probably have told your friends and stuff that you're in a mentoring program, and they ask you, like, why are you, like, what is it about LYS or QB or DGC that you want to be a mentee? Like, what is it about? What would you say to your friends?
I would say that the reason I joined is because I knew like whenever I joined, like there would be somebody always looking out for me, always there for me when in the darkest times and like whenever I'm down, like someone's like with depression, like just feel there for you, willing to listen.
I feel that. I feel ISIS.
I would say it's like something that you can create a big bond with someone that you didn't think you'd be able to create with. Like, and when you're in this type of club, you don't even know what kind of like things you're gonna get into. Like, I didn't even know any of these girls before I joined this. I mean, 2 of them went to my school, and I didn't even know until I figured out when I was in the meetings. And I just feel like it's just to create a big bond and just like call each other family.
I like that. I like that. Dwight?
I would say it is a group where you could strive to be a better person, but also build relationship with other people that you didn't know you was gonna build relationship with, or you didn't know at all. And it also helps you to be prepared for the future, and also gives it really gives you, actually it does, it gives you a lot of motivation to be able to do the right thing and do with it, to keep going on with the purposes.
I like that. I appreciate that, Dwight. Is RJ on? Or he has some problem with his camera. We can come back. So, quick question. My bad, because it just came to my mind. All of y'all said is phenomenal. I appreciate your answers. I appreciate your heart. When you have, like, when it comes to our organization, the programs that you're in, do you think any child would benefit with the mentoring that's being provided and given out, and that you all are able to participate in and be involved in? Do you think any kid can have this, or only certain kids can be mentored or be in this organization? You tell me, what's your thoughts? Go ahead, RJ.
I feel that every kid can be mentored. Not every kid should be mentored, basically, because some kids, if they get mentored in the wrong way, they might go down a wrong path. So, yeah.
Got you. Okay. Go ahead, Isis. Oh, yeah, Isis. The way.
Sorry.
No, go ahead, Isis, and then Dwight will go after you.
I feel that every kid should and can be mentored. Just like how we had that little quote, like every kid wins, or I think that's what it was. And I think that it's just gonna help every kid who has like problems, or maybe just doesn't have problems, just need someone to talk to in life. And I think every kid is able to do it if they want or if they need to.
Okay, Dwight.
Yes, because it's uh a brotherhood for all age groups. So it goes from elementary all the way to high school. It basically is it basically teaches you like the basic stuff, and then it goes up to the higher stuff, which is like um how how you want to develop yourself in a way to where you want to be a better person. And then high school is honestly is basically teaching you for the future in the real world, in the world where you have to do things by yourself.
I got you. I got you. Laura, you have an answer for that?
Yes, man. I feel like every kid should be mentored. Because like what I heard in the past, like the adults that wanted to be that they said that they should have been mentored. Like also like sometimes as a kid, like you might not hear everything that an adult has to say. You don't have that mentorship. But your friends, like sometimes they don't tell you. Some people that you call your friends might not be your friends. So you need mentor to tell you who are your friends and who are not.
Got you. Thank you. Thank you for your response.
So I have a question. What type of influences do you see on a daily basis? So Dwight, let's start with you. Just thinking about your average day, you see stuff all day from the time you wake up, go to school, come from school, play sports. You're active in a lot of different things. What type of things do you see that are influences that are out there?
I mean, it's I can't
like you know, you're in the sports, right? So people are influencing you to try to get you on sports teams. I'm sure you see, you may see peer pressure from friends that are exposed to some type of bad behavior. Could be drug related behavior, could be doing mischievous things within the neighborhood. I mean, there's all types of influences.
I would say more of influences to not to go like work for what you want. I see a lot of people that really they really don't want to do what they want to do, but they want to do it at the same time. So it's more of like a laziness type of thing. And I'm starting to really like work on that type of aspect of me, of just being lazy and not staying on task on what I need to do to get where I want to go. So that's pretty much. I really don't get like I don't get like peer pressure and none of that, but it's more of like I see other people that want the same dream as me, but they just don't want to like go for it every day.
Gotcha. Okay. Laura, what about you? What kind of influences or peer pressure do you see?
Like there's some like where like some of the normal stuff like people like influence you to dress a certain way, act a certain way, speak a different way. Also like what you said, like with drugs, like there's drugs at school, like people try to get you to do, but you gotta learn like when not to do it and like what are the effects of doing it. So you gotta be able to stand for yourself and tell yourself not to do these things. There's always a voice in your head that tells you, oh, you should do this or you shouldn't do that. So you gotta listen to the voice that says don't do the wrong thing.
Okay. What about you, RJ?
I see peer pressure at school, not from my friends, but I see it happening like around the school. like somebody might be like peer pressuring them, like pull a fire alarm, and then it never happens because they realize that's probably a bad thing to do. Or like peer pressure might be like someone trying to like force somebody to do something that's like that could permanently put them on the bad on the record for the rest of their lives. So yeah.
All right. Isis?
I've seen good influences and bad influences. For example, I've seen good influences by my mom and dad. My dad is a good person. I don't know what the word is, but it's like I just see him working hard every day, and it makes me like want to work hard too. Or like I see my mom doing the same thing, and I want to do the same thing. Like it's just good influences. But when it comes to bad influences, like the other week or so, like people on my bus are saying like slurs or racial slurs, and that's bad influences. Like people thinking it's okay to say that thing when it's not.
But how does that impact you? How do those negative things that people are putting in the atmosphere, how do they impact you?
Well, they impact me by how it makes me angry. Like it just makes me angry, like really angry. Hearing something like that come out of someone's mouth that's younger than me, first of all, or the same age as me. Like it's just like, what's the reason? Why are you doing this? Because are you doing this for attention? Are you doing this because you're mad? Like, what's the reason? Because there should not be really any reason you're saying that.
Okay.
Just makes me angry.
Gotcha. All right. Monica, did you have anything? I just had one more question.
I did have one question too.
Okay.
Being that you have, and you all are, I'm just mesmerized with what y'all saying and the thoughts that's coming out of your heart. And trust me, this is all helpful for those who may not understand what mentoring is and how it affects you. So my question is, you all are being mentored. Do y'all see yourself becoming mentors because of the experience that you've had as mentees?
I think I do, because like not just like there's younger kids like with me, like that I hang around. Like I feel like I can be like a little mini mentor. Like there's things like these kids they're like experiencing that I can help with. Like so I think so, yeah.
Yeah. I agree. Isis, you wanna go next?
I think I do a little, but a little not. Like I see myself as a leader, but not like good. Like like I'm not good at giving like what's the word? See, I can't even find the word. Well, I'm okay at it, but I don't think I would be like good for giving advice. There's the word. Because I sometimes I can't give myself advice for something like really easy. So I don't think I would be able to.
Cut it out, Isis. Cut it out. She's being modest. No, because Isis, you've given great advice to not only me, and you might not think so, but adults and kids listen. So, think a little bit more highly of yourself. You are awesome in your own way. And I know for a fact you'd be a great mentor. But I do understand that's something you work through. But I'm thank you for your honest answer. Honest answer for sure. RJ, you want to go next?
It's not that I don't see myself, as I just haven't thought about being a mentor, but I have thought about myself being on like a social media platform in that regard.
Okay. I got you. And just to make sure, mentoring doesn't have to be what we're doing. Mentoring can be a different aspect. So keep that in mind, okay, RJ? So you being on the platform, that's still a form of mentoring, or like any type of platform that you're thinking about. Dwight? Do you see yourself as being a mentor, sir?
In a different I would say yes. Not in a way like I don't think one-on-one type thing I I'm not really a good one-on-one type person because I feel like I don't know. It's just like the same thing as like what I said say like I'm not really like good at like giving advice or like helping. I would say like helping. I'm just saying I'm just not good at like I'm really good at building relationships with people, but when people go through a tough time, I feel like I can't like I just feel like my advice is not going to make you better, in a way. But at the same time, I want to mentor like to a bunch of kids to where like I want to teach them about something that I was doing that I accomplished, and I want to teach them how to do it themselves and do it in their own way. Makes sense.
Yeah, that does make sense. And actually, that was the kind of the same question I was going to ask. So, so we're really at our time, so we're about to wrap up. So here's a shocker for you. You're already mentoring. You already are an influencer. You're going to gain more experience as you navigate through life that will help you be able to give advice because you have experience. So as you grow, as you learn, you will get experiences that you'll be able to share with others that will help them along their journey. But mentoring doesn't always look like this. When I grew up, I didn't have this at all. I didn't have a DGC. But when I think back now, my uncle was a mentor. Mm-hmm. My dad was a mentor. My deacon was a mentor. Mm-hmm. They provided wisdom based on their experiences that helped guide my life. You will do the same for someone someday. That's why I asked about the type of influences that you see. You get influenced by something, and at some point, you're going to influence others. Either someone's going to look at you and say, I love the way Isis dresses, and I want to dress like her. I love how articulate RJ is, and I want to speak like him. I love to see the commitment that Dwight has in sports. I want to be like him. I love to see Lauren being open with his feelings. I want to be like him. Mm-hmm. You're going to influence someone. Yep. So you got to know that someone is always watching. So whether you know it or not, you will probably mentor someone if you're not already doing it. Yep. Guys and gals, thank y'all for calling in or dialing in or joining the members panel today for our LYS-A-Thon to help us raise money to continue doing this work. You are who we are trying to make sure are fully prepared for the future. You are the future. And I am very thankful for each one of you for being part of our programs.
I love y'all.
Give yourselves a hand. Yay. All right. On that note, I think we can wrap up this panel discussion for the day and let you get back to your busy afternoon. Mom and I still got work to do.
You see how quick they got off the camera, Bo? You ain't even said bye.
It was click, 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 click.
No, I kicked them off. That was me. That was me. So we got the parents coming in now. Great panel discussion, man. Y'all are really doing a great job. I realized one set of props I didn't give y'all. I didn't give y'all the props for the music opening. That was fire. That was fire. I didn't see it coming. It was lit. If y'all missed it, around the 11 o'clock hour, Monica and Ken started off with the songs that made them think about what they thought about. And I just tell you, it's a treat. Go back and check it out. Don't leave us because we're still here. But it was definitely a treat. It was definitely a treat. Man, listen, this is going well. This is going really well. So next up is our parent portion, and we're going to get right into it because we told them 1:30. We told them 1:30, and it is right now 1:30. And so we have a very special group of parents. I just want to say before I even bring them on, the parents are the lifeblood of this organization. Any organization that's able to do any work on the level that we're able to do it, we could not do without the parents being supportive. Just again, as they've already mentioned, both Monica and Ken started out as DGC parents before they were even staff. So that tells you the impact of this organization and the familial atmosphere that we bring. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and pass it back over to Ken and Monica and get back in the background.
Singing in the background. Just kidding.
All right. So up next is our parents panel.
Hey.
Hello.
Our lovely parents. I love y'all so much, man. If no one has told y'all yet, we love y'all to death. You hear me? Because without our parents, we would not be able to operate the way we do. So we appreciate y'all to the highest for coming. I know it's a Saturday, and I know it's a lot going on, and this is pretty much people's day to actually do whatever they need to get done if they didn't get done during the week. So we thank y'all so much for joining us.
Yes, absolutely. So we'll start with introductions. Let you introduce yourself. Let us know if you have a daughter or son or both in the program, and how long they've been involved.
Well, I'll go first. My name is Tia Allen. My son, Tamir Simons, was a previous DGC member. He is now a sophomore at Fayetteville at Methodist University. But I believe he was involved for 3 years before he went to college.
Awesome.
My name is Latasha Ficklin. I have a son in the DGC program, and this is our 3rd year.
Good afternoon. My name is Tanisha, and I also have a son in the DGC program, and he actually started this year, but he did do the Young Man Rise at Oak Brook Middle School. That's how we got connected with LYS.
All right.
Oh, we got one more parent.
Yes, you guys. Hi, everybody. My name is LaToya Lewis. I have 2 kids in the program. I have a boy who started with DGC, and then my daughter who's with Queen's Beam this year.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us, LaToya. Go ahead, Ken, if you want to start off the round of questions.
Oh, we're going to start out simple. First, how did you even hear about our programs? Let's start there. So, Tia.
Okay, I was like, I didn't know who was gonna go first. So I know LaToya and Rajon, so I kind of knew about it just from word of mouth. Hearing, he informed. We go to church together, and we were friends, so he informed everyone of it. And so that's how I heard of it, just word of mouth, and then I just kind of spread the words, spread the information to others.
Okay, and what has your experience been like? And how long did you say Tamir was in?
I believe it was 3 years, because I don't think he started off as a freshman. So I want to say he was a sophomore in high school at Stratford when he started. So 3 years.
Okay. All right. Awesome. Who's next? How did you hear about the program?
I'll go next.
Go ahead.
Rajon and I taught together at St. Stephen's. So I knew he was very active in the school. He helped with the young men there as well. So when my son was getting into some things and I felt like he needed an extra, mentor, I reached out to him. I knew that was something that he did. And he was like, oh yeah, like DGC, let's get him in there or whatever. So that's how I found out about it and got my son involved into it.
Okay, awesome. Toya?
So my husband decided that he wanted to do something with mentorship because, of course, as she just said, he started a program out at St. Stephen Elementary. And so once he left there, he wanted to continue doing that. So my process has kind of just been there, kind of helping him with his vision. And now I'm having the ability to kind of do it on the girls' side. So that's how I heard about it.
All right. And Tanisha?
Yeah, so as I stated when I opened up that I had heard about Young Men Rise at the middle school. But I know prior to all that, I knew how important it was for like big brother, big sister type of mentors, and had always thought in the back of my mind that I wanted my sons to be able to have that experience because it's a great experience. And now, as we were moving from that adolescent or not, single digit to 13 to all that kind of stuff that's going on, and we were just starting to see us coming into our own. And it's like, you know what, I think you need a little something just to hear it from other people, hear it from another mentor who has been there, another male that has been there. And so I have reached out to the school counselor's office and those sorts of things just to see what they had, and they said they had the Young Men Rise group. But one thing about the start of that, at least in the schools, and this is kind of where I think that, all kids need a mentor, is that they are, I don't want to say targeting a group of kids, a group of our kids that may need it more than others, because I think everybody needs it. And so that's why myself was advocating for my child to be a part of this group, even though he wasn't identified as that child who would benefit from this. I kept pushing forward to make sure we could be a part of this because I know that he would benefit from it. So like I said, we started with the Young Men Rise. And then after that, then I'm not sure, they had some, like the end of the year was starting, new year was beginning. And so that's how I was getting involved that way, to come to those parent meetings and whatnot to get into the new year. And so here we are. So we're part of it, and I think it's great.
Awesome. So you spoke about benefits. What do you think your child, or how has your child benefited from being in the program?
It's hard to say because he's a boy, doesn't talk much, doesn't want to reveal much. But how I see it is, after the boys have been together, done a service project, a few weeks will go by, and he was like, "Am I not supposed to have a meeting? Where's the meeting? What's going on?" And it's like, I gotcha. When it's time to, for us to meet, we'll do it. I know there's been some times that we've had it virtually because of construction in the building. He gets upset because he wants to be there in person. One day, heaven forbid, I made a mistake. I thought it was virtual. So daddy had to take him in the car so he could go in person. So he's telling me, I'm hearing it from him, the excitement in his voice. The possibility of the upcoming event that's coming, as long as we meet all of our service projects and our meetings and all that stuff, he'll be eligible to go. But he's talking about it. So like I said, I may not get much, but these little things are like, when's the meeting? Did I miss it? Nope, you didn't miss it. Or, oh, I can't wait to go. Or, the new friends that he's making, that's there. So that's how I hear it. And it's very positive. And I can't wait for him to go back and get more of those positive experiences.
Okay, awesome. Tia, what about you?
Being a past, since my son is a past member, I can go back and say as well, he did not speak often. He's very laid back. I want to say that, what I loved about DGC is that it was a mentorship program for not just youth that was necessarily involved in wrongdoings or in bad behaviors, but it was for all young men. So for my experience was, I was looking for something for my son to engage in with other young men that had a positive influence, and DGC gave him just that. So whether it was the trips, whether it was just them meeting on Saturdays for their regular meetings and then having different sessions, or if it was just meeting on a weekend early or whenever for playing games or out, it was a positive outlet. And so I thought that was very necessary for me as being a mother and having a young Black man growing up. I needed as much positive influence as he can get from other men, and being around the group of other young men that he was with, as far as his peers, and getting all the learning techniques and whatever sessions they had, and having all the different mentors speak to him, and they, all the trips, it actually, I believe, not only helped him, but it planted seeds. So, whereas as they grow older and they get into different things, there's always, that memory of what they, what they experienced when they were, in DGC. So I don't think he would ever forget that. So I think that it was beneficial, and I'm grateful for everyone who ever played a part. Even now, Rajon always still tell me, hey, I texted me, I checked up on him. When he comes home, he's like, oh, Mr. So just having those, mentors that would just text him, check up on him. Are you okay? How you doing in school? Because they don't always talk to parents, so, it was good to have those, you guys, as far as the mentors there for them. So that was my experience, and I'm grateful for it, even to this day, because he just told me he talked to him, and I didn't even know. I'm like, at least he responded to you, because he don't always respond to my text. And he's in college, so.
Okay. Tasha, what about you?
Same here. I can piggyback off the both of them. It seems a common theme that boys are quiet. So same thing. My thing was I wanted him to be able to have someone to confide in. Like if you can't talk to me or you can't talk to your dad, and it's not because of lack of male role models in his life, but how about people on your age or other people that you can relate to? And that's what DGC gave us. It gave him also that camaraderie, because like our family is big, but he's like that child that doesn't have any cousin like right on age with him. They're either older than him or below him. So I was like, well, at least with DGC, you'll be with a group of your peers. So I felt like that would help with, okay, are you where you need to be socially and maturing at the right rate? So it gave us all that stuff that we couldn't provide for him through an extended family, because now he has peers that's on his age going through the same thing. And like you guys said, and it's positive. And now he got extra role models to look up to, and just more people to confide into, even if he doesn't feel comfortable coming to any of his immediate family.
Okay. Thank you for your answer. Ms. Toya.
So yeah, I would piggyback off everything the ladies have said. When we started for RJ, for me, it was for confidence, like for him to be, confident in his knowledge and the things that he knew. And then also for him to be around boys. I mean, we have 5 children, 4 girls and 1 boy. So he was out on a limb by himself with him and his dad. So this was their opportunity to kind of get out there and be around, for him to get around some actual people who were males, like they said, who are positive, to kind of show him, the ropes, and, that he would be able to be entertained with and entertained. So, and now for my daughter on her side, I think it's just an opportunity for her to kind of like get out of her shell and be able to, learn what her purpose is and be confident in that.
Okay.
Quick. Since we just talked about or asked about the child's benefit, what benefits do you all get out as a parent and as a family? Because to be honest, we do cater to the kids, but we cater to the family as well. So how have you all felt this has benefited or impacted your family?
I mean, you guys offer workshops. There was different workshops that I was able to attend that I benefited from. Just the peace of mind to say that someone else is looking out for our children or my child, exposing him to something that's positive, hitting on points that I may miss, that his stepfather may miss, that his dad may miss, or like she said, family may miss. So I don't want to take away from what other people may say, but all those things as a whole was very well needed and beneficial.
Got you. Who want to go next? Tasha?
Sure. I'm going to say I love the break. When they go on a trip, that's one less mouth.
That too.
I get some me time, so. But, and everything Tia said as well. Like, and I see it. I see him texting other boys from the group. So I'm seeing those friendships and those bonds. And I mean, he's a homebody. So, if DGC didn't do these meetups and these different things, he would possibly be at home in his room. So it gives him that chance to go out and socialize as well.
Thank you for your honesty. I was waiting for it. Appreciate you bringing the cat out.
You're welcome.
Tanisha, you want to go next?
Yeah, that was great transparency. I can't say that exactly, because being a mentor, I go when my son goes, and that is quite okay. But it's nice knowing that I am reinforced. Messages that are here at home, that he doesn't want to listen to us, because, and I've got to learn to give a little and then let it sink in, let him process. But it's definitely the reinforcement that he gets from his male mentors to hear the same thing that mom and dad saying. I'm not crazy. I'm not, look, I wasn't born yesterday. I thought I knew this. Wait a minute. So just the reinforcement, it's like, whew, okay, if it doesn't come from me, I need it to come from somebody else outside the house who I don't want to say doesn't have an influence, but it's a different kind of influence. And it's just that peace of mind knowing that it's like, whew, he's hearing it from someone, because if he's not going to listen to me, he's going to listen to somebody else. And it's a male. I'm not a male. I'm mom. I can't give him that. We are a 2-parent home, but my children are also biracial. So for me to give my son almost what I did not have growing up was that Black community, Black family. My dad was in the Air Force. I grew up in South Dakota. Yes, there were Blacks in South Dakota, not many of us, more natives at that time, but just to be able to give my children something that I didn't have, for them to know and appreciate their roots as I learn and know and appreciate my roots at the same time. So to be able to give him some of that daddy can't necessarily give, because, he is rocking 2 races, and so try to even that out and do well. But yeah, just knowing that he can, that reinforcement, like I said, and the group of boys that he can hang out with and have fun with. He's the older child over here for us, and my middle child has some special needs or special rights, and then we have the baby. And so giving him something of his own, something for him that he can call his own right now, to boost him, which is great. And one last thing, we did attend the banquet, and we went and found a white shirt and some black slacks. And when he put that on, boy, did that transform him. He was rocking it. And so it's like, when during induction, you will get your bow tie. You will get that, and just letting him know this is what you'll wear, and just the confidence that he had, and that you can see, because they're always quiet, but you can see those little changes.
Okay.
Awesome.
Yes, I would jump in.
Oh, Toya.
Oh, yeah, I'll jump in. I think, like everyone said, for me, my change with my son has been exactly the same. Before, he was in his room, he was to himself, because that's what he did in House of Girls. Now, every time I hear both of them on the phone, they're talking to someone from DGC. Right now, they're talking to the people who were on the panel, like on the phone in the house all day, every day. So I do see the relationships and the bonds. If they're not on the phone, they're asking if they, the boys are asking if they can come over. So it's, literally just seeing how the family has changed and progressed, and how the kids have changed as well, and how they really just desire to be like in and around the members of the program.
Awesome. So what do you think about the exposure that we provide for the young men and women in the program, right? So there are times and situations that they are getting exposed to things at the same time as us as adults are. And I think it's important, but I want to hear from you. Like, how do you feel about the level of exposure and things that we're doing to, get them, on a camera in front of Live 5 News, because we do the empowerment banquet at Joe Riley Stadium, or trip to Washington, D.C., or this year going to Orlando, or, being in a video or a commercial that we're airing all over YouTube. How do you feel about those things?
I can jump in. I would say experiences are important. I mean, just looking back and thinking about my childhood, and growing up in a small town, we are our experiences, you know what I mean? And if you don't see someone out there doing something, you kind of don't think that's an option for you. So I think it's important for us to provide those experiences to, our boys and girls, and allow them to know that, hey, if you want to be a reporter, you can do that. If you want to be a lawyer, you could do that. If you want to be, a judge, you can do that. So there's other people that are out there doing it. And I think for us, it's also important for, our people of color to see other people of color that are doing it. So I think it's awesome.
Okay. Thank you.
I can go next. Yep, I can go next. The exposure is great. And the more, I hope the more that my son has it, the more he will realize that the world is much bigger than him. And I remember when we went and did we cleaned up the Adopt a Highway over in Goose Creek and to understand why we were doing it, you know. And so there was a reason to the why. We had a mother who lost her son to sickle cell. And, you know, I want him to know that it is greater than him and it's good to give back and it makes you feel good. And so the outings, the lessons that he learns, he's coming home and he's remembering some of them. And hopefully we'll be able to put them into practice. And I remember when we were at the banquet, I can't remember who had told him to help out, but he took it serious. So he was like trying to find somebody to help and carry the music and do all this. And, you know, it's great. You know, it's great to see him do it. Because if I would have said it, he'd been like, you know, so it was great for that to happen because then he knows he can do it. I always tell him, you can do it if you want to do it. Advocate for yourself, son. You got to speak up because if you don't, you know, no one will. But he is shy, a little reserved. So it was nice to see him picking up and helping out, you know, when somebody asked him to and to do that. So look, keep up the exposure. Everything is great. It would be great for him.
I'll piggyback too. You know, one thing I can say is that not every parent or young person is able to go to some of the places that DGC has allowed them to go to. And so I think just some of the trips or the college tours or, you know, even the community service projects, you know, help them to learn that they need to give back, you know, having them dress up in a bow tie and a dress shirt, you know, they don't do that. So that brings them out of that shell. I know there was one experience that I can think of that my son is very quiet. We're not, you know, he's like you said, stay in the room, lay back. But Rajon called and said, hey, I want Tamir to apply for the scholarship. And he was a runner up, but the exposure, he had to interview, you know, it pulled him out of his shell. It exposed him to knowing how to interview, how to prepare, how to, you know, write this. And, you know, Rajon looked over it, and then he had a chance to go to a banquet and sit on a stage in front of these other people. You know, it was big. It may seem small to someone else, but it was just that exposure alone. You know, you never know how much it benefited him, or, you know, what it prepared him for, just even going to college. So I think that it all is great and needed and definitely, you know, beneficial, not just to the, you know, the child, but to the parents as well. So I'm grateful.
Yes, I can piggyback off of that as well. Zaven still won't do the commercials, but, you know, he's getting the experience through the other avenues, which I'll notice if you guys take pictures when you're on trips, he's in the back, but it doesn't take away from the experience because he'll come home and he'll tell me, you know, we had the chats and we did this and we did that. So he's still gaining from it, even though he still doesn't want to be in the forefront. So it's definitely necessary. And even when, you know, you guys may think that they're not learning from it, they're definitely taking something away from it.
So you had touched on a point earlier, and I asked this question to the kids. So I'm going to ask you as well, but I want you to guess at what the kids chose. So when I asked them, what is the most important part of the program between community service, lessons, the fun outings, and the trips, what do you think they said?
Trips.
Who says trips? Who you think the kids said trips?
I did listen a little bit, so I won't spoil it. So
okay.
I don't know. Community service is what I'm thinking, but I don't know.
I don't know if they said that. They probably that's what they said as far as what they thought you guys wanted to hear. I don't know.
I'm thinking fun outings.
Right. Fun outings trips.
So actually, it was not. It was community service 1 and lessons number 2.
Oh, good. They picked the right answers.
Wow.
Okay. I was very surprised. I was very surprised.
I am too.
And they gave examples, like real examples. So I'll ask you the same. I mean, what do you think as far as ranking of what's the most important things that we do? And I just picked those 4. I mean, of course, there's other things, but community service, our service, community service lessons, outings, and trips, because all of them have a component that's important. But where do you weigh them in just the kind of a ranking or a priority, and why? So Toya, what do you think?
I knew you were going to come to me first. Community service, pretty much the same way you said it. Community service, lessons, outings, and trips. Community service is first because I feel like you always have to like give back. And I think it's important for them to understand the importance of doing so and why. Lessons, community service is a lesson, giving back is a lesson. But I think we also do a good job as far as preparing them for things in the future, finding out from them things that they're interested in learning, so that we can kind of prepare them. Outings is a way for us to kind of like, you know, chill and get laid back and kind of get to know each other a little bit better. And then trips is the same.
Okay. Tasha, what do you think?
Lessons definitely is number one for me. We always tell, you know, our lessons at home is always like, you can't control anybody but yourself. So every day is a life lessons, is how you react to things. So, and getting it through the group and what you guys are offering is just adding on to those experiences. Everybody will say life or experiences are the best teachers. So lessons is definitely number one for us. Number two, definitely community service, because another thing we try to hit home was like, if you see someone in need, help. And, you know, I always try to tell them, especially now that our aunts and uncles are getting older, I'm like, if their yard need cutting, cut it. You don't need to have money in return. So trying to, you know, bring home that give back. And I like the way you guys are incorporating too, because again, he's hearing it at home. You see someone need, do it, and don't always expect money. If they give you money, great. But if not, don't wear that on your shoulder. You should feel good about you giving back to someone. And then, of course, who doesn't need fun? You work hard, you play, you get to play harder. So after you've done everything that you need to do to make yourself better, then yes, let's have fun. And that's where the outings and those trips come in.
Okay. Tia, you want to answer?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, I definitely would say lessons first as well. I believe that the things we learn, the things that we're exposed to as far as life lessons help us throughout our life, and is needed to make decisions and everything else that comes with everything as far as life. But as far as community service, I feel like that's second, not because it's less important, but because your life lessons will teach you to it's a humbling experience, right? So you'll learn your life lessons. You'll become humbled enough to be able to go outside the walls and help other people, give back to the community, like you said, without wanting anything in return. And then, after, like you said, everything's said and done, then you can be rewarded from everything else. But those are, in that order, is what I would say.
Okay. And Tanisha?
And I do agree with the last two, those lessons. And I like the lessons and community service kind of hand in hand. You learn your lesson, and then let's put that lesson into practice. What does it look like? This is what it looks like. Then we can come back and we could talk about the lesson. I currently I'm going and getting my master's in early childhood and education. We talk a lot about self-reflection and making meaning with what we do. And so you have your lesson. Let's go act on that lesson. Let's come back. Let's talk about what we've learned and reflect from that lesson. So, my order is the lessons, community service up there together, and then activities and trips, go together. When you work hard, it's good to have a break. It's time to have a break. Let's reward ourselves for a job well done.
Yes, I agree. What has allowed you to trust this organization the way that you do? I mean, it's really us embracing your children, right? And we say that all the time. These are our boys. These are our girls. What has allowed you to build the level of trust that you have with this organization?
No, go ahead.
Okay. So it really doesn't take much for me to trust you until otherwise. But it's the actions. The actions speak louder than words. Like I said, this is the first time we did it. And when we did the Young Men Rise, it was Mr. Lewis, and seeing his enthusiasm. You talked earlier about this man comes in excited, and it's like, hold up. But you see that excitement. You see the genuineness of this. And he is building a certain brand in this. So if that was him on my first, Like I wanted to cry and be like, where have you been all my life? This is exactly what I've been looking for my own children and for me to be involved in somehow to give back. And if that's what he's producing, then I can only imagine he's producing the great and most amazing staff to be able to do this too. So I had no problems with trusting because I saw the connection right away. Hey man, how's it going? You know, when all of that kind of stuff that you see, that I already knew I was going to be in good hands. I already knew hands down.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
She took the words right out of my mouth. I was although I knew Rajon and Latoya, the enthusiasm of talking about it, the genuineness, the heart, you can feel the vibes, you can see the heart of someone, and his love for young people was there. And so it made me say, you know what, I want to put my son in something, like, let me get more information, let me see what it's all about. So that right there sold me, and it helped me to trust, because I'm not one to easily trust, especially my son or any child. But yeah, so that was it for me.
For me, Rajon's word was gold, just being able to work with him and knowing him. So once he told me like DGC was the place to be, it was like, that's all I really needed. Like I trusted him that much to know that he was going to recommend me to go somewhere where my son could get what he needed. Now, after getting there and seeing the different faces, I mean, to have, even as an adult, like if you see a news anchor out in public, that's a local spotlight, like that's a local celebrity. So to see that one of the mentors is someone we can see on TV every day, that doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt to see that your mentors are being posted on Facebook and being praised, as well. So to know that, okay, we have the best of the best here. We have people who are really making a difference. That doesn't hurt as well, to see that these people are really being recognized, not only at DGC, but in their community as well.
Awesome. Toya?
Answer for that?
They've literally said everything. I mean, honestly, like I feel like if I wasn't partial, because I am, because I mean, I do. But if I wasn't partial and I was someone who was coming in and I didn't know anybody, I would literally just be like, like the Bible verses, like you check the fruit. Like I'm looking, I'm seeing everything. And I'm a parent that doesn't like easily trust people, or a person in general who just doesn't easily trust people. So I'm trying to see everything. I want to know what's going on. I want to know who these people are. I'm like, even when applying for a job, I like go and like check all the people that are working there before I go there to see if it's like a vibe or an environment I want to be in. So I would do the same. And I feel like Tia said, everybody who's a part of the organization is really genuine. I think like we have amazing people who really have a heart for children, a heart for family, a heart for progression in general. And they don't just talk the talk, but they also walk the walk. So like if we tell you we're going to do something, that's just what we're going to do. So for me, that's what I would check. And that's what would have made me want to make the decision to be a part of the organization.
Awesome. What would be a memorable time? Because you all been with our program for quite some time. With Tanisha coming on, well, it's been a year or so that Tanisha's been with us. What is a memorable time that you can talk about, that you can, as you sit back and think about them being an organization, that you can say this was the best time or the most memorable time that you can tell someone if they ask, what was the memorable time that you can expound upon?
I don't know that there's one memorable time. Like, I don't know that I could pick just one time. The whole experience is like all in one. Not me personally. I can't say just one. Like, I know that I specifically spoke about, what I saw that was beneficial as far as my son coming out his box and applying for I want to say it was a scholarship or whatever it was. I want to say a scholarship or a program that he was trying to get him into. But that was just one experience that I saw that helped my son come out of his shell. But I don't know that I can pick just one experience. I feel like every year was fresh and it was still new and it was still beneficial. So I can't honestly say that I can pick one. I can't.
We appreciate that. Wow. God damn. Who on it?
What sticks out to me still is our last ceremony. I mean, having Chris Singleton as the speaker, having all the representation from the community. I mean, Chief Burgess, just Reggie, just pouring his heart out to the young kids. That was awesome. And then when we had our runners up, that moment on stage, you know, like that can't be recreated. Like that shows you the product of the program. It shows you the genuineness. It shows you that you are really making a difference. And each year gets better. I mean, the program, it was fine the first year, but I mean, last year was like, okay, so I'm waiting on this year to see how we're going to top it. This year it just keeps getting better. But last year is like, it literally is stuck. It's ingrained in my mind. Just, that was awesome.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Tasha. Miss Tanisha?
Well, this is my only first year. So when I think about all of our community services, it was the Lowcountry Food Bank. I think it took us 45 minutes to get through all those boxes, and they said we should have been there for like an hour or something. Like, I don't know. They were on it as soon as we got them all set up. So that was the memory that I have of all of us working together in that assembly line and making sure everything was going smooth. And to do it in 45 minutes, that was quick. But we got it done, and we did it right. Because at one point, the mom and me was like, wait a minute, what is going on with these boxes? They are not stacking right. Where's the process going? No, they did it right. They showed me. Oops. Oops. But, I have had the opportunity to be a part of every community service so far and all the events. And they're all memorable right now. They mean different things. They look different. And, I can only wait and see what it's going to look like next, like what was said, and from the induction to the new year and going forward. I believe they will just build. You guys, we will, as a mentor, build off of what we have, continue that lesson and keep building and getting better and getting better.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, Toya. What you got?
Oh my gosh. So I agree with Latasha and with Tanisha. The induction ceremony is on like a whole nother level on its own. So that will always be like my top. And every year it's different. So every year I'm going to probably say the same thing. But I think something it is induction related, but related to RJ, because I haven't had the experience yet with ISIS, and I will this year when we induct our girls. I can't wait. But with RJ, I remember vividly there was an award that was picked by the mentees. So of course you guys may not like recognize like the background of things because we're parents, but I do, because we have our hands in all of these things. So as the wife of the program director and a child being in the program, if my son was to win an award, it would be looking like kind of crazy. So this wasn't an award that we voted on, but an award that his peers voted on. And then RG ended up winning it. So I was like, oh my gosh. And he was surprised. But that was one thing that really stood out to me, was just that he, received an award based off of something that his peers thought, and he was recognized for that. So I thought that was awesome. But then in addition to that, of course, is induction every year.
Yep, I agree. It can be difficult to kind of narrow it down to one thing. The induction ceremony that year was probably the most emotional one we've had. But there are also, times where we've had very strong open communication on our trips, which is another, way that we engage the boys, especially for DGC, with man talk. So it's been phenomenal. Like, that's probably the one that stands out to me the most. Just taking them out of our normal routine and environment, going somewhere out of town, getting in a room and saying, let's talk. And to hear how open the young men are was like, whoa. But it was rewarding, very rewarding as well. What do you think the greatest thing that can happen for LYS right now? Like, what could be the greatest thing that can happen for us to just keep propelling us to a whole nother level? What do you think?
To be offered in more places than just here. I mean, to, have different programs in different locations. I mean, it seems far off, but it could be done, and it'll be awesome because we know what it is and what it takes.
Okay.
That's what I was going to say, enlarging the territory.
Yeah.
All right.
Likewise, making that presence in every school. I know right now at Oak Brook Middle School, they were talking about some different clubs for kids because they realize this last couple of years have just been awful. And so a lot of that social, emotional things, and they are working on having a mentoring club. And if every school could start there with that, and then that is something that we would be able to work. And I know there's things in the works. So I know there's things in the works, but that would be, the place to start because every child will benefit, right? Every child wins. Every child wins, no matter what. And so having somebody, us connect with every child if possible, get our name out there.
Okay. Have you been a part of any other programs, and how would you compare like the work and content of what we provide compared to something like, I don't know, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts? I was a part of Junior Achievement Teacher for a while. Have you been a part of anything in either in your past or you put your child in? And how does it compare, contrast between what we do and what we offer?
I
The last time I was involved. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say I was in Girl Scouts coming up, but I feel like this is definitely more exposure and more involvement than what we would have done in Girl Scout. And besides sports, this doesn't even come close to what you guys are giving. This is like, for me, it's the gold standard because this is all I can really compare it to.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Toya, you're going to say something?
Yeah, I was definitely going to agree. For me, the last time that I think I was involved in a program was when I was younger, and it was through a school, and it was not at all like this. I mean, it kind of was like, hey, this is what's happening while we're in school, and this is it. It didn't teach me anything that I didn't already learn while I was in school. And now, as a parent, I think, like they've said, this is kind of pretty much like the blueprint and like what I wish I had when I was growing up.
Okay. Anybody else? Tia or Tanisha?
Yeah, I don't think I've had any other experiences that can compare. So
This is the first experience for my son. But for me, like I said earlier, my degree was in social work. And so I've always worked with kids with emotional behavior disorders. And I was they called me a case aide. So I would go into the home and help the child with schoolwork, independent living skills, those sorts of things. So I understood the importance of that. I understood the importance of big sister, big brother for a child who doesn't have anything. Because if mom works or they're low income, they just don't have a connection. And so I've always liked that. And at one point in time, my coworker and I were like, what could we do? What could we do? Because we know there's a great need. What could we do, to help out? And there's no sense in recreating the wheel if it's already here. We just make it better. We just soup it up and make it better. And so, yeah, I've always tried to be involved with kids in that kind of aspect, helping the parents, helping the family, do all of that, but never in this capacity. So I'm thankful that I had found. And, we were, I don't understand. My child is not terrible. We're coming to our own. We're learning who we are and we're pushing the boundaries. Okay. And I told him he could do that at home, right? Oops. But we're doing that because it's like, no, but you got to listen to what I say. Okay. So I was told about Ricardo Perry a while ago, but never reached out, never did anything. And then I know he moved and it's like, oh, oops, we missed that. it just wasn't the right time. It just wasn't the right time, because then we connected up with Young Men Rise, and here we are. You know, and here we are. Things happen for reasons. I'm thankful for that. But yeah, I'm just thankful for this opportunity that my child can be there, I can be here, and we can make it grow and give it to everybody.
Okay.
Awesome. Awesome. One question from me, and it's probably my last question on my end. If you had give me one word that you can think of when you hear the name Lowcountry Youth Services, one word that defines LYS to you.
Just one word?
One word, and explain.
I'll say support, because obviously you get the support from whether you're a single mother or a mother or family, a household of two. You get the extra level of support, which we stated, you know, that sometimes we can't reach them or they don't want to talk to us, but it gives the extra level of support. Whether they're just being like, just for the mentorship or the exposure or the listening ear or the outlet. I say support.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Tasha?
I would say encompassing, because you hit a lot of points. So we got the life lessons, we got the community involvement, and then you got the fun stuff. So you're hitting all, I think, major areas that kids need that's important to just growing up.
Awesome. I like that. Tanisha?
I have 3 words.
I had like 2 or 3 as well.
But they go together. They go together. So, you know, I had to think about this a little bit. This is new to me, and I'm not going to take support, but it's like support, but it's lean on me. So lean on me, because I've had to lean on my son's mentors, and I've gotten guidance. You know, so lean on me.
Thank you so much. Toya?
I would just say probably consistency.
Would you like to explain?
I mean, I feel like
She's like, no.
I feel like no, but it's okay.
She'll get me later.
I feel like meeting the need that's needed. And just thinking about myself, for instance, when I was growing up, I didn't have someone who was there who was consistent. So being that face, being that relationship or that person or organization that's there for these kids, and that doesn't change. They know without a shadow of a doubt, if we're able to have a meeting, we're going to have one. And if we're not able to have it in person, we're going to figure it out, and they're going to be able to see us. So being able to be that consistent person or source in their lives that they are able to reach out to and touch if they're in need.
Awesome.
Yes, great answer. Parents are the lifeline of what we do. Like we got to have your support in order to make this thing work. So as we get close to wrapping up, you know, and knowing we're broadcasting live, Facebook, YouTube, I do want to ask and get your response of why you think this work is important and needed. I want the people to hear from you about this work. So why is it important? I mean, we see the news and see things happening all the time, right? But in your words, why is this work important and needed? So Tasha, let's start with you.
Because, to quote Whitney Houston, the children are the future. I mean, it sounds cliche-ish, but it's absolutely true. And so being a teacher, there's several kids I walk around the school and I see, and I'm like, they need a mentor. Like, because you talk to parents, and it's not always because of a lack of support at home. The parents don't know what to do. And you need that experience from others. You need the village. Like we always say, we're the village. We need that mentality back. We need the village. It's not enough. The household is not enough anymore. The experiences that are going on. I mean, these kids survived going to school in a pandemic. We've never done that. So, you know, how do we teach them? Usually it's like, oh, I've been through that. I can tell that child that, no, we were all learning through that at the same time. They're going to school, we're working through it. That's how do we relate? So definitely it's needed because they are our future. They need that hand up. They need that support to make it and, to be successful in the future. And then, like you always say, we're going to be the older ones. They're going to be taking care of us. So let's plant that seed in them. How do we want them to take care of us? How do we want it to be in the future for them? We have to start, we have to start now.
Okay. Thank you. Tia?
It's needed because if we don't get our young people now, we'll lose them to the world. We'll lose them to the system. We'll lose them to the streets. We'll lose them to things that will take over them. And as a youth leader, as a mom, a parent, working with young people, they don't have. They have family, right? But they also have friends. They also have these outside influences. And without mentors, without other youth groups such as DGC, LYS, they will get lost in this world. They will fall into trouble. They will fall into the hands of things that they just can't handle. And they're prepared in this type of group. They're prepared. They're taught. They're given resources. They're given their mind is being trained to know how to handle things when they're faced with it, whether it's drugs, whether it's sex, whether it's anything that they may come into. And so I think it's needed so that they won't be lost in this world, or that the world won't take them and they get lost in that.
All right, good answer. Tanisha?
I'll just say ditto. But these are very deep questions. This is really deep because it's very important. It's very important. It's needed. I have something behind me that says the power of kindness. We're forgetting. We're forgetting. My son could watch YouTube and then all of a sudden he's a different kid, and it's like, that's not real. That's not real. Sorry for the background noise. And so it's bigger than us. We need that village. We've got to take care of one another. I may be in a nursing home one day. I'm sorry. I may be in a nursing home, but my baby is going to take care of me, right? And I may not have treated them right. And how are they going to treat me when I need them to treat me the best? But it's very important. Everybody has a story. Everybody should be validated. The moment somebody is not validated, we might slip into a deeper depression, and then we can't come out. And then unfortunately we see how it unravels in some situations. And so mentoring is important. LYS is the place to be, the place to go. It's very important and it's very needed. LYS.
All right, Toya.
Yeah, I think everybody has done an awesome job of answering the question. I would just say, like, right now in this day and age, our kids are living in a world that's unlike anything we've ever experienced. They're living in a world that's nothing like the world we lived in. And so they have so many things, like Tia said, pulling at them. And so we, as mentors and people who want to stand up and kind of like be that advocate for them, have a responsibility to make sure that we teach them and we bring them forward and then provide them the resources to be able to, get assistance with whatever it may be. Because, like Tanisha said, our kids are going to be the ones that are taking care of us. Not only are they going to be the ones taking care of us, they're going to be the ones, that are going to, progress the future. And it's important for them to have mentors in order to do that, especially when there is so many things that are pulling at them. We have to make sure that they also are seeing good things. They're also seeing organizations that can help them. They're also seeing, I'm not sure what just happened to the screen. Things that are out there and available that are good. They see a lot of the bad things. They're inundated with a lot of bad things. Social media, they can reach anything. And that can also fill their spirit. So we want to make sure that as many things that possibly can reach them that may be like that, we also fill them with other stuff that's positive.
And can I also add that I think that, this program offers or have a group of people, young adults that and just adults period, that remembers that we are to be who we didn't have when we were growing up, or who our young people need. And I think that because we have mentors that, or they have mentors that have that heart and know that we're able to offer that to our young people and keep them focused and grounded and rooted and teach them and help them to be the men and women that they need or that they will need to be as adults as they grow.
Yes, absolutely agree. And I think that that's, why we try to have a, variety of backgrounds from mentors that are part of the group as well, just because, there's people that, again, these kids will probably not get exposed to at any other time in life. Mm-hmm. And there's, backgrounds, experiences, even jobs that people have that they never thought of. And because of this exposure that they have and access that they have to the people within the program, whether they're, members or mentors or just the support staff, make it happen team, the board, all these are, available as resources to the kids to make sure that they know they have options. Because a lot of times they don't. And they get stuck thinking that there's only one or two options to get out of where I'm at. And there's not. There's a whole lot more. So thank you to the parents panel. As we come to the conclusion of this panel, I just want to say thank you for your support. Thank you for the support of the program and being part of the LYS-A-Thon today as we continue to try to achieve the money that that Rajon has been advertising that we are going after. It has been a pleasure speaking with you. Thank you for your candidness, your honesty. Monica, any other parting last words?
No, I thank y'all. You all are a cornerstone of LYS. Without you all, there will be no LYS. So I give you my love and I honor y'all and I appreciate y'all entrusting us with your children.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I just wanted to come on before they cut off, just to tell them once again, thank you so much for the vote of confidence that you've given us over the years. We've been able to watch, each of your young men grow and become such amazing young men. Tanisha, I know we're just starting with Sarek, but I'm excited about his future. Even just thinking about what we started last year with the Oakbrook group. I've already started. I remember the first time I saw him at a meeting. And he was like, Mr. Rajon, it's me. I'm like, oh, like, what's up? So I was excited to see that he was excited to be there. Tamir is, you already know, Tia, Tamir is my guy. I actually, like you said, I texted him the other day. I'm so glad to see him, going through college and doing that. And I always try to make sure when he comes home that, we get lunch because that's important. He knows he still can do that check-in. Of course, Zaven, I feel like I've known Zaven his entire life. But it's just amazing to watch him. I remember when I dropped off his jacket last summer, and he was at the house, and he just came outside like, when you
put it on right then.
He's so tall now, Jesus, and their voices are getting deep. It's odd. And then RJ is my son, so. But thank y'all so much. I just want to make sure I said that. You guys are amazing.
Absolutely.
And I love the way that you guys, highlighted the work of the entire organization. And we want to just continue to be that blessing, that we've been to your families, to people throughout the Lowcountry and beyond. So thank y'all for y'all's participation, and we look forward to speaking to y'all again.
Thank you for the opportunity. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye. All right, Ken and Monica. Y'all did y'all's time, man. Y'all did that, right? I appreciate y'all, man.
Trying to help out, do our part,
man.
Listen, so I need y'all back at 4:30.
4:30?
Yeah.
Right.
4:30, and we'll do a panel just for us three, to talk about just leadership and where we go from here, and sort of, what the ins and outs. They get to hear us do us for a little bit. So
do we need to prepare?
I know what time that is.
Just about to say, do we need to?
Yeah,
I got my paper and pencil. I need to write.
Here y'all go. Nope. Y'all know me.
And you already know, Ken. We just
I do.
Bad.
No preparedness.
Monica,
you already know.
I'm gonna call you, Monica.
Go ahead. Y'all talk, but I'll be here. So come back. All
right, 4:30.
4:30.
All
right. So we're transitioning into. So first of all, before we transition, I want to do a couple things. I see Jamie is in the background. I see Shanard in the background. Thank y'all so much for joining us. But before I do that, I want to do a quick check in so y'all see where we are. Full disclosure, we have not raised as much as I would have liked so far, but that's okay because we are learning and we are growing and we're becoming better versions of ourselves. So as of right now, we have raised $2,573 total. I'm going to put that on the screen. Oh, Dip. I had something queued up. Where's it at? That's the screen. So we have currently $2,573. As you can see right here, this is still the page. You can go right here. You can just make a general donation if you want, or you can support one of our fundraisers. We have several. Jamie Beards is actually about to speak. That's our board chair. She's right there. We got all these different people. So maybe you heard somebody, one of our leaders speak, and you want to support them. You can do that. If you want to pick one of the kids, you know one of the kids, and you want to support them, you can do that there as well. Second page. Just more names right there. If you see this goofy looking guy and you want to support his, that's fine. But we just so you know, we do have a competition going. So people, so kids are going to get prizes for having the most money raised and that whole kind of thing. But yeah, so we're not where we want it to be, but that's okay because this one part of it is the money piece, but the other part is the advocacy piece and just letting you guys know about the work that we do and the importance of the work that we do and how you can support it. So maybe you can't support us today, but maybe down the road you'll be able to support something if you'd like to donate. The link is right here. Oh, sorry, it's at the bottom. Visit bit.ly/LYS 2022. But our next discussion that we're about to have, send you the link to donate. All right. You'll send me the link to donate. Got you, Mr. Sally. I will send it directly to you. But if you do not have it, it should be pinned on my Facebook page if you're watching from Facebook, and it should also be in the comment section. So, but if you need the link, just let me know and I'll make sure I send it directly to you. But I want to go ahead and go into our next panel because time is running short. I actually got two people that are very, very dope to me. So this is going to be our community stakeholder panel. And one person that we have is our board chair, Ms. Jamie Beards, who's the chairperson of the Lowcountry Youth Services Board, as well as Mr. Shenard Dees, who, in addition to being an educator, somebody who works at a middle school, he's actually been helping to facilitate one of our Young Men Rise groups at Deer Park Middle School. So he sort of knows, he knows me, and he also knows the work that we've done with the program. So I want to thank both of them for being on here.
You are welcome. Oh, hey.
All right. So Jamie, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Can you hear me at least?
Yep.
Okay, good. Because it happened so fast, I wasn't sure if I was on or not. So I'm Jamie Beards. I am the board chairwoman of Lowcountry Youth Services. Rajan and I have been together working behind the scenes. I'm more behind the scenes. He's in front driving the bus since 2019. So I have 2.5 years left as the board chairwoman, and we're hoping to end more than 1,000 strong, like it says on my shirt. So, and I look forward to the discussion. So,
awesome. Mr. Dees, Shenard. What's up?
Can you hear me okay? I'm on my cell phone. So.
Yes, sir. You sound great.
All right. Well, my name's Shenard Dees. I'm a exceptional children's teacher at Deer Park Middle School. One of the schools where the Young Man Rise program is at. And I've been watching Rajan and his the many hats that he wears grow over the years. So yeah, definitely a pleasure to be a part of any discussion and to offer some insight on what he's been doing and the work that the Distinguished Gentlemen's Group, the Lowcountry Youth Center, and all of his affiliates have been doing. So
nice. Thank you so much. All right. So let's talk about what brought you to Lowcountry Youth Services. Jamie, we'll start with you as the board chair. What brought you to this organization? How did you become aware of us?
I was a substitute teacher at Hanahan Middle School, where Ricardo Perry, the founder, was an SRO. My children were also there at the time, so I just was involved there just as a substitute and as a parent. And I really enjoyed watching him do this program at HMS. And I said up in the office one day, I said, listen, if there's ever a need for, me to help you in any way, let me know. And it just kind of ebbed and flowed, throughout the school year. We would talk, joke around, all that stuff. And I knew a lot of the boys. They played football with my son, Joshua. So the age group, I was well aware of, most of the boys in the program and stuff like that. And so fast forward to, I believe, 2018-19, where he was stepping down and kind of handing the reins over to Rajan. And he had come to me when I was looking for a DJ. And that is where I met Rajan, who was a DJ for one of the events I needed. And, he said, I'm looking for a board chair and this is where I'm going to need you. And, fast forward to 2022 and here we are. And it's been a great ride. I'm looking forward to the next few years and years to come to keep supporting LYS in any capacity I can. So.
Absolutely. Shenard, how'd you get tied in with LYS?
Oh man, well, start from the beginning. Me and Rajan were in chorus class in high school together. He sung lead, and I definitely sung bass every almost every time on every
karaoke
song. So,
someday.
Yeah, he's definitely been influential. Even back then, you could see the potential for what he's doing now. Didn't resonate then, as of course we're teenagers, we don't pay attention to that stuff. But the motivational side, I saw it back then, and just watched the growth. And when me and Mr. Perry worked at Morningside together, where he was also an SRO, and he was telling me about a program that he was starting. I was like, yeah, when you get it up and running, let me know how I can help. And years go by, and then Rajan was running it, and I saw Mr. Perry work at several different schools and heard about what he was doing with the Distinguished Gentlemen's Group and every other group. And it just Mr. Perry work at several. I always had Rajan. I told Rajan whenever he needed me. I also DJ as well. For a few radio stations here in the Charleston area. So he knew that when he needed me, he could reach out. I made sure to make those contacts. So as a DJ, a part of the job is to give back and to make sure that you give back a couple times a year. For me, that is, because that's what other DJs before me have always said, that you donate that time and you make that community difference, and you definitely reach back. So Rajan reached out once, and he said he was coming to Deer Park, and that was an easy move. My principal asked, what do I think? And I said, you better bring him on. So, and the rest is history now. So we've seen some behavioral changes from some of the young men. We've seen some young men who are afraid to speak in class. They become more open. Some of them have found their tribe and tribal members who they may not have ever spoken to across the middle school, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. So a lot of work being done and a lot of difference being made by the Young Men Rise program here at Deer Park.
Yeah, for sure. And it's really interesting just to watch the trajectory and how these things have all sort of come together. It's really been interesting, especially thinking about the groups that we've had at Deer Park, Shenard. Can you talk a little bit about the Young Men Rise program and sort of how you've seen that sort of grow and develop at the school?
So the first cohort, Rashawn came in and he had a kind of a format in which he wanted to deliver. And I think by the second session, he realized that wouldn't work. So he was like, I'm going to put this to the side and we're going to do some other things. And once he did that, I saw the connection being made. And by like the fifth session, we were definitely reaching the apex of the program where everybody in the group were sharing and definitely offering their insight and wanting to be a part of what Young Men Rise represented. And then I started to get the questions like, where's he from? And what's this Distinguished Gentlemen's Group you keep talking about? And then once I introduced them to the website, there were some young men that were definitely interested. But a few of them had like sports commitments that they'd already committed to. But when we concluded the program, nobody wanted to leave. So that was the beautiful part of it. I'd never seen him commit to something in school like, man, it's over already.
Yeah.
Felt like
Yeah.
it was yesterday. We just got started. So, and once we started the new cohort, the old cohort was like, we can't come back.
Right.
So I told Rajan, I said, hey, man, you might have to think about a year's program because they don't want to leave. And the change is evident. Classroom teachers, they also now know that they have people that'll represent them in the classroom and outside of the classroom.
Yeah.
So they reach out to me for help on different things. And if they have questions about things, sometimes the topics linger and they may sit on them for a day or two and then come to me and ask questions about topics that we had. And that guidance can continue. So I'm glad to be a point person at Deer Park, which I think all schools should have that person after the conversation has begun that can really hammer the message home a little bit.
Thank you for saying that, because that's the thing that I always try to make sure when we're making coordinations with a school that there is that point person outside of me that is at the school and ingrained in the school culture. Because like you said, when I'm not there, I'm only there an hour a week. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
For 10 weeks. And after that period, they still have to continue these themes. So having that person like yourself that's ingrained in the school and can be, hey, Mr. Dees, I remember we talked about Joe and Mark. And I'm dealing with the situation like Joe and Mark. And because you've been through the curriculum, you know Joe and Mark, that's the guy's story.
So that story, that's one of the best ones, man. And that story they're still asking questions about that. And if I was in the situation, how would I handle it? I know what that means, that they have questions about how they have handled certain situations. So I'm also working on my professional mental health counseling master's degree. So just knowing how to handle those questions in a correct way and letting them know that, hey, all right, so next session, make sure that you bring this up. Next session, we should start off with these questions. I'm not going to answer them for you, but I'll help you to find your own answers. And I think that's what the program does. It introduces the young men who are part of it to a different outlook on several different issues. So that although they may have been a very linear focus in their life, it broadens that focus now. So now they know that just because someone may be different in a different way, or they're understanding now that the difference is not that far from where they are, because what we have found out, the research shows that there's not that many personality differences. So they're seeing other people that really relate and really correlate with them.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Just to pivot a little bit, Jamie, you're our board chair. You know, you see these projects come through, and what's that like for you, being, you know, sort of at the helm of this and watching how, you know, our program has grown since you've come on board?
Well, just hearing Mr. D talk about how Young Men Rise has been working in the schools. Well, Rajan presented this idea to us a year and a half ago, maybe. It was one of those late night aha moments, and he pulled it all together and presented it to us. And while we can say, yeah, go ahead and do it, that's really all we see. And then he'll give it to us on, at our board meetings and stuff like that. But we don't get to experience the Young Men Rise program like we get to see DGC and Queens Being and the community's pods, because that's inside the schools, and obviously, privacy laws and all that stuff and whatnot. But just hearing you speak to it makes me feel good that as a board chair and as the board, leader, we are happy that it was executed. Like, it was leery, we're waiting on the school district to make those budgets, and, the schools trusting him, like we trust him to do such a great job inside our schools. And basically word of mouth. He was already an educator, so a lot of people already knew who he was, and DGC allowed him to walk right in and just present this idea and have it, executed as well as it has been. And we're in 9 schools now. So it's only going to get better. And, I know a few people at Sedgefield that have children that do need to be in that program, and I've sent them the link. I said, talk to your counselors. your child would benefit from this. And we know it's working. The numbers prove it. And so just the fact that we're finally tracking numbers and seeing the our output getting returned in that way is great. And it I just got chills. Like, it's just such a good feeling knowing that something that was on a piece of paper in a board meeting, a few years ago, to having you speak volumes to what Rajan has done, it just makes us know that we're moving in the right direction, and that we know that we are, and where it's lacking is in the schools. And so the fact that we're providing this service where it's needed the most is back where it started, basically. I mean, Perry started it at HMS, and now we're back in schools again. So it's great to have that happening. And it just, I couldn't be more excited. So every time he talks about it, I was like, okay, we're getting there. It's nice to see it. It's not going to happen overnight, but it's happening faster than we anticipated. So it's great.
So when I say we had a few young men who never said anything in class, moved to being very outspoken, and DGC is their place now, where we have student athletes who now speak to those very quiet, reserved, introverted kids, and have made very unique bonds and friendships. And to me, they're definitely the odd couple, but for them it works. And
exactly.
I don't think they would have made those relationships without the program. And it's starting to extend past the program to, like, if you need help with homework or sometimes I have to tell them, all right, now you can't do his homework. You have to help them with their homework.
Yes.
So,
because that's a different consequence.
So it's definitely, but it's working out because the strengths are now being utilized in different ways. If they're strong in math, they're helping out in math. And if their friend who they just met in DGC is strong in English, then they're helping the friend who helped them out in math in English. So we're seeing them realize that, hey, I have strengths, I have things that I'm good at, and I can utilize them in my future and in my present right now. So
yeah.
And that's amazing, because I think where the schools are struggling is to tell children what their strengths are. We see so many schools and so many educators, you didn't get your schoolwork done on time. You have all of this wrong with you. But you give a child that little bit of, confidence in one thing, and it just, it spirals into such a great situation as far as the math, tutoring and, the English tutoring and stuff like that. That's just going to build up their confidence and their character so much faster. And to say that, you were part of that, and that Rajan was part of that, and LYS created something like that, that will be in the back of their heads, in so much of their lives. And that's important. So, it's such a great thing.
The one thing that I wanted to point out, and I was glad Rashawn mentioned it, because I forgot to tell them at the last meeting, a few of the young men mentioned to me that their fathers are not present.
Okay. Yeah.
So they were like, I don't have my dad at home, and you and Mr. Rajan, y'all are like the most positive males that I have had these type of conversations with. Because sometimes teachers, with dealing with a class of maybe 30, 28, somewhere around there, they don't get to make those individual bonds with each and every scholar. So those bonds are extending, and you have the question now, like, are we going to do this next year from our 6th grade group? And our 7th grade group is like, are we doing this next year? And our 8th grade group is like, is this at stall? So we're having those questions now. And Rajan, you're going to have to answer.
That's one I'm gonna have to answer, and I'm ready for it, man. The thing is that I one, stall, holler at me, and two,
any school.
I love hearing I love the conversations we've been able to have. I always think about where we start at with those groups and where we finish. Like there's always at least one session where it's like you got a group of boys like, I don't want to be here. And then you know what I tell them, I don't do prisoners. So if you want to go back to class, you go back to class, homeboy. I'm not tripping. Right. But the ones that stick around, they become so ingrained in it that the guys who left end up coming back.
Yeah, they end up coming back.
They don't come back and like, oh, well, I thought I'd try it again. Oh, okay, cool. And we never close the door. You know, it's never a situation like we don't want you. It's just that if you're gonna be here, we need you invested. We need you invested. And there's just so many conversations that we've had, so many circumstances that we've been able to experience in the Young Men Rise program. I want to pivot to talking about your personal mentors. Why does mentorship mean so much to you? And I think I'll start with Shinar this time and then go down.
Well, my father passed away when I was, I think, 16. I was I think a freshman in high school. So it was the neighborhood, it was the community. You know, you're from right across the street. Dorchester Road was at that time it was not the easiest place to come up. You could make one decision and it could ruin the rest of your life. So, and I didn't have a ton of money, so it wasn't the opportunities to go places. But my mentors became my coaches, who then in turn instilled values in me as far as if you want this, you have to work for it. So I had mentors like Coach Nard, who still works at the North Charleston Recreational Center, who would drop me off at home or pick me up from the gym and then drop me off home. And then I had mentors who just in the community who made sure that, okay, football season's coming around. How much is the equipment? You let me know early and I'll help you. And they didn't help me in a way that they gave me money, but they gave me jobs where I could earn the money. So my mentors became the men in the community who stepped in when my father passed away. I have a fairly large family, but that task was not accepted by a lot of my uncles and a lot of my aunts. So those strangers became my family as far as the leadership roles are concerned. They definitely stepped in and kept me out of trouble. And once I got to an age where they saw that I was good, then they made it my job to help the next generation. And they told me specifically, several of them told me, like one of my coaches from Danny Jones, Coach Allah, said that you may not see the guidance that you possess right now, but you must use what you have to help the next generation. And I was like, man, I'm not coaching. I don't want to coach. That's not for me. I don't want to work with kids. I don't want to work in schools. What are you talking about? I never had any inkling on doing it. And I found myself going to the court and just being like, use your left hand. And then one thing led to another, and I was coaching a basketball team. And then I was coaching a middle school basketball team and coached Morningside for a couple of years. So those guys led me on a path, and they were the reason why I stayed on the straight and narrow for the most part, along with my mom and my brothers, who definitely kept me out of the limelight of that troubled situation. So mentors don't have to be, and they were never people that I knew. They weren't my friends' fathers. They saw something in me that I didn't see in myself. And they didn't have the time, and they definitely didn't have the money. So they weren't rich, and they worked regular 9-to-5s, and some of them will come to the gym in their regular clothes and put in those hours to help. They just had the mentality and the dedication to want to see the next generation do better than what they did. And every time I see one of them now, I have to say thank you, because I definitely wouldn't have been on this path. There was so much around me at that time. I could have went either way. So it was because of them that I stayed straight and narrow.
Nice. Thank you for that, man. What about you, Jamie?
That's a great story. Thank you for sharing. So you've great people around you. For myself, I would have to say, obviously my mom and dad, and then there are a few more after that, but my mom and dad worked 2 jobs each to keep us afloat, but yet managed to put me in dance. So I've been in dance for 40 years, long time. But it wasn't until I went to a certain studio and had two sisters who took over for their mom who passed away right in the same year I started. And Julie and Anita just showed character as far as being, women who could run a business, be strong in their, efforts to keep, young women like ourselves and young men dancing. They would put us in groups and perform out and around the community, around the United States. I mean, we traveled, and her professionalism and both of their professionalisms, how they ran the recitals, how they did their business was what showed me how to be a businesswoman for the most part. And I was like, I'm going to own a dance studio one day. Well, then fast forward to 16, still dancing and stuff. But then my mom came up to me and said, I have an opportunity for you to volunteer somewhere. So I got the information, and that brought me in front of Donna Alexa. And Donna Alexa ran a nonprofit, and it was for people who had special needs or brain injuries, or any type of, difficulty in life, basically. And she did art with them. So a lot of these special ed children, adults, past the high school, age group, somewhere in high school, coming from group homes, it was their relief to come do art. And it was as simple as that. I would set up whatever art they wanted to do for 2.5 hours. And that is where I learned compassion.
Wow.
And empathy, compassion to a world I never knew existed before I was 16 years old. And just how she gave her heart to these people. And just, so I loved it. And I made my career choice by then too, as I'm going to do this, like this. I can do dance for art, and and it's another woman as my influence. I was like, man, this is amazing. And so I ended up going to college. And while I was in college, Donna was tragically killed in a car accident. And Sorry. I just promised myself that I would just lead by example by her, because she left such an impression in my life. And, the business aspect of what Anita and Julie gave me, I still thank them, and I still credit them to being outspoken and standing up for myself and standing behind what I believe in too. And my mom is the same way. My dad has compassion, and, those 5 people that I encompass, early on, kind of guided me to a magnitude of jobs I've had. But then from each of those jobs, you have mentors of like, I'm never going to be like that. So, well, yes, a mentor can be someone you don't want to be like either. So you learn maybe their strength, but then you put them to the side and you're like, you remember that what they did was not going to benefit anything or anybody in life. To fast forward to now, is I consider Rajan a mentor. I considered our board a wonderful group of mentors for myself, because we all bring something to the table, and if we can't, share from each other and, take something from each other. I lean on a lot of my mom friends. I lean on a lot of coworkers, Rajan, guidance, all that stuff. I feel, it's never a single person. It's definitely, a village of people and community, but really my 5 core are the early ones, that I credit to where I've gotten, and I'm thankful for all of that. So
nice. Thank you for sharing that. And that's important, right? Y'all both shared some really touching stories about things that I know are very personal to you, near and dear to your heart. Filling the void, filling the gap, your father passing away, and you not having, having that village to fill in, and not to give you a fish, but to teach you how to fish, inspiring your will to dance. Like knowing the level of love that you have for dance now, I can only imagine. For me, that was music growing up. I had a teacher by the name of Marianne Williams. She was my chorus teacher in 6th grade, and she was the first person that really saw me. She really saw me in that regard, and made me feel like I was good at something. there's so much power in just somebody acknowledging you have a gift and you have a skill.
Yes.
And she in her she unleashed a lot in me that I didn't even know existed. In terms of like in leadership. She was the first person to put me in a leadership position. She made me a choreographer, and she would send me. So I used to go to music camp at Duke University, which is why I'm such a big Duke fan now. But I used to go to music camp at Duke University over the summer, and we'd stay on Duke's campus for 8 days. And in 8 days, we would put together a 3-hour show from beginning to end. And when I tell you, like, we'd walk in, it's called Bright Leaf Music Workshop. We'd walk in, and they'd give us this bag, like, you know, those grocery store bags, like a bag like this, right? And it'd be full of sheet music.
Wow.
So we would have the sheet music. We'd have like literally a 3-hour show. And so we would have to learn at least, I think it's 15 pieces we'd have to learn. And each song, not only did we have to learn the songs and work with world-class clinicians. I mean, we were working with direct instructors and composers that did college chorus and college choirs, and our choreographers worked at Disney World. They were the Disney World choreographers that had done like music videos. And I remember The Lion King came out, and Tim Rice actually came and facilitated a session.
Wow.
Tim Rice did the music for The Lion King with Elton John.
Wow.
So we would go there, and so I would be there. That was my first time actually leaving South Carolina. Was to go to that camp when I was in 6th grade. And while I was there, when I came back, she said, "Rajan, okay, now your job is to teach people all the choreography we learned up there." He put me in a position of leadership. Like, I had no idea that this is what came with going to this camp.
Yeah.
But she said, no. Now that you've learned it, you got to teach somebody else. Those are the basic tenets of mentorship right there.
Right.
You learn a skill, find other people, and teach them that skill. And so I, as a 7th grader, had to go back and teach my chorus members how to do it. And then she put us on parade because she had us going from school to school to school, teaching teachers how to teach choreography.
Wow.
I was doing this in 7th grade.
That's great.
And it's not until you actually find yourself in conversations where you're trying to understand the totality that is mentorship that you really put together all these little pieces. Marianne Williams ended up becoming when we graduated from middle school and went to high school, she actually followed us to high school. So by 10th grade, she was my chorus teacher in high school.
Wow.
And until we graduated from high school, and she was with us until she passed away. And when she passed away, all of us went back and actually sang at her funeral.
Wow.
And that's the power of mentorship. When I think about what it all looks like, it's what she did for me on that scale. Like, there are hundreds of kids that were touched by the life of Marianne Williams. If you came through Brentwood Middle School, 2 years before I got there or 2 years after I left, you knew Miss Williams.
Wow.
And you knew the investment that she made in us. And she was a little white lady from Ohio or something like that.
Not Ohio.
Her impact was so great. Her impact was so amazing. And if I can do a quarter of that, then we've done so much. And that's just what we try to do here. That's the power of mentorship. I see Marvin came in, Representative Pendarvis. I got you on the screen, so if I need to take you off, let me know. But he's joined us.
Hey, Marvin.
Hey, how are y'all? How's it going, sir?
South Carolina House District 113 Representative Marvin Pendarvis, and also new owner of the Pendarvis Law Firm.
Congratulations!
Appreciate the shout out.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate the shout out.
No problem. Please introduce yourself, Marvin.
Well, my name is Marvin Pendarvis. I'm an attorney and also a member of the South Carolina House of Representatives, a native of North Charleston, matriculated through public schools in North Charleston, Charleston County School District. But I've known Rajon, I guess I've known you since I moved back to Charleston in 2014 after I graduated from law school. And so just glad to be affiliated with you and the work that you're doing through mentorship and LYS and all that you've been able to impact in Charleston, Dorchester, Berkeley, and beyond. But just glad to be here, and certainly I'm happy to be part of your organization.
Thank you so much. We appreciate having you, Marvin. We were just talking about mentors that we've had in our life. I'd love for you to maybe share a story about a mentor that you've had.
I will tell you, when I think of mentorship, and I will tell you, I've been blessed to have some incredible mentors along the way. And one in particular is the reason why I would say I'm a lawyer and also in politics today. So when I was a freshman at the University of South Carolina, well, before I even get to that, if anyone who's around me, anyone who's seen me do work or is affiliated with me or have heard me speak, I will always talk about why it's important to be an example, and that it's hard to be something if you can't see it. And I've always been a big believer in being the example and representation mattering in so many different areas of life. And so up until the point that I got to college at the University of South Carolina, I never met a lawyer before, Rajon. I knew what a lawyer was. I knew I wanted to be a lawyer, but I never was in a law office. I knew of the lawyers that I saw on TV and that advertised, but I never had met a lawyer in my life. And after my sophomore year, I joined a fraternity, and we had our meeting the first day after joining. And the gentleman who's my mentor and still is a mentor, Russell Brown, he went around the room because he was our advisor, and he said, "What do each of you want to do when you get out of college? What is your life's goal?" And people, we went out of the room. Some people said engineers, some people wanted to go into medicine, some people wanted to go into human resources or logistics. There are a number of different careers. And I said I want to be a lawyer. And unbeknownst to me at the time, he was a lawyer. And he said, "Well, have you have you worked with a lawyer before?" I said, "I've never had that opportunity." And he took it upon himself, John, to say, "I want you to meet me at my office Monday morning." This was a Tuesday. But he said, "Meet me next Monday morning at 8 a.m. And I'll give you a job right there." And so I met him at his office. And from there formed a mentorship where I can truly say changed the trajectory of my collegiate career and my professional career, because from there, literally, I was with him all the time. And those who remember me when I was at USC my junior and senior year, I was always in a suit and tie. I was always with the lawyer, and he introduced me to so many people around Columbia that were doing things in the law. And he said, "If this is what you want to do, here's who you need to meet." And it was through him that I met one of my other mentors that got me introduced into politics, and which is what led me to run for office. And so I've always made it my mission to replicate that. It's why I've tried to do as much as I can to invest in our youth. It's why I believe in the mission of this organization, because I would not be here without him telling me, "I want you to meet me at my office on Monday morning. If you want to be a lawyer, here's what you need to know." I mean, he would always, look at my work. He wrote me recommendation letters. He would talk about things that were going to make me successful. He would give me these different examples. He made sure that I was in the position that when I decided that I was going to, go to law school, and even through law school, I was going to be successful. And that meant a lot. Um, that is how I was able to really kind of get into the legal field, and I'm just so grateful for it. And it's why I believe so hard in mentorship, because it's something that really changed who I was. I'm turning my camera on. I had to get to a place where I can park, but it's why I changed. It's why I believe in it, and it really changed the trajectory of my life and my professional life. I mean, just sitting with him, we would be, Rajon, I would look forward to going to his office, right? I'm a junior in college, right? I mean, like, we're hanging out, we're partying, we're doing all that you would think as an 18, 19-year-old. And I did all of that, but I would look forward to Monday mornings to be able to get to the office, because what I was getting was so rich, right? What I was getting, I didn't understand it at the time. I just thought that I was just, this was an internship that I could put on my resume and it would help me with my law school applications. And it did. But the exposure that I got was so valuable. It led me, there are relationships and connections that I made when through his mentorship that still exists today.
Yeah.
And that have helped me in this part of my life now, especially as someone who's ventured out and started his own law practice.
Yeah.
So I've just been very fortunate to be surrounded by some great mentors, and that's just one example of many throughout my life. But I wanted to use that one particular because it relates directly to what I'm doing now, and the impact that he's had on me is manifested itself into the person that's before you today.
Awesome. Thank you for that, man. Representative Pendarvis, for sharing that. Like that's a touching story, and just the way that it's impacted who you are. So keep doing that. I love that. Jamie, I know you got to go. So I wanted you to give some thoughts before you had to hop off.
Thank you, both of you, Mr. D and Marvin, for jumping on during this time. I just see so much potential. And I know I'm all, you can ask for John. I'm very hesitant all the time with all the new things that we do, and that you just never know. But knowing that it's touching the school systems, and so much more just makes me sleep and rest a little bit better. And I'm thankful to be part of it. And, I just know, even after, our previous board meeting, and, we had a meeting this week, and, it just kind of rejuvenates, why I asked Ricardo if he ever needed any help, what could I do? And it just makes me happy to be part of it. And, listening to Rajan speak on Tuesday at a function that was not put on by LYS, but by another company who said, I'm going to do this for you. And just hearing his story of LYS never gets old. It never gets old. And it still gets me a little teary-eyed. It gets me the goosebumps and everything. And I'm just like, it's just like a boost of energy. And, watching it also, so Ryan came with me back in January to our empowerment panel. And since then, he has jumped into his nephew's life more, because he realized, the father is absent, and he can be that. He can be that mentor. And he posts about his nephew. Every time he takes him, he goes, today's conversation with Gage, and it just goes, and it's just amazing. And, I asked him to be on, but he's not here. And I also asked him to send a video, but he hasn't. I said, well, we can just jump on whenever you can talk. Yeah. But to watch it happen with somebody who's close to me is just, he saw something and said, well, I can do that. And I'm like, you can. It's not hard. Yes. Your impact, he doesn't realize it right now. He will later. Yes. You're putting the little seeds in. And that's what I feel like we're doing at LYS. We're putting little seeds. I didn't know what Julie, Anita, and Donna were doing at the time. I didn't even know that was what mentorship looked like. Right. Someone just being involved in my life, or just someone believing in something I do. I had no idea. But then now being on this board, I was like, that's exactly what they were doing. Yeah. They probably didn't even know that either. So, unknowingly, I've been a mentor. And when it's brought up to my attention, I'm like, me? Oh, I'm not like that at all. And they're like, no, but this is what you did for me. And I'm like, oh, okay. I want to be like you. I'm like, I ain't all great, but it makes you feel good that you've put a little something into our children. And, our motto is every child wins. Wow. We're hitting as many children as we can get. And with your support, Mr. D and Marvin, and it's just going to get that much bigger. If we can hit the Lowcountry and South Carolina and go bigger, it's because of you guys, and if I can help steer the ship in any way, like I am, I'm in it. So thank you so much for everything.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Stay strong, Rajan.
Yes, sir.
All right. Bye, guys. Have a great day.
All right. Bye, Jamie. All right. So we still got Mr. Shinar Dees and
take care, Jamie.
So we're talking about mentorship. We're talking about what I want to pivot to this, Marvin. I'm going to come back to you, and then we'll go to Mr. D's. How does we know about the issues that exist in our community, especially when we're talking about young Black men. What are the efforts that you've seen that have made the biggest impacts? It could be a specific method. It could be an event that you saw. It could be anything that you want, LYS or otherwise related. Just so, because I think that we need to start having real discussions about what things have been working, and then I want to flip it the other way and say what's not working.
So I'll tell you, in I'm not going to go as specific, but I'll tell you generally what, and this is stuff that LYS does, and I just left an organization, an event that's doing this. I believed in the model that we have to meet people where they are.
Yeah.
And when we're talking about how do we engage our community, if we're looking at trying to address some of the problems in our community, we can't just wait for people to come to us. We have to create an environment where we're going to be in the community. We're going to be engaging with them and meeting people at the level they're at, right? That's really what I believe is missing. And I believe that's what's necessary for us to really see the kind of change. And when organizations do that, when they take themselves out of it and they look at how do we, this is about enriching the people that we've been called to touch, then those are the ones that I feel like has been most effective. Those are the people that are able to touch people and to reach people and to really address a lot of the issues that we see in our community, whether it be violence, whether it be social emotional learning, whether it be a myriad of things. We have to meet people where they are.
Nice. Shenard?
Well, I think he hit the nail on the head. And that's when you asked that question, that's the same thing I was thinking about, meeting people where they are. There are a lot of organizations and a lot of groups that just haven't really grabbed that idea and taken it by the frame. So by the horn, or like the saying goes, grabbing that bull by the horns.
Yeah.
We have a lot of kids with a lot of needs. We have a lot of parents with even more needs. And sometimes we forget that we're still operating in the sense of a pandemic. So
yeah,
all of those things are factors in the way that are not only our young people, but our parents receive any message given by any group. So we all have to be conscious of the way that we present the message for any group. So
yeah,
the groups that master that are the ones that we see propelling and definitely gaining that support of the communities, and the ones that don't, we see fall by the wayside so often. So
yeah,
it's going to take a conscious effort to understand the many pieces that play a part. That social emotional learning is a big one, and just crossing those lines. And sometimes you may have to reach across and ask someone who you may have normally not asked for that help and that support. So
I would say that one of the things that working and doing as much of the work as I do, one thing that always bothers me is when people that walk in expecting kids to just like latch onto them and just like, if they don't automatically jump onto their way of thinking that something's wrong with the child and they just don't want help. Kids want help. Kids want support. But before they accept your help or your support, they first want to know that you're actually who you say you are and that you're willing to listen to them. I always tell people mentorship is built on relationship. Mentorship is based on trust. No child will listen to you that doesn't trust you. Just won't happen. People don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And so when I see efforts that say, well, I'm going to come in and I'm going to tell them about my thug life, and then I'm like, all right, cool. Are you going to ask them about them?
Yeah.
Are you going to ask them about their background? Are you going to ask them about their traumas? Are you going to ask them about the things they've experienced? Are you going to ask them their name? Are you going to ask them what sports they watch? Are you going to ask them what video games they're playing? You've seen me, like I spend my first few weeks just trying to establish the fact that one, this is who I am, but more so who I am doesn't matter. I want to know about you. So whatever information I can pull out of you and I can get you to talk to me, now I have an opportunity to make a change. And so I love that. I just wanted to make sure I said that. I guess I know we're about to starting to wrap. So I want to ask this question. So my final question. If we were able to pull this work together, to make a better community? And I'll speak specifically about Charleston County because most of us are in Charleston, most of the work is done in Charleston County and Dorchester and Berkeley as well. What does that look like for kids? What are those prospects for kids if we get this thing right?
I mean, the potential is limitless. I can talk for hours about if we get this right. One thing I talk a lot about is transforming communities.
Right.
And so much of what we need is really a transformation of a lot of our communities. If we get this thing right, man, you're talking about raising a generation, molding a generation that can break down barriers, that can break generational curses, or can change the trajectory of their family tree. People who can achieve and change this area. I mean, I've always been talking about who are the next generation of leaders, who are the next generation of thought leaders, business people, people who are going to be successful and leaders in all areas of life. And if we get this thing right, then we've got a generation of people who's going to take it by the mantle and run with it. And that's only going to be to the benefit of our community when we look back at 20, 30 years from now, and we're able to say, wow, I mean, we were able to make a real impact, and it's going to be evident by the people and the work that they're doing at that time.
Yeah, love that.
Well, historically, if you look back at all of the major leaders, in some way or another, they had an influence that was of the same nature. If they were a political leader, there was somebody historically in their past who had an influence in that direction. If you look at Tupac, for instance, his mother's influence with the Black Panthers led to him being who he is. And if you look, several leaders that we have. So if the change begins in those communities, we now set a new standard of life for the young people there. They now become the ground zero or the blueprint of what the future looks like. So, and just as well as I know that if that happens, Mr. Pendarvis said it's limitless. It not only changes them, it changes the community and what they will allow to happen in their community. Knowledge has always been power. So once you are empowered with the knowledge of your power within your community, you don't let certain things happen without your approval. And now we're talking financial support for elected officials to put them in a position, and they represent your dollars. Now we're talking new Black Wall Streets and things of that nature in our communities, in our city. So it could definitely be limitless. And I think mentoring is the way that it begins. You have to, I think, Mr. Pendarvis, you said earlier, you got to see it before you believe it. I didn't know anyone who went to a 4-year school. Everyone that I went to Tech. So that was the way that I went at first. And then once I got around people who were in 4-year schools, that's the direction that I went. And once I got in a 4-year school and they said, hey, you can go graduate school too. So once you see it, you accept it and you believe that you can do it as well. And I think that's the path that will happen.
Man, you nailed it. I think y'all, that's the power. The power of seeing it is so important.
I couldn't agree more.
So important. And you made that point. People talk about Black Wall Street. We can't have anything like that until we start taking care of our own.
That's right.
We start seeing our the potential in our young people and giving back on a daily basis. It's not something we can pop up at an event and do one time and then hopefully they get all the jewels that we. No. This takes time, and I love the fact that both of you gentlemen have taken the time to be the change that you wish to see in the world. I want to continue to uplift you, gentlemen. And pray for you and pray for your families because you have your own individual situations that you're dealing with. And just thank you for being consistent and being who you are. And I consider you friends and colleagues. And if there's any way we can be a blessing, you let me know. Representative Pendarvis, how can they find out more about you, what you're doing, support you?
Yeah,
What can they do?
yeah, absolutely. So if anyone needs to know about me, you can go to my website, www.marvinpendarvis.com. You can also email me at info@marvinpendarvis.com. That's info and Marvin, Marvin, and then Pendarvis, Pendarvis, as it's spelled on the screen. So those are the ways that you can contact me. I am easily accessible as Rajon. I will get back to you at some point. I want to make sure that that's clear. But reach out to me. Whether it's law, whether it's politics, whether it's just you're seeking mentorship for someone that you care about. I get a lot of those emails and calls as well. I want to make myself available. I believe in this kind of work. There's a reason why Rajon and I have been able to connect and see eye to eye because I truly believe in this mission and I want to be as supportive as possible. But thank you for the opportunity, and that's how you can reach me.
I appreciate you, man. Tell the wife and Deuce I said hello.
I will.
All right, man. Shenard, how can they find you if they're trying to get more of this grounded wisdom that you provide? How can they reach?
Thank you, man. If you're on social media, just look for me on any social media platform. I just got a TikTok, so yeah, TikTok.
Yes.
Man. So I'm on TikTok, I'm on Instagram, KIDD_SHANARD. Any of those platforms, if you just like to communicate. Also, I'm an exceptional children's teacher, formerly a special education teacher. I know there's a lot of questions in our community about special education services. If you have any questions in that realm, I don't mind giving you the answer. If I have the answer, if you have a question that I can't answer, we could definitely find the answer together in any of the educational realms, actually. So definitely reach out in that form, and give me 2 years. Remember the name. Give me 2 years, and we'll be opening up that licensed professional mental health Black counselor center. So
My guy. I appreciate you, Shenard. I will see you on Wednesday, right?
Yes, sir.
Y'all have school.
Yeah.
Y'all have school, and it's not a testing day.
Yeah, no teachers. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So make sure. All right, cool. So I'll see you, and we have our pizza party to close that group out. So I'm excited.
Yes, sir. Awesome, man.
All right, man. I appreciate you, my guy.
Take care.
All right. All right. So we have been rolling, and we have been rolling. All right. So before we can move into our next panel at 3:30, our LYS alumni panel, which is going to be fun because we get to bring some of the guys back who've gone on to bigger and better things in life. We actually have a real life icon coming on, y'all. I don't know if y'all know this, but a superstar is about to grace the screen. I just want to let y'all know what time it is there. But yeah, so we have been raising, like I said, we're below where we wanted to be goal wise, and that's okay. We have raised $2,673, which is nothing to sneeze at. But I'm excited about continuing this discussion with our gentleman from the program. Before we do that, I want to show this video, and then I'm going to move into, and then we'll start with this group. Give me 1 second. I'm going to show a video real quick, and then we'll start with this group. Boom, 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 boom.
What is a mentor? This is a question I think about a lot. I've had some great mentors throughout my life, and now I work in an office full of young women who have made their careers as mentors. To me, a mentor is someone who gives you the gift of their perspective based on having traveled a few steps ahead of you along the same road. Have you ever had a mentor like that? When I was in high school, I had a mentor named Jamie. He was the youth pastor at my church, and I met him when I was about 16 years old. Jamie was very well suited to work with high school students. He was the perfect combination of compassion and humor. He was amazing. He would show up to our band concerts, our sports games. He would host game nights at his house. But he also showed up for the messy, difficult stuff as well. About a year after I met Jamie, I found myself in a situation I didn't know how to handle. My younger brother, who had been struggling in school after the divorce of our parents, went to live with my dad across the country, about 3,000 kilometers away from our home in Washington State. One night, my mom and I got a call that he had taken a bottle of pills and tried to end his own life. He was only 13 years old at the time. The next day, I tried to go to school like normal, but I fell apart completely. One of my teachers sent me to the office to call my mom because I couldn't stop crying in class. I'm not sure how he managed it, but somehow Jamie arranged for me and my best friend to take the rest of the day off from school. The three of us drove around town, collecting all of my brother's favorite things to put in a care package to send to him. My brother recovered, and I asked him recently if he had any memory of that care package. He didn't. I think Jamie suggested putting that package together as much for my benefit as for my brother's. Having something to do helped me to find my voice in a situation where I felt totally helpless. My friendship with Jamie lasted long after that day. He helped me to get my first job after university. When I was in law school, he had a friend of his put in a good word for me with a large human rights organization. The internship that came out of that connection set me on a path to living and working full-time in East Africa. He even came all the way to Tanzania in 2013 to officiate my wedding. Having a mentor like Jamie inspired me to want to be a mentor and to encourage other people to do the same. Now I'm the director of Africade, an NGO that mentors secondary school girls to become confident leaders. We want every girl to have someone like Jamie in their life, a positive role model to help them reach their full potential and find their voice. And because we focus on girls, all of our mentors are university-educated Tanzanian women. Why do we focus on girls, though? Well, a 2018 World Bank report showed that by educating girls, we can reduce the rates of early pregnancy. We can reduce rates of child mortality and child stunting. We can virtually eliminate child marriage. We can even reduce HIV and AIDS infection rates. These benefits go far beyond the individual girl. They have the power to lift up an entire community. But we also know, and this is important, a girl does not become educated simply by attending school. The obstacles she faces both in and out of the classroom all too often derail her education. Teenagers are so close to independence, but most still live under the care and authority of adults. Having a mentor in that time of life can make the difference for a girl. A mentor is someone to walk alongside her in the big and small challenges. It's someone to demonstrate confidence and strength. It's someone to help that girl reach her full potential. Having a relationship like that is crucial to helping a girl develop her resilience. Resilient girls are able to meet challenges with confidence, creativity, and strength. Resilience is a combination of factors. First, it's a girl's internal ability to meet and overcome challenges. Second, it's the support system around a girl when she finds that challenge. A good mentor can become part of that support system, but a great mentor can help a girl find the power in herself to overcome challenges on her own. One of the most resilient people I know is a young woman named Chausiku. She goes by Chiku. Chiku was raised by her uncle because her mother was unable to support their family after the separation of her parents. But Chiku's uncle lived far from school, and each day Chiku had to take 4 daladas, 4 public buses, to and from school. She told me morning is easy. It only took me 2 hours to get to school. Evening was hard because of traffic jams. It used to take me 3 or 4 hours to get home. Despite this, Chiku fought for her education. She became one of the 3% of girls in Tanzania who make it to high school. When she was in high school, Chiku joined Africade's KISA project. KISA is the Swahili word for story, and through KISA, girls learn to become the authors of their own stories. Each week, Chiku and her classmates met with their mentor, Anande, and Anande was there to help each girl find the leader within herself. Now, we know that girls face obstacles, but we also know that, like Chiku, they have a lot of ideas for how to overcome those obstacles. Chiku wanted to improve her public speaking skills, but she was also passionate about helping younger girls learn to speak for themselves. As a student, she wasn't sure how to make that happen, but she had a mentor. She had a mentor to help her make a plan. Anande helped Chiku, and with her support, Chiku was able to teach the lessons that she learned in KISA, including those on public speaking, and teach them to a group of younger girls in her home village. 95% of KISA girls complete a community service project like this one before they finish high school. Their mentors support their ideas from inception to implementation, and what they accomplish is amazing. We've had girls work on nutrition education programs, malaria prevention, clean drinking water projects, even a road safety seminar for children living near a dangerous street corner. This experience gives them the skills that they need to become lifelong change makers. Beyond secondary school, girls who receive mentoring continue to support one another and their communities. 98% of KISA graduates go on to university in a country where fewer than 3% of college-age women join a degree program. When Chiku was in university, she and a group of classmates raised money to start a chicken project at a local orphanage. That orphanage is now able to partially support itself by selling eggs. Once we began to see the incredible commitment of these young women to one another and to the world around them, our next step became obvious. These are the women who should be training the next generation of leaders. Now, 75% of our program staff are graduates of KISA, and Chiku was among the first we hired in 2015. When Chiku joined our staff, she said, "I want every girl to know that if she perseveres, she will reach her goals." How much more powerful is that message coming from Chiku, knowing what she went through just to get to school? The KISA alumni we hire are only a tiny fraction of our graduates, but through them, we see the incredible power of these women to create lasting positive change in their communities. Another of our incredible graduates is a young woman named Fidus. Fidus was recently elected the first female student body president at her university. She said, "They told me no woman can be president anywhere. They told me even if I try my very best, I would lose. After I finished giving my final speech before the vote, I knew that even if I didn't win, I had still planted a seed for change on how society looks at women. Guess what? When the results came, I won with 82% of the votes." An accomplishment like this takes perseverance, confidence, resilience, and support. And Fidus had the support that she needed from her mentor in high school. That mentor was Chiku. Chiku was recently promoted, and she's now helping to pioneer a new program for younger, more vulnerable girls. These girls are already asking their mentors to help them pass on the lessons they're learning to their friends, their cousins, their sisters, even their mothers, just like Chiku did when she was in high school. Through Chiku and others like her, we are now mentoring 4,323 girls in northern Tanzania.
Yeah, so that video is just a great example of the power of mentorship. And it's what we aspire to here at Lowcountry Youth Services. Of course, that young lady, I believe she's in Tanzania, telling the story of Chiku and the young ladies that she's served. And that's amazing. It's amazing to hear about these triumphant stories of mentorship, because it's what we all aspire to. And I'm really excited about our next panel, because our next panel really are the next generation. These guys have gone through the programming. They've been a part of our program, and now they're men in their own right. And I want to bring them on. The one man icon, Mr. Kevin Johnson's in the building.
How y'all doing? How y'all doing? How you doing, Mr. Rayshawn? How you doing, man? How
You
doing?
already know, man. What's up,
Yeah.
Kevin? And then we got Anthony. Anthony, you on?
I be seeing Anthony everywhere. Literally, I see Anthony everywhere I go. I see this.
You muted.
Yeah, Anthony's
Oh,
muted.
hey, how are y'all doing? Yeah, every time I go somewhere, you
going
always
on?
happen to be there.
Yeah, pop up like you
Kevin's
go.
the icon. Kevin's an
Yeah.
icon. Okay.
Yes,
So
sir.
let's just admit it. So did you see him at the concert?
No.
Oh, so hold on. Now I gotta pull up pictures. Hold on. This guy's a whole icon out here, man. So first of all, while I'm doing that, introduce yourselves.
Go ahead.
All right. My name is Kevin Johnson. I was a former DGC member. I was
no such thing.
I was a senior member. I was there since like 4th grade, and now I'm in college and I'm doing acting on the side and just living life. That is about it.
Speaking of living life, hold on. Let's speaking of living life. When I tell you this man's an icon.
Yes.
When I tell you this man's an icon. This is the icon right here. This guy here.
Yes. I did get crowd surfed at a Tyler the Creator concert Wednesday. It was the greatest thing that has ever happened. It all started.
I actually did see that.
Yeah. So here's how it all started.
All right, please, before Anthony introduces himself, go ahead. I'm gonna just flip through the pictures.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, I'm Anthony Rivera. I've been in the club since I was in 5th grade. I'm currently just joined the mentor group.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actively a merchant seaman, so I do a lot of traveling. So I try to be as active as much as I can. But other than that, yeah, it's been great since I've been in the club. It's changed my life.
Yeah, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining. We're gonna talk about you joining as a mentor as well. That's dope. But first, back to this picture. All right, Kevin. Explain what happened. You're muted. What happened? Okay.
So basically, I go to the Tyler Creator Council. I'm gonna explain the whole outfit. Let me explain the outfit. So
rumble.
Yeah, I before everyone was like, why is he wearing a blonde wig? So there's a reason why I wore the blonde wig. So Tyler the Creator had an album called Igor. And Igor is my favorite album. He had that same outfit that I'm wearing on with the blonde wig and the glasses. So, I was like, you know what? I really liked that. I really did. And it like meant something to me. So I dressed up.
You got excited and your camera went out.
I took pictures.
What happened to your device? What are you doing?
It keeps muting.
You got excited and then your mic was like, nah.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. So everyone took pictures with me. And so when I found out that Tyler was coming to Charleston, I was like, oh my God, I gotta get tickets. So I asked my mom, I was like, yo, Mom, you want to give me tickets? She was like, no, you have a job. I was like, screw it. Fine. She's not going to buy for me anyway. So I bought it and I got floor seats and they cost me like $100 and it was great. So I knew what I was going to wear and I had everything out. I had to buy some like new Vans. Those Vans got damaged like so bad. They were stepped on, everything, but I was like, it's fine. It's whatever. And once I came to the Coliseum, everybody in line was taking pictures of me. Everybody was getting videos of me. They're like, oh my God, Tyler, can I get a picture? I took a picture with everybody. And then when I got crowd surfed from one part of the Coliseum to the other part. And the security was also carrying me. And I almost got kicked out as well. And yeah, it was crazy. And Tyler, the Creator, also noticed me, which is like very, very cool. So here's how that started. So there was these people, also shouts out to them. There was these people who lifted me up and they lifted me up. And so I was like yelling, I was like, Tyler. And he stops, looks at me and he's like, I see you, brother. And I'm just like, losing it because I'm like, oh my God, he noticed me,
brother.
And everything went, like the whole crowd went wild, and everybody's like, oh my God, he noticed him. And I got pictures with everybody. I had fun. It was an amazing time. And crazy thing, this was like my first concert as well. It was my first concert.
Oh, wow.
And everybody was like, that's Kevin getting crowd surfed. Like, there's so many people saying, oh my God, that's Kevin getting crowd surfed. And I'm getting these phone calls and I'm getting text messages saying, yo, were you at a concert getting crowd surfed? I was like, yeah, that was me. And they're like, dude, that was crazy. And yeah, and I was like, oh my God. And there was like so many, and then my phone overheated so much. Like, I got so many text messages off of TikTok, off of Snapchat, Instagram, and everybody's like, you were the guy who got crowd surfed. I'm like, yeah, that's me. I got crowd surfed. And then like everybody now wants, like, everybody's now doing petitions and stuff for me to perform at their school and stuff, because like they were like, yo, come to our school and perform. I was like, yeah, you make the petitions and I got you and I'll do it. Overall, this was an amazing experience for me, because I never would have thought me getting crowd surfed would have like been the most craziest thing ever, and getting noticed by one of my favorite artists as well. And overall, like, if it wasn't for them, Tyler would not have noticed me. And if it wasn't for everybody who was crowd surfing me, the audience, it would have been like, it wouldn't have been as great. And everyone's like, you were the key to the performance, you were the key to the audience, everything, And then I got into 5 different mosh pits, and everyone was still taking pictures with me. Even after the concert, everybody was. And it was great. It was great. It was like the most greatest thing that has ever happened to me. Cause like,
Kevin.
I'm getting pictures and everything, but overall, that's it.
So Kevin's excited. Kevin's a whole icon out here.
Yeah.
We didn't pay your booking fee to get you on here today, but thank you so much for coming on. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. Also,
Yes,
Ray-Jean Lewis is a great man. He has been mentoring me ever since I was in high school. I've been a pain to him, but he does it because he loves me. But he's a great mentor. This guy is a legend. He has helped me since I was in high school. Ray-Jean Lewis is that guy.
Shout out to you. It's not about everything. All right, so we also got Deputy Josiah Dixon is on the call.
Yes, sir.
Please introduce yourself, Josiah.
Deputy.
What's up, my Josiah Dixon? 24. Regular guy, man. I'm just a regular guy.
Regular guy, man.
Yeah.
Changing the world. I love it.
Those titles, man. I'm just a regular guy, man.
Nice, man. So let's get right into it. I want you guys to talk about, start off. First of all, you all came through the program. You all came through DGC. You're all DGC alum. Right. And we're proud to call you all DGC alum. How did you find out about the program?
I had just moved to Hanahan, and I was going to Hanahan Middle School, and Cardo Perry was a school resource officer at the time, and I was there for like a couple weeks, and I would see like on Fridays these kids be wearing like shirt and tie, like nice shirts and ties and stuff like that. And I was like, man, I like to dress up. I want to dress up too. Like, why are they, dressing up? So I asked one of them who me and him used to walk home together every day. His name was Kamon Smith. Mm-hmm. So I asked him. He was like, "Oh, it's the club, Distinguished Gentlemen's Club. You gotta join or wear it and everything." I'm like, "All right." So I went home and I told my mom about it. And I was like, I don't really know how to get more information. So he ended up going up to the school and, figuring it out. And gave me an application. OP gave me an application, and I applied and I got in. And I was that's the start. I was one of the boys from then.
Yeah. Anthony?
Well, see, my story really ain't like that. I met OP at a one of the middle school dances. When I first started at Hanahan in 5th grade, but mine isn't really like that. I used to get in a lot of trouble. And it wasn't not until I ended up meeting OP really when I got in trouble the last time. And that's when I more learned about the club. And then I had other friends join and told me that it was going to be a good and positive thing for me, that I should do it. And I've been in the club since then, and it's definitely changed my life since then.
Wow. Thank you. Kev, how'd you find out about the program?
When I was in 4th grade, I went to North Charleston Elementary, and it was like my best friends who was there, and like OP, I call him OP still, Ricardo Perry. They would take him out and they would have fun with him. I'm like, hey, what are you guys doing? Like, why do they always like take you? And he's like, well, he usually like mentors us and like we have fun with him. And so I talked to him, and the first thing that Ricardo Perry told me was, he's like, what do you think distinguished meant? And I've never heard that word ever. I never did. And so he told me what distinguished meant. And he's like, it means being different. It means not sagging. It means pulling your pants up. It means being a gentleman. So after that, I decided to, join DGC. I met great people. I met great mentors. And overall, everything that you all have taught me, I use it on my regular everyday life. Like, I teach my brothers what to do. I tell them not what, like, don't do this, don't do that. Focus on school. Don't focus on anything else. That's pretty much it.
Wow. Well, thank y'all for that. That's really cool, man. I sort of can remember meeting each of y'all individually. Josiah, I think me and you met when we did the video. We did the video when I first came on board, and I wanted to find out what the organization was about. And I wanted to hear about it. And I hope this is something that's always resonated with you all, is that I've always wanted to understand where it came from. Because I feel like if you know where something comes from, you can help it get to where it needs to go. So I wanted to start with what really matters, which was y'all's opinion about the program. And I remember y'all describing the program to me. And y'all gave me my first real mindset into what the brotherhood was. Can you talk a little bit about that day and sort of like if you remember it, and like what some of your responses were?
I remember it a bit. I remember, first of all, OP, at this time, me and him, we was like really close, and he was like, man, you won't believe this guy from Somerville or something like that had started a program in the school just like us, and we're gonna meet up with him, and I think he wants to be a part of it. And I was like, oh, okay, that's cool. And so when we did the video, I remember it being, just speak about like personally to you, what it means for you and things like that. And I remember saying something like, this program has given me brothers for life, has taught me these life qualities and things that I need for the future. And then now looking back, man, I wouldn't be where I'm at if it wasn't for a lot of things that I learned through this program. I mean, most of them actually, I wouldn't be here. Even the things that I got going on in the future that I'm planning for, like a lot of the qualities that started way back in the day, man. I remember telling you about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Anthony, I don't remember when I first met you. I think when I came to my first club meeting, you were at the club meeting. I think that was when
I met you before in Somerville at Starbucks, when you and OP first met, and we started talking about you coming on and doing what you do.
Yeah, and so at that time, so you're originally from Hanahan, yeah? So like not originally, but you lived in Hanahan at the time when I came on board.
Yes, sir.
Can you talk about from because you've seen it grow, because now you're mentor with us. Can you talk about the growth that you've seen happen in the organization, from the time that you're into now?
It's definitely gotten a lot bigger, because it just, when I first started, it was really just Hanahan. It was just middle school. It was just us there, and then it grew to all different parts of Charleston. So that's like the biggest thing for me when I look at it, is like how big it's grown.
Yeah.
And just like getting more mentors to actually be a part of the club, because growing up, it was like a handful that was consistently there. It was OP, Mr. Dunn,
Yep.
Mr. Wood, and other than that, wasn't really that many mentors that was consistently there.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. And the crazy thing is, like, how many, like, the fact that those guys are still here with us today, and they've grown up with you all, even, you know, with the changes and everything. It's really been cool to watch that, and just seeing y'all continue to be, you know, involved in the organization, even though some of y'all have to come and go based on jobs and everything. Just seeing y'all continue to be involved in the organization is dope. Kevin, what has been your favorite memory of being? I'm gonna ask all three of y'all this question. What's been your favorite memory of being a part of the program?
The favorite is usually the meetings and the award ceremonies, because the award ceremony, it shows like how much all of us as like a brotherhood has grown distinguishedly and like have changed in a distinguished way, because, you know, year by year, you know, we grow up to be better gentlemen day by day. And it's because like these men have taught us what to do, what to say, and what not to do at the right time and the wrong time. And these meetings, like when I met you, when I met Mr. Wood, you guys like took your time to tell us what a gentleman is, what a gentleman does, all that.
Yeah, absolutely. Saya, what was your favorite DGC memory?
I think probably one of my favorite memories is when I won Most Distinguished Gentleman. The same year that I won the presidency in the club, and so that was a big deal for me, because I had ran for that position the year before. Well, I didn't run for it because I was scared, so I ran for a lower position, which I won. And then the next year I ran for president, and I ran against Akil Dunn, which me and him was really close, and there was a really close race, you know what I'm saying? And we both wanted it real bad. We prepared for it real bad. And
well deserved too, just to throw that out there.
Yes.
So
yeah, you did deserve that.
Thank you. So I mean, I was surprised that I had won the presidency. Actually, you know, I thought I was like the underdog and stuff like that. And so that was a big deal for me. So then in the same year at that award ceremony, winning Most Distinguished Gentleman, it really kind of taught me to really try to develop myself and really hone in on these skills and these attributes that our mentors are taking their time to teach us, because you can win great awards and stuff like that through these things. That was probably my favorite memory, and I've carried that with me. I still even have my plaques and all that from all the award ceremony, you know. So I say when I get in office, I'm gonna put it all up in there with all my other accomplishments, you know. So that was one of my first,
trying to be like him.
Accomplishments, and I was still a kid, you know. I think I was in like 11th grade in high school, so that really prepared me on how to accept those kind of recognition and actually strive and go get more.
Yeah, I love that. I'm trying to find this video, man. I'm gonna find it. Anthony, what's your favorite DGC memory?
I have a lot of favorite memories, but I mean, I probably have to agree with Kevin with like the award ceremony, like seeing everybody excited to actually like win awards. And it doesn't necessarily have to be you going up there to win like anything major, but just seeing like all the people you call your brothers winning awards and seeing how happy they are to get these awards, to see how much it means to them. And so like their commitment to the club has actually paid off, and people really recognize and notice them for getting these awards. I think that's probably my number one, is just seeing people excited to win these awards, knowing that they're being recognized and people are actually watching them and seeing their growth.
Yeah. Some of my memories from DGC and from LYS in general have been at the awards. I don't know, Josiah, were you at the awards last year?
I think we both was.
Josiah, you were there? Yeah, he was there. All right, so one of my favorite memories was when Patron won the Most Distinguished Gentleman last year. That was such a moment. Like I didn't even know. I knew he had been dealing with a lot, but that was a really big moment. Kevin, my favorite moment with you, even though you annoyed the frick out of me the entire trip, was when we went to the Men of Color. Oh my gosh, Kevin found a way to be the most annoying person on the planet for over the course of 2 days. We were, I wanted, if it was okay to punch kids, which it's not, I would have punched the kid, and that kid would have been Kevin Johnson. But I love Kevin. Kevin, can you talk about that trip a little bit?
Yeah. So, it was me, Rayshawn, Jason, Trey.
Was
and
Patron
the kid
with us?
Huh?
Was Patron with us?
No. And the kid with the waves, I forgot his
Tamir.
name, but I do not like that guy. I don't.
Oh no.
I was like, no, why Tamir? But we all had fun, and I annoyed everybody. I annoyed Jason, like even on the road, like it was everything. Like I was like, man, this is great. And I was just ranting about everything, and they were just like, yep, And it was just like fun, but at the same time, I was just like annoying everybody and just like saying, hey, let's do this, let's do that. Hey, like even at the college, like when we went to the college tour, that right, I kept asking so many questions. And then Rajon was like, hey, you need to stop asking questions and let her do what she does. And I'm like, it's like my favorite college, though. Yeah,
but it was dope though. It was a dope trip. I'm just saying, like that was just, I always think about that. When I think about Kevin, I always think, and actually Kevin's name became Kevin. Like after that point, like that's how we would all say it. Like we'd be like, Kevin. He just like, even OB was like, oh man, this guy. But no,
that's every day. When he calls me, it's never a what up, son? It's Kevin. I'm like, Kevin. What did I do? That's all it was. And he still does it.
Right. That's what's up. So what's up, Zach? I see you. What was the biggest lesson that you guys have learned as a part of being members of the program? Like what if you were to say that you have one major lesson that you learned that sort of sticks with you no matter what, what's that lesson? I'll start with Anthony.
The biggest lesson, I guess like just like leadership, I guess, because I've been around some of the most like well-respected mentors. Like you name them, they've probably most likely mentored me. Like you start with OP, Mr. Dunn for sure, because I think I've been with him the second longest. Mr. Wood, and then ever since meeting you, I look at all of y'all as like some of the best men that I've ever met in my life.
Wow.
And that that's what really brought me back into want to be becoming a mentor, is just looking at what you and Mr. Dunn and OP and everybody's done. Is I can't explain it. Is y'all are some of the greatest men that I've ever met. So I wanting to be like y'all in a leadership way is probably the greatest lesson I've learned.
So thank you for that, Anthony. Appreciate it. Josiah, greatest lesson.
Man, I'm gonna have to say leadership too, but I'm gonna try to give a different reason. But I'm gonna piggyback off of Anthony. Man, when it comes to leadership, like in real world, you know what I'm saying? You guys were teaching us this as kids, you know. We started learning these leadership qualities in middle school. For a lot of kids, it's elementary school, you know what I'm saying? So now as an adult, it's like I'm using these skills every day. Like I supervise a team, you know, in the Army, I supervise the team. Like these leadership qualities is probably some of the most important, because we got so many people out here that hold these titles and these positions, but they don't know how to lead, and they were never really taught, you know, they were never groomed for that. And that's definitely my biggest. I mean, I definitely use that every single day, every day.
Wow, that's fire. Thank you for that. Kev, what's the greatest lesson you've learned?
The greatest lesson is the mentoring, from what Ricardo Perry has said, from what Charvis Wood has said, and what Rajon Lewis has said. Every word you have said in my ear, it helped me a lot through my middle school life and now, because
it teaches me what a gentleman is, what I have to do, what, like, everything basically, because it, like, when I have like my son, I'm gonna teach him what you guys taught me. Like, I would always like teach them at a young age, so when like they grow up, they know exactly what to do and carry it on and on and on, and hopefully not mess things up.
Yeah, yeah. Well, thank you for that, man, for sure. That's a cool thought. Like, I don't think I've ever heard anybody say like when I have a son, I want to teach them the things you taught me. Like, I think that's a that's a weighty statement.
For sure.
So thank you for saying that. That's dope.
Yeah, of course.
The Zach Attack is in the building. So Zach is not an alumni yet. Zach is a junior. And matter of fact, introduce yourself, Zach. I'm introduce you.
All right, well, I'm Zach Kennard. I'm a current junior at Charleston County School of the Arts, where I major in writing. And this is my, I want to say, 4th year as a part of DGC now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. So we've been asking we've asked several questions. And I guess I'll ask you with the one we just said. What's the greatest lesson you've learned so far? Because you still have some time to go, but so far, what's been the greatest lesson for you being a member of DGC?
I would say positivity, and try not to necessarily doubting yourself. I mean, I've learned a lot over the course that I've been involved, but I would say like positivity, role modeling, leadership, all those kinds of things, character, bettering yourself from within. Somebody's always watching you, so not necessarily always pleasing people, but being the best you that you can be as much as you can.
Yeah.
Not necessarily hiding things, but not going out there and I guess embarrassing yourself. Those are some of the biggest things that have stuck with me.
Right. Okay. All right. I love that. Thank you for saying that as well. Like, well stated. Someone's always watching. That's a very key point. And then we got Patron 2021 most distinguished gentleman, Patron French, all the way from Chi-Town. Introduce yourself,
sir. As Red said, my name is Patron. Hello, everybody. It's been a while talking to some of y'all, and there's some new people I haven't met. But it's been, say, my last year at DC was a great year. Still grateful for winning that award. But hopefully next year, somebody else could win the award just like me. But,
right. So let me ask you this. The question that we're on now is what's been the greatest lesson that you've learned as a part of being a member of the organization?
The greatest lesson I say is be able to trust in your brothers, because end of the day, it's going to be up to you to be able to go to them to ask for help, because you could not and stay to yourself, and which may or may not help you in the end, but also ask for help from somebody else can also help you and be able to help find comfort, as what I did like in my last year, because I really needed help from my brothers to get through the last year of my schooling and stuff.
Wow. Thank you for that, man. Thank you for saying that. Anthony, since you've come back, and Josiah, you've also done some mentoring as well. What was that like for you to be on the other side of the game, like as a mentor?
I see how when like y'all said that we were annoying, I see that. I see what it's like to have you gotta have like a lot of patience and be able to like talk to them in a way and understand, because like I was in their same shoes not too long ago, because I'm still pretty young, so to understand that I was there like 6 years ago, so I guess like patience and stuff and understanding.
Yeah. What about you, Josiah?
I mean, for me, it was really surreal. Like, I loved it. I wish I could do it more. And it really gave me more of appreciation for the other mentors, to be doing it, because I know right now how busy I am and how hard it is to be able to be a part of something like that. Like,
Yeah.
you got a home life, you got a work life, and it's hard to juggle all that. So to have these mentors that's been doing it for like 10 years, that's a big deal, and it's a lot of appreciation, and it also shows you how much they care for the kids and for what they're doing and what they believe in. I mean,
Yeah,
it's amazing.
for sure, for
I
sure.
actually I agree with that too, because like just seeing how busy like I am, like with like being the merchant seaman, like I'm constantly going on and off the boat and stuff, and to like see how like y'all have y'all's jobs too. It might not be like merchant seaman and stuff like that, but like y'all have a family, wives, kids, and to see how like y'all been able to manage that on top of running a whole successful club is that's amazing.
What?
Right.
Let me ask you this: what do you think? And I'll ask you this, Anthony. What do you think people misunderstand the most about what we do as mentors?
I don't know, because I constantly like since I've even started the club, I guess like there's this idea that they're all bad kids, or like everyone's bad, they're not smart, and stuff like that. Still to this day I hear that, and that is probably the most misconception ever, because there are some that like they've never gotten anything below an A or B, they've never gotten in any type of trouble or anything. They just want to be a part of a brotherhood, and I think that is probably the most misconception, because it's just simply not true. Yes, there are some kids that happen to have a history with getting in trouble, but for the most part it's kids that want to, like, they might be an only child or anything. They just want to be a part of a brotherhood and just want to be close to people. And I mean, so yeah, probably the misconception that everybody in the club is bad and like not smart, I guess.
Word. Thank you for saying that. Patron, you've had about almost a year since you've graduated and moved on. You moved out of the city and everything. What's a lesson that you got in DGC that's sort of helped you since you've left?
Say a lesson that I've learned is still try to have an open communication, but also being extremely open to change. Because for moving from out South Carolina up to Chicago, it's like a really big change where there's a lot of things I can do now compared to in South Carolina, while there's like a lot more things I can't do. And being able to do like the more things I'm out here, but also having communication skills, be involved with other people, it's helped me out a lot.
Yeah.
So get a better understanding of everyone here. Because like that's also like a different pace where you're doing one thing one day and it's like you're in like a whole nother place another. Like you may be chilling one day, next day you got around like 20 errands.
Yeah. So just being able to adapt. All right.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. Does anybody have a story from their time with LYS that like stands out for them? Is like, if I was to use this one story to describe, if I could only have one story to describe my experience with LYS, it would be this. Anybody got one of those? Zach?
So I would say for me, it wasn't necessarily an organized event or anything like that. In under certain circumstances, I needed people from, DGC, LYS, in support of me for a scenario. And, in your average circumstance, I guess you wouldn't really expect, somebody that you just slightly, bond with or anything like that to be there for you, but to prove and better emphasize like the fact of like, connection and brotherhood, when you need someone there to support you in more ways than one, they can be there for you. They will be there for you. You keep conversation, you keep communication up with them, even if you haven't, seen them for weeks, months on end, you still know that you can, text them or call them or, communicate with them, even if you just send them like a little GIF or something, that you have somebody to go to and trust in situations you may not think that you needed them for.
Yeah. Anybody else got a story, something like that? So I'll give you an example, right? Oh, Patron, you got one? Go ahead.
So like it's more or less like two examples because they take place at different times, but like they still relate to each other in a sense. Like my first year on DGC, we used to go out and do the community services. It was one where I think it was called the Dream Girl Foundation.
Dream Girl Conference.
The Dream Girl Conference.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was my first year, so I was like real new, didn't know really much about it, and so I like out with the mentors and other mentees, and like I'm part of one almost the oldest kids in the group, but I was like I didn't really know what to do, and I was talking to mentors about certain stuff, and I don't remember who it was exactly, but one of the mentors like told me like even though this is a conference for like the girls, like go out and look at one of the meetings, just like chill in for a little bit. Like if you learn something from it, you learn something, but if you don't, you can say at least like there's something that you could have used, or you can tell it to somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
And so I did do that, and like it was the first year, so I was like, okay, I learned something. And then like my second example that I had was my last year. I was also going through like a situation, like just like Zach was. But if I feel like if I didn't reach out to the club, like in that moment,
yeah,
I don't think I would have. I think I would have still been in a bad situation.
Yeah.
Or like not prosper the way that I feel like I am now. Like it would have took me a lot longer to get to where I am now compared to if I stayed.
Right. I love that. Thanks for sharing that. And the crazy thing is I can remember both scenarios that y'all are talking about. So like it's just amazing the way this thing comes together. The one thing I guess I'll sort of advocate for, and I always like to uplift the memory, of those that came before me. I can always remember I don't think there was any time, maybe 2 or 3 times I've met with Ricardo since I started working with LYS that he didn't have a kid with him. There was always somebody with him who, was receiving support, was receiving love. And that set the foundation for me that when I took over, I would have to be as available and as accessible. That's been the standard from day one. And when that's the standard, when that becomes the expectation, it's not hard to do. We found ourselves, there's been situations where we've received the call and we've had to come out and advocate for young men. And sometimes it's one of us, sometimes it's 7 of us. But we come out to advocate because we know that we are placed in y'all's individual lives for individual reasons. And we want to make sure that we're true to that call and that we've answered that call. And I want to thank y'all for trusting us because, yeah, we can talk to your parents, but y'all bought in. And because y'all bought in, that's why you see the results that you have. Yes, your mentors had a great role in who you guys have become. But understand that if you didn't buy in individually, the change doesn't happen. How many people do you know that came across organizations like ours and said, nah, I don't want to do that? Even knowing these guys really probably care about me. These guys probably want to, but nah, I don't want to do that. But y'all stuck with it. And because of that, y'all received the lessons that you received, and you're going to be able to sow those lessons back into somebody else. So I just want to thank y'all for trusting me, trusting Ricardo, trusting McKendrick, trusting Jarvis, trusting everybody that's ever done anything in terms of mentorship. Y'all did that work. And because y'all did that work of trusting us, we were able to be effective in your lives. And so as you guys matriculate, you guys become the next mentors, for whether it be within a mentoring program or in your individual lives. Understand that any young person that you have the opportunity to impact, you can only do it if they allow you to. And it's an honor and it's a privilege to be allowed to impact somebody. I'm going to start to wrap up, but does anybody have any special memories or anything that they want to share? And I want to share a video with y'all because I found something.
I just want to say real quick. I just want to say real quick, just to thank you, and thank all of the current mentors, because I know y'all doing a great job. I mean, I've seen the club really kind of transform, and since you've taken the reins, and it's getting better and better and better, and I really love that. I mean, just for example, I remember seeing on Facebook that you guys talk to the boys like about vehicle maintenance and stuff like that. And, you know, that's stuff that when I was a kid, you know, we wasn't learning and stuff maybe we was interested in, or we didn't know how to bring it up or something like that. But I mean, that's really cool and really good that you guys are teaching the kids that now. Like their ideas are flowing and the information gates are open. And I love that.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
That's why I said, I think the last time I talked to you, I said we never did no vehicle maintenance.
Mm-hmm.
So when I went there and I was there, I thought it was pretty cool that like some of the kids, because that's like key to anything. Like you need to know how to fix a tire or replace a tire and change oil, because it's like the littlest things that you like is real little, because it costs a lot to get an oil change when you can really do it yourself for like $30 cheaper.
Right.
So those are things that like when me and Josiah was younger and coming up in the club that I don't think we've ever done that. So I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for that, man. And that's the power of the team though, man. And that's the one of the beautiful things, Josiah, you mentioned earlier, like people talk about leadership, but people don't learn how to lead. People get titles and they don't know how to lead. And there's so much in leadership that is trusting your team to be great and allowing them to be great. That was something the mentor said, hey, we want to do this. And I was like, go for it. Like, I love it. And those kinds of hands-on things are things that keep kids wanting to be engaged. So for sure. Kevin, I saw your hand.
Yeah. I really can't believe how big DGC got, because when I first started in 2013, it was just North Charleston and Hanahan, and it was just like 4 of us, like in elementary school. And then like as years went by, like in 2017, there was a group of us in a library, and then now we're like doing community service projects for different small organizations, and like the parade. I remember when DGC was in a Christmas parade, and that was great. You know, we did the creed, we did everything, and everyone was asking, "Who are you guys?" We're DGC. We're a brotherhood. We're a group. We're turning these young men into gentlemen.
Yeah.
And that's what like made me like. That's what really amazed me, because we started off small and then branched out everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah. But understand, you know, that with the growth, man, you can only build on foundation, right? You can only build on foundation. Without the foundation of what you guys did and y'all allowing this program to thrive and y'all telling your friends about it and y'all being great examples, this program doesn't become what it is today. I can go, people always ask me, they say, how do y'all advertise? So we don't. Y'all are the advertisement. Y'all are our advertisement. When I can say, hey, you know, we had a guy who graduated. Now he's a deputy. He works at the deputy's office. It's like, what? We had a guy, a merchant seaman. He's out here. Oh, we had a guy in college. He does videography. And then what? We had a guy, he's a junior at, what? This guy, like, we can, like, y'all have been our billboards. Y'all are our billboards. We built on the foundation that y'all built. If y'all was a bunch of knuckleheads, we would have been gone a long time ago. But y'all, man. So I hope that as this thing grows, you feel a personal sense of pride in what this thing is, because your story is woven into the fabric of this organization. And without your story, it is not what it is. So thank you for that. I see Tron.
I feel like we wouldn't got to where we are mostly if you didn't allow us people like fail at times. Like you allow us to get a chance to fail, because without a failure we can't really grow. And even though that we did fail, y'all was still there and supporting us and like helping us get through certain stuff. Like I remember when I was struggling at first in school, even though like I never really struggled. It's like I was struggling at one point, and like you had to talk to me like at like one-on-one, and like we went down to your house and we had set up a plan for me. It's like try to help me get back on it straight with my life, and that really helped me out at that time. It was like, even though like I tried to get better on my own and I failed, but you were still there to help me. Like, here, we want to do this, and like, here, relax a little bit because you're overstressing yourself. Just like relax. Let's just start over, and we just go from this plan on and try to get better.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
that helped me the most, and I'm grateful for that mostly.
No problem, my guy. Always love. Zach.
Yeah, similar to what Tron said. Like I remember, you know, sometime last year or around that time, you know, like I remember you, Mr. Arizona, you told me to say like something similar. You're like, you know, it's not a one-time thing. You know, like if you make a mistake, you know, we'll just, you know, keep going, keep showing you, you know, what the right way is. You know, we don't just say, oh, you made a mistake and all right, that's it. You know, that really kind of taught me a different eye to things. It showed me a different way, you know, as well as like memories and things. Like I remember the first retreat I ever went on, which was to Myrtle Beach. And then the next year to Atlanta. And I was like, wait a minute, I didn't know this guy was in there. And I met new people. And then the following year, you know, I met even more people last year when we went to DC. So, you know, it's just like, it's a building block, you know, it allows you to look back on things and look and see how you've grown, as well as alongside other people similar to your age, and those kinds of things stick with you, you know, like I think it was Kevin said, you know, like even with Kevin, I think the first year I met him was the first year I was in the program. And then, you know, a couple months ago when I was working at JCPenney, I ran into him. You know, if I hadn't been in there, I wouldn't have ever known, you know. Yeah. Oh yeah, he remembers. So, you know, it's just those kinds of things like that really stick with you. And it's motivation to be the same for future generations, you know, no matter who it is. You know, you can, I think you guys have said it many times, you know, you'll see yourself in somebody, and that's just more motivation to help them grow and help yourself grow.
Yeah, man. This has been dope, man. This has been dope. Now, I promised I was gonna find this thing, so let me share this real quick, because I said I'd find it, and I found it. Hold on 1 second. I want to get to one part though, because y'all gotta see. Hopefully it'll play, because earlier I was having some problems playing videos. Hold on. Let me share my screen, because I said I was gonna find this, and I found it. Where's it at?
Put in the need of open hands, somebody trustworthy, willing to serve and help others when they're in need. Somebody that'll show professionalism. Someone that you would love to be around. Somebody you can really depend on.
We don't do what we want to do, we do what we need to do.
Knows his rights from wrongs. That will put somebody else before yourself. And doesn't really do anything for personal gain. He's doing the right thing no matter the cause. Probably always going to Myrtle Beach, always having a good time with brothers, meeting all my brothers, just everybody getting to know each other, playing football. Some of them like to wrestle, some of them like to do this and that, some like to play video games. Being around with little youth, probably the best memory I can say right now.
The best memory from DGC is when I got elected president. I was kind of like the underdog. Nobody really thought I was going to win until all the votes got counted up. I'm sitting in bed at home and it's on Facebook, my phone blowing up. Like, I won. And I was so emotional. I was so grateful. And I'll never forget.
Thinking about a favorite memory, I'll never forget one time I was driving home and I was on the phone with one of the boys. And I was just kind of expressing some frustration with them, and just me being tired, boys they seem like they're not listening, not doing well. And I said, you know what, I think I'm just going to just stop doing DGC. I'm just not going to do DGC. And so he said to me, he said, OP, if you decided to stop doing DGC, the whole club is going to come to your house with picket signs and tell you can't stop. You have no choice but to do it, or we're not leaving. And that, for me, that was like a boost of energy to get me going. Now, another 3 years.
The Distinguished Gentleman Club has taught me how to make better decisions in the crew I hang around, and decisions I make, and think about the long-term effects of it.
I'm never alone. That knowledge of that power to go up and do others is thinking before acting.
Help me recognize what I need to do to get to where I want to be.
It helped me become a better person.
It taught me how to be more consistent. You know, when we work with these young men, we have to be consistent.
I'm gonna stop right there because like it's just like that was my first interaction with the crew. That was y'all telling me, Anthony, Josiah, y'all telling me what the standard was. Y'all laid the foundation. Understand that. So when I tell you that as an alumni of this organization, your accomplishments are woven into the fabric of who we are, understand that that's the 100% truth. So I hope you guys take pride in it. Patron, Kevin, Zach, as y'all get older, know y'all have built something and this thing belongs to you, right? So the door is always open to something that belongs to you. I want to thank y'all for y'all's time, man. Thank y'all for coming on tonight, coming on this afternoon. Make sure you share this out, let people know we're still raising funds. But if nothing else, I love that we were able to have this conversation, and I look forward to having more of them with y'all in the future. All right.
I just want to say you give us a lot of credit, and I appreciate it. But I mean, if it wasn't for like leaders like you and the rest of the mentors, I mean, you can't give us the credit without having to like, because y'all are mentoring us. So at the end of the day, like the credit you're giving us, I mean, it needs to be shined back on y'all because it's really y'all helping us, because some of us don't have the right leaders in outside world, like whether it's like us being, because me and Josiah at jobs and stuff like there like now, but then for them to still be in school, there's like the constant peer pressure from other people for them to be able to do. He lives in Chicago, like we hear about stories in Chicago all the time. For him not to be able to get peer pressured, I mean that reflects on the mentors.
Yeah.
That y'all instilled in us this idea of a way of life that we're supposed to live by. So I mean, you give us a lot of credit. I just want to let it know that like for you to be the leader that you are, it really is. It goes back on you, and it needs to be noticed.
Wow, and I'm sure it is. But the thing about leadership that I've learned, man, the great leaders deflect credit and take blame. Great leaders deflect credit and take blame. All right. Why? Because somebody got to do it. And we can't all be saying, look at me. Right. So thank y'all for y'all's time. Anthony, I received that though. I want you to know I received that, my guy. I appreciate that. And
Yes,
I look forward to, again, speaking to all y'all. Make sure y'all show up. Patron, I love you, boy. I love all of y'all. And if there's anything I can do, y'all already know it's done. All right.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Y'all have a good one.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Rayzone.
Hey, y'all already know, man. Y'all already know. Love, love, love. All right, I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna check on y'all later. I think the camera went out. All right. Dang. That was dope, y'all. That was dope. Whew. I got through that session without crying. That's cool. It was a good job. Good job, Rajan. You did that. Proud of myself. Go me. Yo, so those are our guys, man. Like that's what this thing is all about, right? This is a fundraiser and we're trying to raise money. But more than anything else, we want y'all to understand that this thing did not start with me. This thing will not end with me. We are building a foundation that will last for generations to come. And it only happens if we have the support. So if you can, go to our link down there. BIT, so HTTPS:// bit bit.ly/LYS2022. Go there and make a donation of any kind that you can, any amount that you can. You can also make a pledge if you'd like. Make a pledge. You don't got it right now, but I want to do it, at some point. We'll be glad to have you all. We just be thankful for any support that you can give us. Yeah, it's 4:33. We've been on since 9, and we're beginning to wind down. But before I do that, I gotta have one more discussion. Gotta have one more discussion with my people. What y'all done got work? What y'all got a new song? What y'all working on? This last time y'all.
No, you don't miss that. You don't miss that. You missed that one.
Y'all funny. Yo, we've been on since 9 a.m. man. We've been on since 9 a.m. What's this been like for y'all today?
Whew. Eye-opening, exhilarating, just all right, just all together, just blessed to be able to hear from our people, from our village, and hear their thoughts and just hear their hearts. I heard a lot of people's hearts today, and that always gives me the fuel I need to keep pushing and to keep bringing the fire when it comes, and bringing the energy into the program, and just continue to develop more for our families and our kids. So I would say that pretty much sums it up for me.
Yeah.
And for me, validation. Like, I heard a lot that really validated what we do, how important it is, how impactful it is. And again, similar as Monica's, like hearing these things that make you know that the work you're doing is the right work, and you're working with the right team, and we are appreciated. Like, there's folks that are like, we're not leaving. Like, where else am I going to go? What else am I going to do? Right? It's like, I don't ever see myself walking away from this.
Yeah.
So it's like, for me, it's just like a validation of our work. Know we got to keep pressing forward.
Yeah, for sure. I even in the parts where y'all were facilitating, I was still just sitting here because I was behind the scenes, just listening to the conversations, and there was so much. Like you said, I like the word you used, Ken, validation. Not that we do it for validation, but because sometimes you wonder, like, is this even doing, like, is it even making a difference? Like, if I just stopped right now, would anybody even care? Would anybody, like, does anybody actually care? And it's easy to get frustrated and be in that place when you don't have, people around you that constantly renew your faith in human beings. I get a lot of, especially with me being on the trail. It's weird. Sort of related back to politics. But one of the critiques that's been against me is that I'm a naive person. That I'm naive, and I just think that things just are going to just work themselves out. And when you've seen certain things happen, you tend to believe more in the possibilities. And Monica, we've seen kids go from being complete knuckleheads to being rock stars. Like, we've seen that real time.
Yeah, for sure.
We sure did. And you know what, Rajan? I think that's what makes the work we do so special, and it makes it so real time to us, and so in tune to what we're doing, because we see it up front. We see it first. We see it right then.
Yeah.
And just even listening to the mentees who are currently in the program, as well as alumni, like, to hear them speak the way they speak and talk about the things that has been happening and how it has evolved them over time, things like that. If you did have that question, like, does this really make a difference? Hearing things like that, be like, all right, that's extra fuel for 5 more years.
Right.
You get additional 5 more years put in you.
Yeah.
But it also helps me to realize that this legacy ain't going nowhere. This legacy is going to continue to go on because we have our kids that are coming out this program, even at the good alumni. We have them coming back, which is always our prayer that they come back as mentors and to keep walking out what we've developed within them through our experience.
Yeah.
And I think it's like you thinking about what we're doing, and when we were asking questions about, where else, what can we do in addition to what we're doing, and really the resounding response to that is duplicate and expand.
Yep.
Like there's no like you need to add a little bit here or touch up this. Like no. Do what you're doing now globally.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Man, okay. So, we're hitting on multiple cylinders, and I think we're touching all the elements that people expect us to, that is adding value to their lives, either the parents, the children, the community partners, everyone. And it's just, what else can you do? Just expand it. Why don't you do this from coast to coast?
Yeah. That's been the universal answer. Even during the panel with Jamie and Shenard, he was like, yo, that program needs to be in every school. And that's one thing for me to say it as somebody who built it and is invested in it. But for somebody who didn't build it, who just be able to see it and work in it and be like, yo, no, that's the one.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one.
Mm-hmm.
And that needs to be like that kind of stuff. Those kinds of votes of confidence are sort of what put the battery pack in my back. So then when somebody's like, oh, what do you like? And when I get ideas, I don't feel like that because I've seen them work. Right. So I guess when people be like, Rajan, you just be throwing everything up. They're like, yeah, because I believe that everything that God has given us and is us is gonna work. He hasn't given us one thing that hasn't worked yet. Like, think about all the ideas we've tried. All of them have worked because one, when we think of them, we put the planning in. Back to your point from earlier, Ken, we don't just throw out ideas. No, we throw out ideas after we've already started thinking through, okay, what does this look like real time? I have my iPad is just full of like diagrams and like all these different things. Is like, okay, if I want to do a summer camp, I designed a summer camp. One day I was just sitting down and I said, if I was to do a summer camp, what would it look like? And I literally wrote out the entire summer camp in my iPad. I wrote a grant. I got the grant for a summer camp that I designed in like an hour and a half on my iPad. That's nuts. And it's gonna work. Why? It works because of y'all. It works because of y'all. Because I can draw up whatever plays I want. As a coach can draw up any play that they want. But if they can't trust their quarterback to get the ball out in time, if they can't trust the linemen to block, if they can't trust the running back to pick up the blitz, if they can't trust the wide receiver to run that route, the play doesn't work. Y'all are why this works. That's why I wanted my last conversation to be with y'all. Because nothing happens here without y'all. Y'all are my generals. Y'all are my generals in the field. Y'all make this stuff work. I'm out here drawing up plays, and y'all like, all right, well, Rez drew up a play, so we I guess we better learn it.
Literally.
even if you think I'm crazy all the way through it, you still run the play.
Yeah.
That takes trust.
Yeah.
And I love y'all for that. I love y'all for that. Y'all are the secret sauce. So Monica, to your point earlier, you're like, I want to hear it. That's what it is. That's what I feel about y'all. I feel like we are a team. We are a team that when we draw up plays, we are effective enough, efficient enough, and trusting enough to make anything work. And nobody can stop it. That's my thoughts. Like, that's how I feel about y'all. And I want to make sure I said that publicly. Again, like anything else, I never write out my thoughts before I say them. I just say stuff. But I mean it from the bottom of my heart. Thoughts?
And we appreciate it. And I know these things take time to get to this point. And when you have gotten a record of success, like you checked a lot of boxes, and it's so different now because we're just waiting on the play. It's not even if the play is coming. It's coming. It's being cooked somewhere, right? And we've seen enough of the playbook and successes that come from it that it's just a matter of put it in my hands and let me execute.
Yeah,
I know it will work because there's enough thought that's went into it that's going to allow us a very high chance of success.
Yeah,
not everything's going to be a home run. I get that, but we have a strong track record that when the plays come out, we just got to execute to our, top ability, and we'll get there.
Yeah,
we'll get there. And that, all comes from a visionary such as yourself. Like someone has to see it. Someone has to be the one that sits back far enough and can see enough of the field to know what's needed next.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And that's the seat you sit in. And it is expanded greatly because of your network, right? And what you see, the tables you sit at, the rooms you walk in, the things you hear, and it just gets the wheels turning.
Yeah.
And the play starts to develop.
Yeah.
So, the wider this net gets cast and the more you see the field, like, man, it almost becomes easy, right? For you, for us, it's like, hey, I know, what I'm going to get when I'm working with Rez.
Yeah.
You know what you're going to get when you're working with me and Monica, right?
Just absolutely.
Like, look, give us the play, we'll execute.
Yeah.
If we don't want to fail, we'll lean on each other or lean on you when we need to, lean on the team to make sure they know where we are, what we're doing. But man, it's been a great journey. We've done so much for so many kids and parents.
Yeah.
That was the other thing that was really good today, just to hear parents talk about being thankful for the workshops that we provide. Like, man, we have touched like hundreds of lives.
Yeah.
Hundreds of lives. And without some platforms like this, we may never have known, how much of an impact we've made and how many lives we've touched. So today was really good. Last year was great as well. But I'm thankful just to be part of it and to hear the stories, the blessings, the impacts that we've had. It's been a really good day.
Yeah, man, for sure. Monica, thoughts?
Kim probably pretty much said it all. Like I said, you know, me and you have a special relationship, and your heart is undeniable. And I think not only as a great leader, not only that you're a great leader, but you have a passion for this. You have a passion for people. So when you have those two things, when you have the ability to be a visionary, ability to also have passion for what you're doing, nothing can stop you at that point. So it's kind of hard for us not to be able to connect and know what you want, because our passion is connected with your passion for the same thing. Yeah. So when you do say we got to do this, and me and Ken like, what this is about to be.
Yeah.
You might joke around and say that, but we already know that it's going to be executed the best way we know how, and that we know how, because we know our heart is in the right place, and that regardless of what we're doing, is making sure that our kids are improving and developing to the next level. So you can't do wrong in any of those areas, because our heart is in the right place and our passion is super out the roof.
Yeah, I agree. I agree totally. It's one of the things that's really helped me the most since sort of like the thing that changed. So I meet a lot of people now that are like, hey, I want to talk to you and find out, what, how you were able to do what you were able to do. And I always say that the biggest difference between me now and me probably in 2017 are two things. One, I just have the experience and I know more. But two, I've learned to trust people. I did not grow up trusting people. That was not one of my strong suits. I genuinely, and I don't think I did it in meaning to be narcissistic or anything like that. But I believed that if I didn't have my hand on something, it wouldn't work. So I had to drop the play, and then I also had to throw the ball. I also had to catch the ball. I also had to run the ball into the end zone. And if I didn't do all of those things, somewhere down the line, somebody would have fumbled, or would have been a pick six or something like that. And God told me in his way, you gotta let it go. You gotta let it go. You got people in position, let them cook. You wanted to be able to cook, you wanted to be able to create, you wanted to be able, all right, cool. I'm gonna give you the opportunity to create, but you can't create and operate. Somebody else got to do that. So I was so happy to have Ken be willing to take over as program director, and really take what we've done, like as I expected, much more efficiently run organization now. Thank you. There's times I don't even text Ken like, yo, like I used to be worried. Like, I don't know if you remember this, Ken, when you first, I'm like, yo, did you check on da-da-da-da-da? And what about, and then he's like, I got it. I was like, and then I came to a meeting, I was like, oh, everything is done. So now when we come to meetings, I'm like, yo, y'all straight? Yep. I'm like, oh, cool, we good. And I don't have any worries. I was telling somebody there was a time where I came to all the club meetings, came to all the outings, all the service projects, like I had to be at everything, because if I didn't, if I wasn't there, it was going to fall apart. But God was like, but do you actually trust your team though? And if you don't, why did I give them to you?
Right.
Why did if you don't trust them and I gave, okay, cool, I'll take them away. Let's see how great you are by yourself. And I'm not. We are great together. That's why that piece about the team is so important. And as we add program directors for YMR, and we add a program director for GTR, and we add a program director for the community pods, and then we have a full-fledged slate of people that are running these individual programs, watch that scaling then. So then I can say, we have all our pieces in place. Now we pick it up and we drop it here. And we pick it up and we drop it here. But I can't do that if I'm holding all the pieces in my arm and trying to make sure that nothing's falling. Y'all got that. That's the part that I really hope that today's event and showed. Because I always try to say it like, LYS is not a one-man show. People see me and they're like, oh, Rajan's doing all these great things. No. I do not coordinate any DGC meetings. I do not coordinate any QB meetings. That's these two. That's them. They got it. Rajan just sends a text. Y'all good?
Right. Yep. We don't even get that no more, kid. He goes out of town. He go networking for the organization.
I'm just saying, like, I want people to understand. Y'all are killing it, man. Y'all are killing it, and you need your flowers. I never want anybody to think that this is a Rajan thing. It's not. But that's a good thing. That's not a knock on me. That says that maybe one day, God forbid, something bad should happen to me. We're secure. We're solidified. And we're only going to become more and more solidified as we perfect this work and we perfect our role in this work. So I wanted to thank y'all. I just wanted to take this last few minutes to thank y'all for who you are, who y'all are to me. As y'all know, this extends way beyond a nonprofit organization to me. The other part about why I don't trust people is because I love really hard. I love really hard. And I don't know how, I know people have this thing about, like your work is your work and that's it. Like, I don't know how to draw those lines. When I let people in, they're in.
Right.
Y'all are family. I've seen y'all through real stuff. Both of you. I've seen y'all through real stuff. Stuff that goes way beyond any of this work, paperwork, organizational stuff. And the fact that y'all allow me in that space says more to me than anything else. So thank y'all for being who you are. Thank y'all for allowing me to be who I am and for loving me the way that I am. Because I know I can be nuts. I know it. But y'all love me and y'all follow me and y'all trust me to not lead you down the wrong path. And that means everything to me in the whole world. So from me to you, thank you.
Absolutely. Appreciate it. And it goes both ways. I think we are all in the positions we're in. And I think we are all equipped with the right tools to do what we do.
Yeah.
And that's what makes it work. That's what makes it work. Like I am so glad Monica's on board. I'm so glad we launched Queen's Being. So glad, that you're in that seat that you are, Rajon, to lead us. But yeah, you're right. It's the team, man. It's the team. And when you get to that point where you don't want to let the team down, then you're operating in a different mode. And I think that's how we all are. It's like, man, I don't want to let the team down. And we're also at a place where it's okay to raise your hand and say, hey, I need help.
Yep.
Right. And I think that is something that's definitely, welcoming, that I don't have to feel like I am on an island doing things completely by myself.
Yeah.
But I also know that there's a high level of trust in my ability to do something and to work to make sure it gets done. So I appreciate the acknowledgement. I'm thankful to be part of the team and excited for the future.
Yeah. Appreciate you. Money?
Oh.
Wipe that tear right there. You got
I'm trying to hold it in my glasses. Hold on. Wow, man. I look like y'all my brothers for real. Y'all already know it. I appreciate y'all allowing me to be me and allowing me to make mistakes, but also letting me know that I can do this with y'all, because I've never done anything like this before. Anything. And I know I probably stretched y'all out in the beginning. Probably still stretching y'all out now, but whatever. Anyway, but y'all stuck with me. And one thing I've learned in this time is that to be able to be cared for and loved where I am and still be pushed because they see something in you and they know you can do it. It just helps me to give it my all, but to also be not afraid to be my best me.
Yeah. And
you all have been great brothers like no other. I have blood brothers, but y'all been a blessing in my life. And this team says a lot about the way we are able to do life together as not only program directors and mentors, but as a family, as a village. And I pray that I continue to do this work with you all and that we continue to grow together. And, that we just continue to see the expansion that it will happen, because it's inevitable. It's going to happen. And I wouldn't want to do it with anybody else but y'all.
Yeah, man.
So I love it. Can I ask a question though? Because you've been asked all the questions, Rajon.
Cook. Is it a short question?
Is it a yes, no?
I mean,
that's not fair. But that's not fair.
I just don't want the time to cut out. No, you good though. Go ahead.
Oh my God. Tell me yes, no question. As our visionary, Rajon Lewis, Senior, what do you see in the next 5 to 10 years? Because you all, like I said, you got a whole path full of ideas. And I'm not saying you're going to spoil everything, but just in general, what's your vision looking like in the next 5 to 10 years?
5 or 10 years, global domination can't happen in 5 or 10 years. So this is what I told myself. I'm 40 years old. I'm going to go hard until I'm 50. Lord willing. I want to complete the LYS picture. To me, the complete LYS picture includes a girls' version of YMR, which is already in the works, a summer camp every summer, and juvenile diversion program that partners with the Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Programs. That DJJ can refer kids to us for a specific program. I think those pieces solidify who we are. And then from there, we copy and paste and put it throughout the state. Within 5 years, I plan on us being at least in another half the state within 5 years, half the state. I think that's ambitious. But the great thing about it is the way we've built our foundation, we own all of our IP. So we can take our products anywhere we want to. So that means if a program in Las Vegas wants our program, a place in Las Vegas wants our program, we could train them to do it. And so those are opportunities that we have. So that's what I visualize. But if nothing else, being able to scale in the state of South Carolina would be if we can scale throughout the state of South Carolina within the next 5-10 years, then we've done amazing work. But if nothing else, just impacting lives on a large scale and being who we are in greatness. That's it. That's what I want to do.
I like that.
Unless I get an idea and then I draw to my iPad. Yeah. But no, I don't plan on adding anything else. That's the only thing I see myself adding. That's it.
Gotcha.
And I think our time's about to run out. So
I just had one. That was the only question I had.
Oh, word. No, because I think at 8 hours, Facebook cuts me off because that's what they did last time, and I didn't like it. Okay. And I just have to like restart the link, but I think it's a good place to end. Thank y'all.
Yes, indeed.
We did it, man. We did it. Give yourselves a hand.
All day.
You can still donate. Go to our page. It's in the comment section. It's in the title. I think we've done enough. I love you. God bless you. And I'll see y'all next year. Peace.
Peace.